By Ning 4. Dressed in white, those enchanting features of the grandmother shared a close resemblance with Bai Yan, the exception being that she's colder and prouder instead of the dominating type. Guya didn't like Bai Ning the second she lay eyes upon her. Without knowing why, the self-conceited lady radiated hostility that has never before seen to anyone. Naturally, Bai Ning also noticed the hostile gaze coming at herself from that woman. But instead of giving more attention to some random stranger she doesn't know or care about, the grandmother would rather appease the crying child in her arms. Ling Yan, take grandmother here to see your mother. Bai Ning loses the cold hardness in those eyes when saying this, replaced only by gentle kindness. Rubbing her weeping eyes, the pipsqueak stammers the response. But these baddies want to interrupt mother's treatment of big sister. They say mother is going to hurt big sister, and that she's only out to seduce grandpapa. The corner of Bai Ning's lip rose into a sarcastic smirk after hearing that outlandish claim, caressing the child's head so she would calm down and stop hiccuping. Since my granddaughter said none of you can go disturb my daughter, then none of you can go further. Lady, Elder Sky deepens the furrowing forehead, his voice cold and harsh. The sister mentioned by Miss Ling Yan is my own granddaughter. Her treatment will be decided by me, her own family. Madam, I ask that you not get involved and step aside. Casting a faint glance at the old senior who spoke. Your granddaughter's life is not of my concern, but my daughter's decision is. If my daughter wants to kill someone, then none can stop her. And if she wants to save someone, then none can interfere either. So you better watch your tongue. I won't be told on what to do by anyone. Then you leave me no choice but to use force, said Elder Sky with a hint of disdain for that blind arrogance. You bunch go subdue Miss Ling Yan, I will deal with this, madam. The pipsqueak panicked, her little body curling up against Bai Ning's arm further due to fear of being caught again. However, that concern was for naught. Forget about catching the pipsqueak, they don't even want to get near after being burned on the hands. Some of those burns were so intense that they're already starting to show bubbles on the skin. What are you guys doing? G-Sky's complexion darkened into a black hole after seeing no movement from behind. Elder Miss Ling Yan, the guard captain timidly speaks where he got cut off by that menacing glare from the senior. Stop worrying about the consequences. I will bear all the blame if the monarch wishes to punish any of you. The poor guards all wanted to cry at that moment. Apparently their hesitation there got mistaken for fear of heavenly punishing them. Heck no. They're not afraid of being punished by their liege and master. Rather, it's the freakiness of the girl over there. Who in the world would suddenly get insanely hot like a burning torch? But fear was fear. They aren't going to ignore a direct order from Elder Sky. Inching forward like turtles, these poor men carefully surrounded the child. Miss Ling Yan, can you be good and stand to one side by yourself? We won't do anything, just stand over there, okay? Huffing a grunt with that little nose pointing high, Ling Yan pinches her lips into an adorable frown. You baddies are not allowed to hurt mother. I'm not afraid of you anymore with grandmother here. Bai Ning 5. These people bully me because I am small and cannot protect mother, but with grandmother here I'm no longer afraid. Bai Ning sneered at the ignorant fools that dare to circle them on this courtyard. She could tell aside from a select few here tonight, they're all relatively weak compared to herself. With a little flex of her strength, the proud woman instantly sent the less prepared of the mansion guards shooting out in a bullet-like fashion due to the torrent of wind she created. I'm not dead yet. Who dares to bully my daughter and granddaughter? The woman's cool and prideful voice held those who remained standing in contempt. G-Sky's expression grew increasingly grimmer at the situation. He doesn't want to drag this out, but he's got a keen eye. Whoever this person was, or if she's really the baby girl's family, this woman was no pushover based on the small attack she showed there. But as the old saying goes, panic only brings more mistakes, and mistakes only bring more mistakes. Without more thought, the old senior drew his sword and aimed it at the unwelcomed intruder. Grandma! Ling Yan's face went white there as she saw the sword coming down, her tiny hands nervously grasping onto the woman's body. She had heard before that the strongest individual here in the domain was Elder Sky, second only to Grandpapa. Sure, the pipsqueak trusts in Bai Ning's ability, but there's going to be an unavoidable strand of worry once the fight breaks out. Miss Ling Yan. Out of everyone's expectation, Elder Butterfly reacted just as fast there and with shocking speed. Coming before Bai Ning, This sole female elder plucked the pipsqueak right out of her grandmother's grasp to bring the child into her own arms for protection, thus removing any danger that might befall the girl during the scuffle. Bai Ning's expression grew very ugly after having someone faster than herself here, and not being able to react in time. However, that heart immediately settled back down after seeing the concerned face of this butterfly. If there are others looking out for the girl, then she could concentrate on dealing with this old senior who's clearly acting in a panic. Clang! An enormous force released into the air after their swords collided. The weaker ones couldn't take this and immediately shot out into the air, whereas the unfortunate ones smashed into the ground or wall. Fortunately, the pipsqueak had the female elder protecting her, so she remains unhurt from the blast. But the cracked floorboards and overturned rubble told everyone how dangerous the area has become, even if they're not directly fighting. Successful concoction 1. Inside the room, Bai Yin threw herself into refining the elixir, so she's still unaware of the battle outside. Boom! Suddenly, a very loud noise came out of the cauldron, as if something wants to break out of the container. Gradually retracting her focus as the flame slowly dwindled down from the palm, the demon queen awaits the lightning bolt that's to come from her efforts. Yet the expected electric might never came after several minutes. That surprised the woman as she frowned at the oddity. I see, it must be because this domain was created by Heavenly, so it doesn't have a world will. Otherwise there's no way my alchemic products wouldn't create a scene from the sky. Not dwelling on the issue since it's a good thing, Bai Yin removes the lid and gathered the elixir into a bottle for the child. The medicine is done, you can come out of the tub now. No reply came though. Furrowing that brow up, Bai Yin got closer to examine the girl. Only then does she realize Song had fallen unconscious from the stinging pain. Without delay, the demon queen sweeps the child up from the water and held her in those arms. Perhaps it's due to the relief of being free from the painful liquid, but Song's eye started to move so slightly right off the bat until she eventually regained consciousness. Mrs. D. The little girl opened her mouth, where a whisk of air infused into her lungs and brought a refreshing sensation. Is it a success? Bai Yin responded with a hum as confirmation. Take this elixir and you will be healed. First glancing at the bottle presented to herself, then at Bai Yan's reassuring face, Song didn't hesitate in the slightest and chugged the fluid down in one full gulp. Instantly, a warm current circulated across her entire body, cleaning and removing every ounce of the toxin until her very soul felt refreshed. Then at the last second where she thought she's healed, something suddenly started to push itself out of her abdomen. Following a nauseating sensation of wanting to vomit, Song opened her mouth and cried out, where a blop of black blood spat out of her throat. Mrs. D, I am healed now? The voice of Ji Songs trembled with excitement after realizing how good her body felt. She never thought this day would actually come. The day where she could go out in the sunlight. Yes, it's a success, but you're too weak due to your body never seeing the light. I have some more medicine to help improve your health, take it and you will eventually be like everyone else. As the old saying goes, if you're going to send someone off, then send them all the way. She's already removed the toxin, might as well spend a little more to boost up her body's condition so she could become a normal child. After all, Song's going to be her daughter's companion from now on. Bai Yin only hopes this girl won't let her down. Thank you. Song got so moved by the new bottle that's given to herself that she's barely able to stop herself from crying. Nevertheless, she did as told and drank the bitter medicine without objection. Successful concoction 2. If you really want to thank me, then take care of Ling Yan from now on. A shallow smile shows on Bai Yan's face after saying that. If from the start she only wanted to find a companion for her precious daughter, then the demon queen was now genuinely taken by this Song, who endured the full treatment she came up with. Others may not know this, but the level of pain involved could make even an adult cry and beg. Then, madam, what do I need to do now? Song pursed her delighted lips and asked. It's then when Bai Yin wanted to speak. A loud bang from the outside interrupts their conversation, and caught both individuals' attention. In that moment, Bai Yan's face sank into a dark looming dagger, for she knows it couldn't be anything good. Song also fell into shock at the noise. Why does the energy signature feel so similar to grandfather's? Song, you come with me. As soon as she dropped this sentence down, the woman had already pushed the door open and walked outside. Due to panic, the now healed lass didn't dwell on the issue and hurried outside as well in order to catch up. The curtain to this battle has been drawn down by the deepening of the night. Trees destroyed, men sprawled along the ground and unconscious. This whole courtyard was a total mess. Naturally, Guya was no exception either. She's very pale in the face, the sign that she's affected to a degree from the recoiling force. As for Bai Ning, who's been fighting the elder, the prideful grandmother had fallen behind and left a deep mark on the ground with a trace of blood in the corner of those lips. Her eyes are growing increasingly more heavy while gazing at the foe who obviously had the upper hand. Ji-Sky didn't fare so well either, of course, despite being strong. In his old eyes were shock and disbelief, for the old senior never expected to have someone be of match to himself. When did such a character appear in the domain? Grandma! The little pipsqueak breaks free from Butterfly's hold and quickly ran over to Bai Ning's side. Her hands tightly wrapped around the woman with tears flowing out of those anger-filled eyes. "You big baddie, you actually hurt my grandmother. I hate you." In response, Ji-Sky could only make a helpless bittersweet smile. For the safety of his granddaughter, he has no other choice in this matter. If there were other options, then he would have taken it. After all, this woman was the baby girl's grandmother. "Miss Ling Yan, please forgive me. I also don't have a choice in this matter. If the two of you don't move aside, then it might be too late for me to save Song. So I can only take matters into my own hands." For the sake of his granddaughter, he's willing to go to any lengths because Song's his life, his reason for living. It's bad enough that you are not willing to repay kindness with kindness after Mother is willing to save Big Sister, but you are also listening to that bad woman's word and accusing Mother of plotting to harm Big Sister. You also hurt Grandmother. The pipsqueak's face grew increasingly redder due to the swelling anger. Big Sister is such a good person. Why is her grandfather so foolish and senile? Ji-Sky's expression changed into a flush red as well, but not from anger. Rather, it's utter embarrassment. How could he not right? He's being pointed at the nose by a little girl right now and being scolded as foolish and senile. That's utterly shameful. "Miss Ling Yan, you will understand me later. My precious Song is my life. I will not let anything harm her or take such risk. Therefore, I have no other option but to force my way through your impedance." Ji-Sky's momentum started to get more intense afterwards until the whole sky darkened into a heavy oppressive gloom like a storm's about to occur. Bai Ning knew what's coming and promptly wrapped the baby girl around herself for protection. Her face still as proud and strong when confronting the old senior without an ounce of wavering. For some unknown reason, towards that calm and collected appearance of Bai Ning's, Guya, who instigated all this, got an indescribable sensation of anger swelling up inside of herself. This is clearly my first time seeing this woman. Why do I feel so much hatred towards her? It's even worse than the anger I felt towards that Bai Yan. Successful concoction 3. Grandfather. It's then a crisp and tender-sounding voice cuts through the night, thus breaking the powerful momentum gathered by Ji-Sky, who was about ready to make his second assault. Shocked by the tiny figure that's racing towards himself, the old senior completely ignores Bai Yan, who's obviously walking in front of Song there. In his mind, there's only his granddaughter and nothing more. Song! In a flash, he disappears from the spot and reappears before the child to examine the girl, nervously pressing his hand against her shoulder. "Are you all right? Are you feeling unwell?" Ji-Song did not get to answer at all there before being blasted by this set of questions. Making a helpless face, the girl turns to Bai Yan for help. However, at this moment Bai Yan didn't have the time to worry about some grandfather who's overly protective of their granddaughter. Rather, she's also quite worried about the female protecting her own daughter. Bai Yan could see blood coming out of Bai Ning's lip. For that, she's absolutely infuriated. Who did it? Her voice was colder than the late-night wind, which caused the temperature around her to drop several degrees. Mother! Di Ling Yan pounced out of Bai Ning's arm then and threw herself into the Bai Yan's instead. Her eyes a teary red of sad, pitiful sorrow. It's Big Sister's grandfather. He hurt grandmother here. Bai Yan's face got quite scary there due to how cold it became in that moment, like some sort of storm was brewing in those eyes. It's so bad in fact that the atmosphere here had grown quiet and eerie. Ji-Song's complexion instantly went white as well after hearing that outburst. Turning to her own grandfather, she purses her lip and asked with shock in the voice. "Grandfather, why did you do it?" Ji-Sky couldn't bear to have such a look made towards himself. Hastening to turn away, He wanted to explain himself in a mutter when Guye's voice inserted herself from the rear. Miss Song, don't blame your grandfather, he merely didn't want you to suffer any harm. Elder Sky knows Ling Yan's mother is only using you to get close to the monarch, by using your health as leverage. He only wants what's best for you, it's all for your sake. Guye slightly frowned due to the protective attitude of the girl, aware of the sudden change in Song's complexion after her own explanation. Fortunately, you didn't let her treat you yet, otherwise your grandfather might have been too late to save you. Ji Sky was not deaf and promptly swept a cold gaze at the instigator of all this. He didn't say that Bai Yan wanted to use his granddaughter to get close to the monarch at all. It's just that. In this case, Bai Yan was a stranger. He doesn't know her ability or strength. How could he feel at ease letting such a person mess around with Song's body? No parent or elder could take such risks regardless of their background. As for Guye's skewed explanation, the old senior didn't bother to correct it. At a time like this, any further explanation would only make things worse. All that it matters to him was Song being safe and not taking that treatment. Song is good at everything except too trusting in people around herself. There's frost all over Bai Yan's aura after hearing the explanation. Turning to the patient girl, her voice got much colder than while they were in the room. Song, shouldn't you have your grandfather give me a proper explanation? I saved your life. Yet he harmed my mother without accessing the situation or discerning what's right or wrong. Even though she understood that Ji Sky did it out of concern for Song's well-being. But everyone has their own moments of selfishness. In this regard, Bai Yan's moment would be about her family. The justification hardly matters anymore. If I had known that saving you would hurt my mother, I wouldn't have done it. That remark made Song extremely sad there. Looking at Bai Yan's distant gaze and the crying face of her one and only friend Ling Yan, the girl never felt so sad before. Successful concoction for one's her benefactor, and the other was her good friend whom she just met. Does it mean she's going to have to be hated by them from now on? That's not what she wants. Grandfather, why did you hurt Mrs. D's mother? Ji Song turns to her grandfather and demanded an answer with tears slowly forming along those clear blue eyes. You've always been like this whenever the matter involves me. You do not care whether it's right or wrong. You will always lose your reasoning and think it's the other person who wants to hurt me. Sulking and hiccuping in her voice. It's one thing that you keep me out of the light, that's even when there's no sun on those gloomy days outside. You also keep me from making any friends or communicate with others, only wanting to lock me up in that dark room all day. Your love for me. It's reached the point of obsession. Sometimes I would think it's better to simply live a short life than to continue on this trajectory of endless darkness. So what if I can't live for long? At least I would live. Grandfather, I know you're hurt inside after losing my parents, but this life, it's not living, it's torture, a cruel and painful nightmare. The girl's protesting cry hits the old senior like a hammer, punching and kicking at his heart till it hurts. Wanting to say something by opening his mouth, the old senior suddenly discovered he couldn't. Those words, they're stuck in his throat, streaming with tears. Ling Yan is my only friend now, and Mrs. D is my benefactor, but because of you they will both hate me. Do you know how painful it is for me over the years? It's Mrs. D who brought hope into my life. I can now run around in the sun like everyone. I can finally leave that dark, damp room. When reaching the end, the girl's voice was huffing and trembling with emotions. It's the first time she met Ling Yan, but she also knew the friend was a reasonable person. For example, let's say if her grandfather had spoken politely, then he would have been let through. That much she's certain of. The fact that he didn't get through and got stopped must be because he lost control and got especially rude, like wanting to hurt Mrs. D. This could be proven by the way Ling Yan and her grandmother resisted the request. Ji Sky sadly faced his granddaughter after the reprimand. Did I not keep her from going out for her own safety? And all those that got to befriend her only wanted to lure her out to play, so how could I not be nervous? But in the end, my granddaughter didn't understand me at all. What did you say? Elder Butterfly wasn't as invested as her peer, so her ears weren't deaf to a specific detail. First making a shocked face, the female elder quickly went up to examine Song with her shaky voice. You said you can go outside in the sun? Ji Song formed a self-ridiculing smirk at Butterfly before facing her grandfather again. Yes, I can run in the sun without worrying about my life now, but what of it? Grandfather, you taught me the morals of being human from a young age, but did you do what you preach? You offended my benefactor. Mrs. D saved me, saved my future. Yet you repaid the kindness by hurting her mother. G Sky's eyes flew into a shocked look. Unconvinced still, he hurried to confirm the fact for himself by checking Song's wrist. Originally there would be a black vein, the main artery in this area that showed the toxic remains, but there's nothing now. The toxin that he exhausted all his means and still failed to cure was gone, poof, healed, gone like it's never been there. Still not convinced since there are ways to hide this using special effects. The senior releases his spiritual feelers out to scan the child from top to bottom and right down to her soul. Heavenly's in trouble, 1. All kinds of emotions are swirling within G Sky's eye right at this moment. Astonishment, shock, and elation? Song, you? His voice began to shudder like he wanted to hear the answer directly from the granddaughter. My granddaughter can finally run free in the sunlight? The irony of the situation didn't go unshown in Song's expression. Grandfather, it's as you think, I have fully recovered. It was Mrs. D who gave me hope, and it's you who let me down. Even though she knew that G Sky only did this out of concern for herself, but this concern was too bigoted to the point where he would indiscriminately harm others. Song's been able to put up with that behavior since she's young, but this time he's gone too far. No matter what, she must make her grandfather understand the mistake of behaving this way because it doesn't help anyone. The old senior's heart dropped, ashamed of himself as he hung his head low. Finally, he knows his actions has really let his granddaughter down. Song, I'm really sorry, grandfather is really too worried about you that I mistakenly harmed Mrs. D's mother. This is all grandfather's fault. As long as you stop being angry at me, then grandfather here will do anything to make amends. Song pursed her lips. It's not me whom you need to apologize, it's Mrs. D and her mother. Taken aback for a second, the senior promptly turned to Bai Yan and Bai Ning's location. He tried to say something, but when the words reached his throat and was about to come out, he choked and couldn't say anything. Good thing the shame in his eyes was obvious enough so everyone could figure out his meaning. Meeting that gaze, Bai Yan's expression didn't change or get any better. Turning to her daughter, she spoke in a soft, calm voice. Ling Yan, this place is not suitable for us, we will leave here in a bit. Okay. The pipsqueak snuggled up against her mother's chest and obediently nodded. She hated the fact that she's leaving without saying goodbye to her grandpapa, but she's more distressed about her mother and grandmother being hurt. So she's not happy to stay here anymore. At this moment, Gu Ye's gaze flickered with disbelief when locking onto Bai Yan. She didn't expect this demon queen to really cure Song. After all, not even Elder Sky could do a thing against the Soul Bane. G Sky's heart panicked, his throat croaking as he spoke with huge difficulty. Mrs. D, this is indeed my fault for not finding out the truth before acting, but no matter what the fault lies with me. Our monarch likes Ling Yan so much. I'm imploring you to stay until his return. That is not needed. Bai Yan bluntly refused the request and slowly turned away. Ling Yan, mother, let's go. Wait. Seeing the departing back, Song could no longer keep calm and broke free of her grandfather's arm and ran up to the demon queen's side. Mrs. D, I want to leave with you. Raising an eyebrow. You are sure? Certain. Song nodded with a firm face. Gee, Song. The senior completely lost his wits after hearing that, his eyes flustering with loss and panic. If you leave, then what about me, your grandfather? I only have you left as family. Are you really going to abandon grandfather here? Heavenly's in trouble too. Ji-song dropped her sight after hearing the plea. To tell the truth, she's also reluctant to give up her grandfather. After all, this person was her only family member remaining. But Bai Yan's her lifesaver who got accused for misdeeds by her very own grandfather. This was the least she could to compensate such a misgiving. Not to mention, grandfather, as condition for Mrs. D saving me, I have given myself to her and promised to stay by Ling Yan's side from now on. Ji Sky choked, and the others froze in astonishment. Their eyes are now gathered on Song and Bai Yan's face. Mrs. D, the purpose of you saving my granddaughter before. It's so she would follow Miss Ling Yan and not for you to get close to the monarch? Earlier, Guya clearly came to them claiming that this woman was risking Song's health in order to win them over with a debt. That way she could use this connection to approach the monarch. He didn't believe it fully, of course, but he also didn't dismiss it as nothing. And now his own granddaughter was saying Bai Yan only saved her in order to have her follow Miss Ling Yan? Then what about Guya's claim? Where did that come from? Mrs. D already has a husband and daughter. Why would she approach the monarch? Song's expression grew a little angry. Who in the world said such slandering words about Mrs. D? Apparently everyone here had dismissed this point until it's brought up again by the child. Even though they knew that Bai Yan had a daughter, but because they never met her husband that they believed he's either dead or no longer around after abandoning the pair. Therefore, they didn't suspect the outlandish claim earlier from the despicable liar. Guya naturally saw those eyes locking onto herself then and lost all color from the face. Clenching that fist, she didn't utter a single word, for she knew it's pointless and would only dig a bigger hole for herself. Let's go. Bai Yan knew what they were doing after seeing the focus shifting away. Even so, she doesn't care at this point and only wanted to leave this bunch behind, for their very presence annoyed her. Bai Ning only suffered a slight injury, so it's not a big deal to leave even without applying some sort of medicine. However, the Demon Queen's never been one to forget a slight against herself. Speaking without turning around or stopping. You harmed my mother tonight. The reason I'm not repaying you for that today is because Heavenly took in my daughter while I wasn't around. In return, there will not be any connection between this place and my daughter again. No connection between this place and my daughter again. The woman's announcement was like a hammer, smashing into everyone's heart. Who doesn't know that the pipsqueak was the precious treasure of the monarch during this period? But now, because of their folly in offending this woman, that bond has been shattered? That's their heads on the line. Just when all were frantic and unsure of what to do, an old figure quickly ran over from the front with panic showing across his movement. It's not good, we have a major problem. Fifth Elder. Elder Butterfly only took a glance to recognize this person. For unknown reasons, her heart felt incredibly uneasy and urgently asked, "Didn't you follow the monarch when he left? Why did you return alone? Where's the monarch?" Pain apparent in those eyes, Fifth Elder spoke with panting breath. His monarchness had an accident in the ancient ruins, and now, we don't know if he's alive or dead. The others are still searching for him there. But I returned to bring news because I'm the fastest. Bai Ning, who originally went towards the exit, suddenly stopped as a result of that sentence. Her hand unknowingly clasped against her own chest like she's about to suffocate due to the panic. Heavenly's in trouble. 3. Mother, what's wrong? Bai Yan became aware of Bai Ning's strangeness and turned to ask. Slightly white in the face. The monarch of this house, what is his name? Life and death uncertain. Why do I feel so uneasy inside after hearing those words? I clearly don't know the guy, why am I behaving this way? It's Heavenly. Bai Yan wrinkled her brow. It looks like I can't just leave like this. No matter what, that person did take care of Ling Yan when I wasn't around. And the way Mother is acting, I might have been too careless in my assessment. Perhaps Mother really did suffer a major injury from the fight. Heavenly? Heavenly? Bai Ning's body suddenly fell backwards without indication, her mouth coughing out blood as the color drained from that face. Mother! Bai Yan flew into shock, hurrying over in the nick of time to catch the patient. Worried apparent on the face. What's wrong? How come you are like this all of a sudden? Shaking her head. I don't know. I just feel stuffy in my heart, it's very uncomfortable. I clearly never seen that so-called monarch before. Why do I feel so sad inside for him? Mother, grandmother. The pipsqueak seems to have thought of something and tugged at the Demon Queen's sleeve. Grandpapa once told me he has another name, I think it was called Yun Feng. Mother, Grandpapa really is kind to me, can we go help him please? Yun Feng? Forget about Bai Ning's pale complexion. Even Bai Yan's face had lost all color after hearing that name. There's literally no blood left on their faces at this point, to the point where even their feet felt cold and numb. Yun Feng. Life and death uncertain? Why him? Why is Heavenly him? Trembling in the lip, Bai Yan rigidly held onto her own mother's hand and exchanged a shocked and horrified look between themselves. Pfffff. Bai Ning coughed out blood again as she closed her eyes in pain. I see. No wonder I fell into such a panic. It all makes sense. We're husband and wife, the bond we share should have given me the hint from the very start. I'm so foolish for not sensing it earlier. Due to the shock of this horrible news, None of the elders or guards present were aware of the strange behavior of the ladies. However, that quickly changed when Bai Ning overtook the screaming Guya, who wanted to run over to the fifth elder for more details. Where's that ancient ruin? The mad wife clawed into the senior's robe and ripped him right off his feet. She a fury, a flaming catastrophe capable of ripping apart all that became an obstacle. Fifth elder flailed around for a bit after discovering what has happened from out of the blue, his voice croaky and unsure of what to make of this. Take me to him now. Gawking after that demand, the senior was lost for words at the intense stare from those eyes. It's blinding and making him want to shrink away. Take me to him now. If you stall any longer, then I'll kill you. In Bai Ning's mind, any moment wasted here would mean an extra moment of danger for her husband. As such, she could only resort to violence if it meant getting her way. Finally coming back to his senses after hearing that threat, fifth elder turns to Elder Sky and the others for some sort explanation regarding this female who just ripped into him. Since Elder Sky already felt guilty towards Bai Ning and her family, the old grandfather didn't hesitate and nodded for his peer to show it's okay. Fifth elder, take us all to the monarch. The first priority is to save our liege. Yunfeng's peril 1. Guya's face changed for the worse as she stared towards Bai Ning, those eyes dark and grim. Elder Sky, this matter is the monarch manor's business. We shouldn't be letting outsiders interfere with this. Quiet. G Sky flew into a rage after being told this, his tone fierce and irate. He did not forget how it's this woman who instigated himself to come here tonight. If not for that, he wouldn't have been so rash to injure Bai Ning in the scuffle. So he no longer trusted her, nor did he want to be nice to the lady either. Guya froze at the loud roar, which caused her to freeze up for a second. Then upon further assessment, she suddenly found herself to be the outcast in this matter as the impatient glares came flying over from Elder Sky and Elder Butterfly. Fifth elder who just came back didn't understand the situation, so he didn't catch on to the tense mood. Clenching his teeth. Miss Guya, it's best you not get involved. Saving his monarchness is more important right now. Elder Sky, we need to leave now. G Sky nodded in agreement. He also didn't want to delay the matter. However, right as he's about to leave with his peer, he suddenly noticed Bai Ning's intense gaze coming their way. Tell me the exact location of the ancient ruins. Fifth elder was taken aback at first since that question was obviously directed at himself instead of his counterparts, but thinking of the attitude G Sky and Butterfly showed towards this person, he subsided and replied earnestly, to the east. After 1,000 kilometers, head north another 500 kilometers, and you will find the ruins. Lady you. But before his sentence could be finished, Bai Ning's body had already turned into a torrent of wind and flew off into the horizon. Bai Yan also made haste by picking up the pipsqueak, but not before leaving instructions for Song, who also stood around. You stay here and wait for us, I will come back later. Heavenly is actually father. Slowly closing her eyes then, Bai Yan suddenly recalled back to the time where she read through the ancient diary left behind by that lady in red. Perhaps it's fate? That person kept talking about Heavenly in her diary, and now that very Heavenly is my own father in this life. Due to her own worry as well, Bai Yan didn't spend much time dwelling on unimportant connections, and quickly chased after her own mother's trail. But make no mistake, there's too much coincidence to consider this to be pure chance. The Demon Queen's bound to investigate the connection. It's just not now. Elder Sky didn't delay either in this case. However, instead of blazing off into the horizon like the two women before himself, the elder suddenly stopped midair above the manor and turned to Butterfly, who's coming up. Elder Butterfly, I need you to stay here in the Monarch Manor. Someone needs to take charge while I and the Monarch is not around. Also, I need someone I can trust to take care of my granddaughter, please. Startled at first by the request, the female elder eventually sighed and nodded. She understood how much the child meant for her peer, and the risk of taking everyone off to the ancient ruins. I understand. With this assurance of Butterfly, G Sky felt a heavy load coming off his shoulder immediately. Without looking back, he too gave chase to everyone that has left. Miss? Unsure when Senior Gu Lao had appeared next to Guya, his face full of undisguised concern for the lady. The person did not answer the old Gramps' words there. Instead she bit her lips and revealed an intense level of anger on her usual elegant face. As I said, there's no way Bai Yan doesn't have ideas toward the monarch. You've been fooled by her, milady. She's a very scheming woman, playing the retreat card to advance even further. Now that the monarch is in danger, she immediately seized the opportunity to become the savior. Yun Feng's peril, too. After overhearing parts of the conversation from Gu Lao, Elder Butterfly attitude got all mocking. You think the monarch would give special treatment to anyone? If you do, then I'm afraid to tell you that you're wrong. Otherwise you would have long become the monarch's wife. In other words, you, the so-called benefactor of Heavenly, was no more important than the rest of us. Therefore, Bai Yan and her mother wouldn't be able to ascend onto the great throne either as the man's wife. What's more, since Bai Yan has a daughter, it proves that she has a husband. The same was true of Bai Yan's mother. And regarding Ling Yan's motive, that's not even in the equation since she's so young and innocent. Anything was no doubt Gu Ye's self-conceited imagination. Elder Butterfly, don't you think you're going too far? Gu Lao could not take it anymore after those remarks. Our miss only wants to help out of concern, yet Fifth Elder and Elder Sky won't even let her follow, so what can she do? What's more, how is it fair that those two ladies can follow while we can't? Don't you think that's unfair and biased? That actually made Butterfly laugh. She has had no favorable opinion of Gu Ye ever since she overheard their conversation regarding the monarch's recovery. Before, she didn't pursue the matter due to her loyalty. After all, the most important thing was Heavenly's return. It doesn't matter who actually carried out the mission, but now things are different. After hearing Gu Lao's thoughts, this female elder only found it ridiculous and laughable. Gu Lao, I guess you arrived too late to know the whole situation regarding Song's recovery. The old senior made a surprised face there. He obviously didn't hear the whole story. This was especially true regarding that sickly child. And? Butterfly narrowed in her eyes. The one who healed Song is none other than Mrs. D, Ling Yan's own mother. Taking a few steps forward, she puts on an overbearing attitude. So by virtue of her skills alone, do you think she's qualified to follow Elder Sky and Fifth Elder or not? Or do you believe Gu Ye is better than her? It's then Song also decides to chime in with a huffing grunt. Mrs. D is the most incredible, how can Gu Ye compare? In particular, she actually framed Mrs. D in front of grandfather. So hateful. Gu Ye's face got a little whiter without blood showing. She's trembling on the lips, which indicated she's without rebut. However, right as Gu Lao's about to speak in her defense again, the lady couldn't keep quiet. It's okay, Gu Lao, you don't need to speak on my behalf. It's no use here. They're all set on thinking I'm only acting with ulterior motive. Miss! Gu Lao looked at her with pain. The miss only loves Heavenly to death. Anything she does, it's for him and him alone. So, what's wrong with that? Enough, there's nothing more to say, we're going back. Gu Ye bites her lip when facing Butterfly. I have nothing to ask of the monarch. I only hope you can inform me once Heavenly's back. As long as I can see him back safely, then I am satisfied. Despite the sneer on Butterfly's face, the female elder nevertheless nodded in agreement. You can go back now, I know you have your own eyes here, so why ask me to inform you? Leave, I don't want to continue this conversation anymore. Yun Feng's peril 3. Gu Ye casted one last look at Butterfly before turning away, not saying a single word as that figure disappeared into the night. Since the female elder has said things to such a degree, she too had no need to keep being nice. It's one thing if the mask hadn't been ripped apart, but this situation has clearly done that, so neither party needed to keep up the facade. Song. Seeing they're alone now, Butterfly slowly comes before the child and squats down, speaking in a soft, gentle voice that unexpectedly relaxed the air. You don't have to worry too much, your grandfather and Mrs. D will be fine. Nothing bad will happen. Despite the consoling words, Song only stared into the air at the direction of where they all left. Her eyes filled with sadness and worry. I hope grandfather and Mrs. D will come back soon. Just like the silence of the night, the ancient ruins are also without sound due to the anxious air hovering above the heads of the people surrounding this place. They are waiting for help from the monarch manor. It's then when the mood grew increasingly more oppressive and unsettling. Several figures had swooped down from the looming clouds. Thank goodness you're here, Elder Sky. The monarch is still not back yet and we have no information about his condition. Please hurry and think of something. The ones saying this are all looking anxious and urgent, which goes to show how powerless they are right now. Heavenly was their main backbone that only returned after much difficulty, so it's not hard to understand why they are panicking so hard. What exactly happened and where is he? Bai Yen swept her furrowed gaze across the group and asked using that cold, edgy voice. Elders, this is... An old man frowned as he landed his sight upon the female in question, those eyes showing an examining light. She's Miss Lingyan's mother, and you can go ahead and tell her. Ji Sky did not have time to explain the identity of Bai Yen, so he glossed over the details and urged his peer to get on with it. Perhaps the medical skills could even come in handy if he's not wrong. After all, she did cure his granddaughter tonight. Third elder became stunned by what he heard. It's no secret Heavenly dotes on that little pipsqueak, and for the sake of the child, they've been searching high and low for the girl's mother. And now standing before himself was the mother of that very child? We had just accompanied the monarch deep into the ruins, but it wasn't long before a mass of black mist devoured the monarch. Black mist? Putting down her daughter, Bai Yen turns to Bai Ning. Mother, we will go see for ourselves. Bai Ning nodded and followed Bai Yen into the ruins. Although this place was considered ancient relic of the past, but the insides were like another world. There's a bridge up ahead after going through the entrance where it leads to a straight road. You guys don't have to come in. Bai Yen saw the elders and others wanted to follow as well, so she immediately stopped them. I and my mother is enough. To be clear, that's not out of concern for Elder Sky and the rest, rather it's for her precious daughter's sake. The more protection there was for the pipsqueak, the more relieved she would be while investigating this ruin. Besides, what good are they anyways? If they are capable, then why would they themselves need to come, right? Yunfeng's peril for Mother. Di Lingyan's face were filled with tears, those big red eyes staring up in a pleading manner. Are you going to leave Lingyan behind? I also want to find Grandpapa. The sound of the little milky soft bun melted away the demon queen's hard expression at the moment. Crouching down, the mother reaches out to rub the little head. Be good, Lingyan, mother is only going inside to search for your grandpapa. We will be back really fast, so don't worry. Can you stay here and wait for mother? Mother lie, it's clearly very dangerous. The pipsqueak protests in a pitiful tone. Lingyan isn't as skillful as Big Brother, but as long as I can be together with mother, then I am afraid of nothing. I'm not afraid of danger. Bai Yan's heart felt so sour and pained when hearing that proclamation. Brainstorming a better excuse, the demon queen knew there's nothing she could say after seeing that stubborn little face. Stealing her inside to not make this more painful. Lingyan, if mother and your grandmother go inside, then we have 50% chance to bring your grandpapa back out safely. If we bring you along, then that chance would go down drastically because we will need to keep an eye out for you, do you understand? So stay here with them. Your grandpapa's people will protect you while we're away. No matter what the elders did before, these people were sincere towards Lingyan. Coupling this with the fact that they're father's own men, Bai Yen had no reason to believe they are going to harm Lingyan while they are not looking. Still staring upwards with those big blue eyes, Di Lingyan finally relented and gradually lowered her clinging hands from the woman's sleeve. Nevertheless, the face she made told everyone how much she hated being left behind. Okay, I will wait here for you, mother. As long as mother doesn't come back, then I won't go anywhere. Even if this kind of waiting equated to a lifetime, she won't budge. Bai Yen knows her words must hurt a lot, but sometimes the best course of action was to be cruel so it doesn't hurt more later. The demon queen knows her daughter was cleverer than the average baby. She would eventually understand even if the worst comes to pass. However, it doesn't change the fact that the child's sensibility distressed the demon queen to no ends. She's a real bad mother for making their child go through so much. I'm leaving my daughter here with you guys, she said with power in that voice. If the duration is too long, help me take care of Lingyan until her father's comes. At this moment, everyone's heart was shocked by her words. They wanted to help Heavenly before when he fell into danger, but that black mist overwhelmed them and forcibly pushed them away. And now this woman was willing to risk her life for their monarch? And that statement, it's almost like a will. Why are they going this far when they're unrelated? I'll go in with you. Ji Sky frowned and stepped forward. No need. Tossing this down, Bai Yen did not want to say more than that and left with Bai Ning. Mother, let's go. No matter the dispute, Sky's strength was undoubtedly the strongest while they were at the manor. So, for the sake of keeping Ling Yan safe, Bai Yin doesn't want this old man to tag along either. Otherwise, she wouldn't be comfortable going inside this ruin and leaving Ling Yan alone. Bang! As soon as the two ladies were inside, the gate acting as the entrance to this ancient ruin abruptly slammed shut. Elder Sky, this woman. Who exactly is she? Fifth Elder asks with open strain plastered across his face. I do not understand them. They know very well that they might die inside or go missing like the monarch. Why are they going this far for us? Yunfeng's peril 5. Sky hung his head in thought for a long while before looking back up towards the closed gate. She closed the door to the ruin. To stop us from dying? She closed the door for our sake? Can't be. She already expects to encounter danger? That's why she said that stuff about looking after Miss Ling Yan until the father comes around? Is that why? Elder Sky, you still haven't told me what happened between you and Mr. D yet. Fifth Elder was starting to get impatient and got all rowdy, making a bittersweet face. Before you came back to get us, I injured Mrs. D's mother. What? Fifth Elder's face changed drastically, his voice racy and panting with anxiety. You hurt her mother? Yes. Sky closed his old eyes, that eyelash fluttering due to the guilt he felt inside. It's because of Guya. She came running over earlier tonight and claimed Mrs. D wants to become the monarch's wife. In order to achieve that, she was going to use me by gambling with Song's health. You know me. If Song really did become healthy again, then I would have been so grateful that she could have asked me for anything. But, thinking of what had happened, Sky sighed and appeared all the much older with that deflated shoulder. Guya then told me Mrs. D doesn't have that sort of skill. Whatever she planned to do would end up killing my granddaughter. The mountains around the ruins were a tranquil calm with none willing to speak as they listened in to the whole story. As for the ending, they didn't need to guess because if Bai Yin were here then that meant the treatment was a success. Everyone knew how crazy Elder Sky could get if it's related to Song. If that girl really did die, he wouldn't be standing here and instead murdered the perpetrator for killing his only family member left. And then what? Fifth Elder got all edgy due to his peer for not continuing the story. You didn't ask for the details and injured the lady's mother, right? Sky returned with a bitter smile and nodded. You know me, whenever I hear something bad about Song I would lose it. I had intended to go find Mrs. D and get an explanation but was blocked by Miss Ling Yan part way there. Afterwards, that's when Mrs. D's mother showed up as well from out of the blue. I was in a panic and didn't think things through, so I ended up hurting the other lady you saw going inside the ancient ruins. I really didn't mean to cause such a huge mistake. When the last words came out, a brief moment of silence fell upon this mountain once again, their eyes all looking towards the direction of the closed gate. There's worship in their eyes, and some were mixed with pure gratitude with shining light flickering from within. In their view, such a fine character of a woman deserves much respect. Not only did Bai Yin save Song, which proves her medicinal skills are beyond even that of Elder Sky, she also shut the gate in order to keep them safe here on the outside. How could they not be grateful when she's doing so much? However nice those opinions were, these idiots are in fact overthinking the matter. Truth was Bai Yin merely didn't want them to follow along and be deadweights. There's also the fact that she wanted a proper guardian for Ling Yan in case anyone attacks. Guya for one was a danger that she couldn't ignore. And then there's the other domains, who knows if they would send people over to assassinate her daughter while she's not looking. Yunfeng's peril 6 inside the ruins. Bai Yan's gaze flickered with light as she stared at the crossing bridge. Mother, wait here for me, I'll go test the terrain first. As soon as she said that, the Demon Queen's figure had already sped towards the other end of the bridge where the deep dark running water of the river flowed loudly beneath their feet. Due to her fast speed, Bai Ning couldn't catch on until the lady had already stood in the middle section. Like the information foretold, countless black mists began to materialize into existence as soon as this was done until it devoured her entire figure. There's something in there, countless dark hands trying to pull her into something beyond this world. Yin Yin. Bai Ning flew into shock. Wanting to save her daughter, this horrified mother didn't think twice and reached out with her hand to grab at dark mist. Unfortunately, instead of being devoured or grabbing hold of anything, her hands instead directly passed through the mass and out through the other side. Before long the mist dissipated, leaving nothing but an empty bridge and a mother desperately crying out for a reply. Yin Yin. How did this happen? Yun Feng's situation is uncertain. And now my daughter's disappeared too? But why am I still standing here safe and sound? Bai Ning clenched her lips and became a headless being that didn't know where to go. She's circling around the bridge for any clue, anything that she could grasp upon for help. Surrounded by a white vastness after being dragged away, Bai Yin blindly strolled forward without aim at this strange world. It's then when her mind was about to fade away, a beam of light shot into her eyes, causing the woman to shield her sight with a hand to not be blinded. In light of the difficult view, the demon queen became like a moth, being drawn towards that brightness. Eventually she could no longer see anything aside from the light. Then abruptly, a hand grabbed her by the shoulder and dragged her out from the whiteness. Yin Yin, wake up! The voice sounded very familiar, and for that her heart trembled. Without hesitation, Bai Yin shot open her eyes and took in that handsome face. There's obvious worry in the man's expression. Yin Yin, you're finally awake. Bai Yin rubbed the temple as her head throbbed with pain. Warm in his voice, Heavenly loses his urgency and smiled. You were passed out just now. Yin Yin, how come you are here? And how did you find me? The woman fell into a daze as she tried to organize her head. So I passed out earlier. That white vastness should be my own subconsciousness then. And the light is probably Father's voice. Otherwise I wouldn't have woken up so soon. Father. Bai Yin shot her hands up and tightly hooked it around Heavenly's neck, her face leaning in against the man's chest. You're all right, thank goodness. Along the way, she has been worried sick about when Yunfeng's well-being, whether he fell into danger or worse, died. That would no doubt hurt everyone to no ends. Yina, why are you here? Yunfeng's peril 7. That's a long story, Father. I came to this domain by accident. Prior to then, I didn't know Heavenly was you at all. Bai Yin loosened her arms around the man and stared upwards at that handsome yet mature face. What exactly happened after you left the Misty Fairy house? How come you never came back or searched for us? Heavenly made a surprised face but quickly lowered his head in thought. I left home in an attempt to find your mother. It's during my journey that I remembered my previous life and figured out I was Heavenly Flame, the monarch of the heavenly domain. Clenching her fist after that detail, Bai Yin gets all tense in the face. Then why didn't you come back to find us? Mother misses you so much. She's always thinking about you. Going stiff in the body, the man's eyes fell into a trance, recalling back to that enchanting female whom he dreamed about for years. Yes, Ninger and I haven't seen each for so long. Now even our child has grown up and with child. Perhaps it's his mind remembering back to the happy times of his life. Heavenly's lip curved into an arcing smile. Yin Yin, it's not that Father doesn't want to go see you and your mother, but I've made way too many enemies in the past life. In order to stop the endless war between all the domains, I had to forcibly seal away the path linking all the worlds. They all hate me for that. Unless I can solve these dangers, it's impossible to not drag you all into this mess. Reaching out, Bai Yin gently grasped onto her father's hand as she spoke. Father, you are so foolish sometimes. We are family, what difficulties can't we overcome? Do you not see me? I never back down before danger. Why would I or any of our family care if there are more? Her strength has been growing, and so has her roster of enemies. If she were to be fearful of death, then she would have long perished during her first encounter with the enemy. Chuckling at her daughter's strength, Heavenly shakes his head at himself. Yes, you are absolutely right, Yin Yin, I've been foolish. It took me a while to realize that. And it's only thanks to a child by the name of Ling Yan to make me understand that part. Oh right, once we leave this place I will introduce her to you, she's so adorable. I'm sure you will love to meet her. Grinning mischievously like a fox, Bai Yin gets all devilish in her tone. When we get out of here, I also have a surprise for you, Father. Father doesn't know Ling Yan is his granddaughter. I bet he will be quite taken to know he's gotten more grandchildren again. In order to avoid causing her old man from getting too impatient, the Demon Queen decides to keep the wonderful news till later. They're still stuck in the ruins, and rashness would only bring more harm to their situation. Ha ha ha. I can't wait to see your surprise then. Heavenly bellowed out a laugh. Yin Yin, didn't Xiachen always want a little sister? Why don't you introduce those two? I bet they will be wonderful playmates. Revealing a strange light in her eyes, If there's an opportunity, of course. What opportunity is there need to be? They're siblings, they already know each other since birth. Not long after Bai Yan stood up from the ground, a loud roar suddenly reached their ears from a distance. Frowning, Heavenly's expression got serious. They're coming again. Coming again? Asked Bai Yan with a puzzled face, making a small laugh at the situation. I've been here for months, and every half a month there would be a wave of monsters charging at me. Furthermore, I can't sense any essences of life in these creatures. It's like they're all puppets being controlled by something or someone. That roar you heard, it's the signal that half a month is here again. He's been here for months? If I remember correctly, he should have only been missing for a few days only? How did it turn into a few months from his mouth? Yunfeng's peril, 8. Just as Bai Yan was musing over the inconsistency of the timeline, those monsters she heard had already come close enough to be in her view. At a glance, the Demon Queen could already notice the difference. They did not have a soul. More like a puppet machine that only knows how to kill, that left the whole area muffled with a suffocating stench. To be clear, there are no signs of these creatures being controlled by anyone. Even so, she had no intentions of letting them kill her merely because they are acting on whatever wavelengths they are on. Drawing her Godslayer from the waist, Bai Yan's gaze turned sharp and cold at the first monster that drew too close. Swish! Smooth and precise, she sliced the beast directly in half through the middle. Father, how about we compete on who can kill the most here? Chuckling at the idea, Heavenly found it quite entertaining. Okay. Today, me and my daughter will have a good competition on who can kill more. Even if these monsters are lifeless drones, they still bled like any living creature. However, what they lacked in pain receptors were made up by their strong awareness in sensing intruders. Before long, hordes of monsters were drawing closer and closer until even the sky had darkened. It's as if the world's about to be covered by these things. Unyielding and unrelenting, Bai Yan has never been one to cower before a challenge. Another slash with her Godslayer. More were gutted with blood sprayed across the air. This woman's a genuine siege, destroying everything in her wake. Whatever advantage numbers had paled in comparison to her might. This was what Heavenly saw in his daughter as he took a glance after finishing his own target. Charming, mighty, powerful. A dazzling blur of red in this battlefield. How could this man not be happy to have such an incredible daughter? This was his child, his flesh and blood. In merely a few years of being apart, she's grown far beyond his wildest imagination. A proud father he was, and rightfully so. In a measly short hour, the hordes were decimated under the pair's might. There are innards littering the ground, red staining the dirt, and the stench of irony, blood liquid filling the air that made the smell putrid to the nose. Despite this, the carnage could not compare to the bloodiness of Bai Yan's red dress. It's crimson, glowing, even that oozes the stench of death and glory. I killed 55 monsters, father. Stabbing his own blade on the ground after wiping some of the blood off his forehead, Heavenly smiled. I killed 55 as well. Cocking her brow in surprise at the number. Then that means it's a draw? Father, so these monsters will keep coming after half a month later? You certain about this? Bai Yan frowned as she scoped out the mountain of corpses here. She remembers this place being quite clean when she awoke, so what happened to those previous hordes of monsters? That's right, they will keep showing up at the half-month mark. Their strength will also grow with every wave. As for the corpses, you can just ignore them. They will disappear on their own along with the blood on our clothes after a while. The way Heavenly said that showed he's become accustomed to this pattern. Another proof that he's been fighting and not lying. How come you never thought about leaving this place? Bai Yan's already wrinkled forehead tightened further. It's within reason for her to be perplexed. If the timeline here moved faster than the outside, then he should have tried to leave a while back. Why stay and continue this fruitless fight? Then there's the detail about the monsters growing stronger with every wave. It would be a matter of time before those things grow so powerful that they would fail to fend off. It's a dead end if this continues. How can I not want to leave? Heavenly makes a bittersweet smile and shook his head. But look around, Yin Yen, do you see an exit? I've searched the terrain and the mountain ranges already. It always led me back to this spot somehow. That's when I thought. Perhaps the way to leave is to kill enough of these mindless monsters? Maybe then the exit will appear. Collapsed ruin 1. Bai Yin got all quiet. It's too dangerous to go on like this. and she doesn't believe there's truly no exit to reach the outside world. There must be a way, they merely haven't found it yet. Father, come with me. I don't believe there's no way out of this big place. Her eyes fell upon the big blue sky, those eyes carrying a determined light as they narrowed in. Unbeknownst to herself, the delay in here would have astronomical effects on the outside world by the time they actually leave. It's been several months since Bai Yan went deep into the ruins for the special rescue operation, and during this period the pipsqueak had never once left her spot on which she sat. Many tried to persuade her to go back to the manor so she doesn't have to endure the harsh weather, but each time the child would refuse the request by stubbornly sitting on the rock she picked. Ji Sky naturally worried for the security of the monarch manor after spending so much time away. However, he also knew he couldn't just leave this precious girl here in the wilderness. As such, the senior had no choice but to task Fifth Elder to go back first while he waited around the ruins with Ling Yan. And since Bai Yan's departure, Ling Yan hadn't said much at all, nor has she eaten a single bite of food in months. Fortunately for her though, even if she doesn't eat for months, she would remain unharmed thanks to the nourishment of the spirit particles in the air. Miss Ling Yan, your mother will be all right, so please eat something. Your body can't go on like this. It doesn't take much for everyone to notice the oddity with the pipsqueak's constitution. If it were an ordinary cultivator then they wouldn't have much issue if they don't eat for months. But he couldn't sense an ounce of spirit particle in this girl's body. That meant she's not a cultivator and was keeping herself sustained through natural means. I'm going to wait for mother. That's the first reply she's given to Elder Sky in these few months. Instead of being delighted at the response though, the senior only grew more worried. Oh, what am I supposed to do? Bai Yan entrusted her daughter to me. I can't let her suffer like this. If not, why don't we go back to the monarch manor and wait there? Ji Sky tries again after much deliberation. No, if mother doesn't come back then I won't leave. If she doesn't come back for life then I won't ever leave this spot. But, Ji Sky's eye became grim over that statement. Right as he's about to say more, a loud bang suddenly cuts him off and causes everyone to look over to the source. At that moment, the original standing ruin suddenly fell apart and came crashing down in a roar. Everyone was stunned by this disastrous display, not able to understand what's going on and why it's happening. Ling Yan was equally as shocked, but that shock quickly transformed into horror and fear as she bolted for the rubble. Mother, grandmother! Her tears flowed down those cheeks, the expression desperate and panicking. It's dangerous. Ji Sky flew into absolute shock and hurried forward to grab at the girl's little arm. He's equally as urgent but carried more control in the voice. You can't go over there, it's too dangerous. You let me go. The voice of the pipsqueak sounded angry. I want to be with mother, I want to be with mother forever. Collapsed ruin too. Mother said she will come back. She believes in her mother. That's why the pipsqueak would never leave. SSSS is easy. Ji Sky hissed a breath of cold air as he stared in astonishment at his own hand then. It's red from being burned from making contact with Ling Yan's skin. Out of reflex, the old senior wanted to retract his hand to avoid the heat, but thankfully he woke up in the nick of time and refused to let go. You big baddie, let go of me, I'm going to find mother. I'm going to find my mother. Crying out loudly, Ling Yan continues to struggle from that hand holding onto her shoulder. As a result of this, her anger coincided with the rising temperature. If before the senior felt like he's holding a fireball, then right now he's definitely holding molten lava. Even so, Elder Sky knew he mustn't let go of this girl. Otherwise, she may disappear into the ruins forever. Before long, under this constant struggle, the crumbling slabs of the ancient ruin finally fell apart in its entirety. Now there stood nothing but a flat mass of rocks and the occasional metallic sheen of whatever that was before the collapse. Miss Ling Yan. Elder Sky saw an opening after the pipsqueak grew tired and quickly wrapped both his hands around her tiny body, his eyes equally as grim. This place is too dangerous, we must first go back to the monarch manor to determine our next course of action. I'm not leaving. Mother will come back. I promise to wait here until she does. Miss Ling Yan. I said I'm not leaving. Raging with inferno, even the temperature around the pipsqueak had started to broil over. Perhaps it's the heat, or the distressing situation of the end result of the rubble before their eyes, But the old senior's grip around the struggling girl's shoulder gradually loosened since the main danger has passed. Ling Yan may be small, but she's always been a stubborn one like her mother. Sluggish and swaying as she hobbled forward, the extreme sadness muffled any cry she would have had right now. This was despite the fact that she kept falling and scraping her knee. Any other time she would have cried at the sting. "Mother, don't you want me anymore?" She squirmed forward, appearing all powerless and lost. "Ling Yan will be very good. I won't make Mother angry, so can you come back, okay?" Answering her plea was nothing but the rustling wind of the leaves and the leveled rocks. This kid, it's painful to see her this sensible. Ji-Sky didn't try to console her anymore, and merely stood in silence on the back. He knows words would only make the pain hurt all the more right now. Pulling herself up from the ground, the pipsqueak suddenly forces a smile from that dull-looking face. "Ling Yan believes in Mother, she has never lied to me. Mother will definitely come back." If from the beginning Elder Sky only believed the monarch only favored this child due to her adorable appearance, then right now he's of the opinion it's due to her personality. That level of trust and sensibility was a rare attribute no matter one's age. Path to escape 1. "Miss Ling Yan, are you hurt anywhere? Do you need me to take a look for you?" Elder Sky sighed and asked. Ling Yan shook her head, the childish voice landing with force. "Mother suffered so much in her life, how can I be weak when I'm Mother's daughter?" Her sight never once left the flattened ruins when saying this. She's proud like Bai Yan. That's why she won't allow herself to be treated as a weakling even in spirit. "Then Ji-Sky wanted to ask if she's willing to go back with him then, but his words never made it out of those lips before the child formed a smirk. "I'm going to wait for Mother, and if she doesn't come out then I won't go. She believes that her mother would always come back. If she came out and didn't see her right away, Ling Yan was certain Bai Yan would be very worried." Seeing this, Ji-Sky no longer said more about the topic. Sitting down right next to the child, his voice was loving and doting. "In that case I will stay here with you, we will both wait for them to come out." On a vast stretch of grassland, Bai Yan weakly leans in with her back against a tree to rest, her red dress sticky and filthy from the bloody sweat incurred by the battle. "What just happened?" she asks her father that's standing to one side. Just now after they dealt with the new wave of monsters, she felt a sudden sinking feeling from nowhere. At first the demon queen got very worried, but that sensation only lasted for a brief second before disappearing. "I don't know," Heavenly responds, his face equally as grim despite the mighty and heroic contour. Narrowing in her eyes, Bai Yan wiped some of the sweat from the forehead and got up to cautiously scan the world around themselves. They've been here for quite some time already. Despite knowing the time was warped compared to the outside world, it doesn't change the fact that she's starting to get very worried. What's more, they've still yet to figure out an exit for this place. And then there's her mother Bai Ning, and her daughter Ling Yan waiting on the outside. "Father, we've been here for some time now. If this continues then Mother will definitely begin to worry for us. I believe some drastic measures must be taken if we are to ever leave this place." Heavenly made quite the bitter smile, fully understanding what his daughter was implying. "You've seen it for yourself, there are no exits in sight. The area will also change and manipulate our sense of direction if we move. What's your plan though?" "I felt a sinking sensation earlier during the end of the wave." Bai Yan's sight converged upon the supposed sky above their heads. "What's your thought about me breaking apart this sky? They couldn't stay here any longer. These monsters are growing increasingly more powerful to the point where they too are feeling the strain. Perhaps the next wave would be too much for them resist anymore." "Breaking the sky?" Heavenly appears startled by the idea. Although he does not know how long the outside world had passed, but the guy knew enough that they've been in this ruin for years already based on the number of waves they fought thus far. And during this entire period, his thoughts were always on the ground, the floor, never once did he thought about breaking apart the sky and going that route. Would it work? Path to escape 2. Since this time Bai Yan has raised the point. Maybe. They could try? "Okay, what do you need Father here to do?" Heavenly slightly nods as affirmation. No matter what kind of attempt Bai Yan makes as a father, he must support her. "No need, I'm just giving it a try. I don't know if it will work out." Casually raising her hand, Bai Yan summons her Godslayer out and wields it with grace as she locked onto the sky. Immediately, A light blade suddenly shot out of the sword and flew towards the open blueness. If at first she didn't pay attention to the blue sky here, then that changed the moment she felt that sinking sensation. She clearly saw the rippling in that ceiling. It's like a curtain, an illusionary mirage to blind their eyes from reality. That's why she's able to figure out the exit must be up there and not on the ground. Rip, so it's like that. Exactly like Bai Yan suspected. The second her energy blade made contact with the ceiling, it ripped apart down the middle in the same manner as a canvas being sliced. Both individuals revealed an uncontrolled joy on their faces at the sight. Even if countless monsters suddenly appeared out of nowhere in the sky and surrounded them in the middle, it still didn't dampen their delight, for they knew the direction has been found. These are all flying monsters, one of them. It's at the Divine Lord rank like me Yen Yen. Heavenly's expression grew solemn at the sight of the creature, but his lips remained smiling nevertheless. How powerful was the owner of this ancient ruin? They must be much stronger than I am if they're able to control puppets at the level of a monarch like myself. Father, my instincts were right, the way to leave this ruin is through the ceiling, but, clutching her godslayer, Bai Yan's lip arcs into a smirking grin. It looks like we won't be able to leave so easily. That big one up there is clearly the final boss in charge of guarding the ruins. Father isn't entirely wrong, it seems, about his theory of defeating all these puppets. It's likely the exit will show itself anyways once we defeat the final wave regardless. We merely accelerated the process. Yin Yan, I'll handle the strongest one up there. Can you stall the rest while I fight? Although the other monsters are not as strong as himself, but they're no small fries either. At the very least, the rest are very close to being Divine Lord level monsters too. Then coupled with the weaker creatures further out of the encirclement, this horde was nothing to scoff at. I can handle it. Bai Yan's voice sounded unyielding and powerful. If there's only one way out of this place, she would face any enemy and never back down. Ha ha ha. Heavenly bellows out a hearty laugh and grinned with pride. That's my daughter. In this life I can ask for no better. My only regret is not being able to give you and your mother what you both deserve, but now I can at least do this much to redeem myself a bit. Seeing the flying monsters getting closer and closer, Heavenly gives one final glance at that perfect face to sear the image into his mind. He doesn't want to let this go. But he also knows the risk he's taking today. He might not survive to see another day if things don't pan out. But don't worry, Yin Yen, your father, I will make sure you somehow get out of here. Even if it means being buried here for good, nothing will keep me from being a parent. He owes her too much that not even a lifetime would be enough to compensate. What's more, she's his only daughter. Someone who's suffered so much because of his own folly in the past. Simply dying was the least he could do as a failure of a parent. Path to Escape 3. Today, as long as I'm alive, I'm going to send my daughter out of this place. Even if the price is my obliteration. The man's voice rocked the air itself in how arrogant and mighty it sounded. His momentum acted in accordance as well and exploded into an undefeatable form. It's unknown how, but the news of Heavenly Flame's disappearance had swept through the countless outer domains by this point. As a result, many of the monarchs who were originally watching from afar regarding the situation of the waning seal could no longer stand idle. They've began to send their men into this domain in force. To be clear, it's not the first time these monarchs attacked Heavenly's turf. The difference would be that they never did manage to succeed thanks to G Sky and the other deceased elders in charge. However, that's quickly coming to an end, for the last attack only failed thanks to the man himself returning for good. Now that the opportunity has opened itself up again, there's no way they wouldn't take it. After all, they hated Heavenly to the bone for sealing them away in their own realms. While G Sky and Ling Yin quietly sat there in the valley awaiting the return of their important ones, a loud urgent voice suddenly cut in from above. Elder Sky, things are not looking good. Hearing this voice of anxious urgency, the old senior's face furrowed up and focused onto the blue-colored dress. Second Elder, how come you are here? Elder Sky, the monarchs of the other domains have invaded. At the rate things are going, our forces will fall. The one speaking was none other than Elder Butterfly, the only female leader of the Monarch Manor. She's come at the behest of the others who are fighting heroically to defend their home right now. If not for that, she too wouldn't want to disturb the pair here. What did you say? G Sky's face got very ugly then, his old expression wrinkling up into a red prune. How did the other domains get wind of our liege's disappearance? Those blasted bastards. First it's traitors among their ranks who acted as spies for the enemy in the past. And now there's another spy leaking information out to the other domains. How could he not be angry when the previous invasion costed his son and daughter-in-law's life? Let's go, we're getting rid of those bastards now. Right as the old senior was about to leave, he suddenly recalled there's also the little pipsqueak behind himself. As a result, the grandpa hesitated and grew troubled. Miss Lingyan, would you like to come with me? The pipsqueak stubbornly shakes her head. I'm staying here to wait for mother. If Grandpa Sky has something to do, it's okay to leave me here. Path to escape 4. This won't do, I promised your mother to look after you. I can't leave you alone and not care. G-Sky's frown had now caused his wrinkles to become deep gashes, which also magnified his worry and hesitation. On one hand, if he doesn't go and help the Monarch Manor, then it would be destroyed. By then countless deaths and injuries would occur. This includes his own granddaughter Song, who stayed behind at home. But if he leaves this place though, that would mean he's leaving behind this pipsqueak after he promised to look after her in Bai Yan's stead. No matter what he chooses, the result would hurt one or the other side. Carrying her lovely face to look up at the old grandpa. You should leave, you cannot let Sister Song be in danger. And the Monarch Manor's people are also Grandpapa's subordinate. I do not want to be the reason they get hurt. Grandpapa Heavenly is so kind to me, I mustn't be a drag on him for selfish reasons. But I also can't leave this place. I know mother will be worried if she comes out and don't see me. Elder Sky, your strength is the strongest aside from the monarch himself. Only you can ensure the security of everyone over there. Don't worry, I will stay behind and watch over Miss Ling Yan. Elder Butterfly smiles and LCKI with the pipsqueak before nodding. Nothing will happen while under my watch, I promise this. In terms of power, Butterfly would be second among her peers, weaker only by Elder Sky. Okay. G-Sky mused over the idea for a second and agreed. Bringing Ling Yan back with him to the manor may not be the best option. After all, if a fight breaks out, he may not necessarily be able to protect her. If Elder Butterfly's willing to stay behind to care for her, then it's the best he could ask for. Miss Ling Yan, I will quickly deal with those attackers in return. Please stay with Elder Butterfly while I'm away. The old senior casts an uneasy look at the child. Due to the twitching in his eye, G-Sky didn't wait and hurried off out of worry for his own granddaughter Song. Just like that, he's gone after turning himself into a yellow bolt of lightning. Actually, the little pipsqueak gently scratched the sand with her tiny finger, her voice soft and tiny. Grandpa Sky isn't such a bad person. She could somewhat understand why the senior would behave so stubborn and rude since it's related to Song, but the displeasure of her grandmother by Ning being hurt still made her unhappy inside. If the little pipsqueak drags her face by propping it against one of her palm. If mother and grandmother forgives him, then I will too. Surprised by the remark, Butterfly suddenly found herself wanting to chuckle at that childish behavior. What if your mother and grandmother don't forgive him? The woman smiled and gave the child a rub on the head. Looking up with those curious eyes, a clever light beamed out of them like a fox. In that case, I won't forgive him either, that's obvious. Speechless now, Butterfly helplessly shakes her head in amusement. Mrs. D is such a lucky woman to have such a wonderful daughter. Exactly then, the woman's finger froze from out of the blue, her eyes popping in shock as her body turned rigid. Slowly looking up, what appeared inside her vision was an old man in white standing not far away. He got there without her sensing him at all until now. Path to escape 5. Perhaps it's the dispute between Gu Yan and Bai Yan from before, but Butterfly did not like this encounter at all and even found the old man in front of herself especially dangerous. Gu Lao, why are you here? Forming a smile at the question, the old and deceptive senior waves his hand like it's nothing special. Elder Butterfly, there's no need to be so wary of me. I'm merely here at the bequest of Elder Sky, whom I encountered along the way. He's changed his mind about leaving Miss Ling Yan and asked me to bring her back. Staring at the calm and fake face, the female elder didn't believe that story one bit. Narrowing in her eyes, Miss Ling Yan does not wish to leave, nor do I believe your story. Not to mention Elder Sky would never hand such a task to you. That's within expectations. Gu Lao never expected his lie to work anyways. After all, If this female elder could be so easily deceived, then she wouldn't be called second elder of the monarch manor. It's just that Gu Lao's heart would nevertheless feel like it's being devoured by ants merely at the sight of Ling Yan being so well protected. It's unfair and stealing the love away from his milady Guya. Anti-butterfly. Ling Yan pursed her lips and turned to the old senior with a finger pointed out. Is he trying to kidnap me so that the bad woman can eat Ling Yan? Popping her eyes at the sudden and strange question, Butterfly looks down in shock. Why would you say that? That bad woman kept trying to abduct me whenever she sees Ling Yan. If she's not trying to eat me, then what other reason is there? I bet I taste very delicious. The pipsqueak proudly cocks her chin up like being delicious was something worthy of gloating. I will wait for mother to come back. I won't go with these bad people. Twitching in the mouth, Butterfly got to hand it to this little one. Okay, I won't let anyone take you away, especially not this guy. She promised Elder Sky that she would not let anything happen to the pipsqueak. Even if she gets hurt, she won't go back on that vow. Gu Lao's complexion sank into a dark grim look. Butterfly, it's too dangerous to keep this little lass near the monarch, especially her mother and grandmother. They're definitely up to no good. Do you want them to take over the monarch manor or something? Getting cold in her face with a sneer on those lips. Watch your tongue there, Gu Lao. Who do you think you or Guya is? You're nothing but individuals adopted by the monarch manor in the past. Elder Sky already told us of Guya's origin, merely someone saved by the monarch at one point and then refused to leave no matter how we tell her to. What qualification does she and you have in dictating who gets to stay in the monarch manor? Truth was, Butterfly never had a biased opinion of Guya before. Even if Guya did steal the credit away from the elders by eavesdropping on their plan of summoning Heavenly back to their domain, the female elder merely believed the other side was too urgent and didn't think too much of it. However, the recent events of Guya showing indiscriminate injustice towards Bai Yen told her that's not the case. Against such a jealous person, Butterfly only had disgust and nothing less and nothing more. 0 is equal to 0. What do you know? Gu Lao grew furious and glared at the female. Milady merely loves the monarch far too much. What is wrong with loving a person? I will definitely grant my Mrs. wish. She will definitely become the mistress of the monarch manor, ha ha ha. At the end of the day, Gu Lao has fallen into the realm of madness with his face overtaken by hatred. As long as these people don't exist anymore, then the monarch will be Milady's. No one can take away the happiness that belongs to her. Ling Yan. Sensing the murderous intent coming off of Gu Lao, Butterfly subconsciously pulls the child behind herself, making an alarmed face. You think you're my opponent? Path to escape 6. Ho ho. Gu Lao sarcastically laughed aloud. The fact that I came proves that I have left my life aside. For my lady, I'm willing to give my all. My life was saved by the lady. Even if this time I must die and be buried here today, I'm willing. Butterfly felt it right after that statement. Energy swelled out of the aftershock from the power release, which made the woman's cheeks sting from the burst alone. What did you do? She asked with gritted teeth, that face pale and alarmed by the drastic difference in their levels. I said so before. I will help my miss win her love. Gu Lao's momentum surged as he slowly strode towards Butterfly. Don't worry, no one will know or find out you were here once we're done. And if the monarch does find out, I will take the full blame. No one can hurt the lady. The female elder's eyes turned dark. Does Guya know about this? Of course not. How could an excellent and kind person like her allow me to do something this harmful? Gu Lao sneered. I came without telling her anything. This is my own decision. That made the female elder laugh hysterically. Contemptuous in the eye. Kind? Excellent. If she really is so excellent, then she should be able to let go when it's time and not entangle herself with the monarch. If she is so kind, then why did she malign Mrs. D before? She also tried to use Elder Sky's hand to remove her rival. What's kind about that? This is the first time I've seen such an excellent and kind woman, all right. Unbeknownst to the two confronting opponents, the child whom one wants to protect and the other wants to kill had started to behave strangely. She's still the cute and adorable self, but those eyes had a very unnatural way to them. It's as if there's something in there, something which shouldn't belong. Ling Yan, after dropping that remark, Butterfly bows down to whisper into the child's ear. I will keep this old thing busy. You run first and find a place to hide, Elder Sky will come really soon. Ling Yan did not respond to that, only staring at the old senior with a burning flame slowly growing bigger in those eyes. Stop me. No matter how small her voice was in that whisper, Gu Lao could still hear it with his ears. Sneering with a dismissive gesture, I used a special forbidden Dan pill to increase my strength. It won't be so easy if you think you can stop me. Dan pill. Cocking her brow, Butterfly figured it must be something he took before coming. She never saw him consume a pill once she noticed him, so that's the most logical explanation. What kind of pill did you take? She asked after musing over the news, guffawing a laugh. That you don't need to know, it's something I got many years ago. This is a good opportunity for me to test its effectiveness, so accept your fate. Aside from Elder Sky and the Monarch, there's no one here that I fear anymore. She needed no warning to understand she's not an opponent for Gu Lao anymore. That violent air surging out of the old man was unlike anything she's seen in the guy. That proves he's not lying. Likely the pill he took was some sort of suicidal drug for a vast increase in power for burning his life force or something. It's not the first time this female elder seen something like that. Swish. It's exactly then Gu Lao finally attacked with whistling power, charging at the pair of females. Path to escape 7. Butterfly rushed to push Ling Yan aside so she doesn't get caught in the crossfire. Boom! Gu Lao's fist made a direct hit onto the female's chest using this opening, causing her to stumble several big steps backward. There's blood hanging out from the corner of her lips due to the injury. To think his strength would become this powerful after using some forbidden drug. No matter, I only need to drag this out until the effects expire. Such drugs always had a huge drawback. By then I will counter and beat him. Anti-Butterfly, watch out. The pipsqueak cries out after seeing the foe attempts to follow up with a second attack. Every punch Gu Lao threw was a storm in of itself, unmanageable and unstoppable. Butterfly's already found it difficult to cope with the barrage of hits. It only got worse when she noticed Ling Yan trying to run over again. Using a panicking voice. Go now, Ling Yan, run. Due to the little tumble from earlier, Ling Yan's appearance was like a helpless baby that needs to be cuddled and protected in the way she moved. It's reasonable to say she's able to melt hearts with that weak image. I really don't get why this bastard would hold such extreme hate towards her. Does this bastard not have any shame? Gu Lao did not care one bit about the girl's appearance. He only wants to kill both of them right now. Pulling his sword right off the ground, he strikes down for the third time in a single moon slash at Butterfly to take her head. Unable to react in time, the female elder in her haste did the only reaction she could think of and reached up with both hands to catch that blade. She caught it, but only barely as the blade cut partly into her palm, thus allowing the blood to flow. There are trickles of red dripping down onto the female's head and onto her eyes. Snarling with cynical sarcasm. Gu Lao, are you really going to do this? Now the tip of that sword was only inches away from her temple, a short thrust away from slicing right through that skull. Surprisingly, the question caused the old senior to hesitate for a second. There's no lie in him hating Ling Yan, but he's worked with Butterfly for many years. Does he really want to kill her? The answer would of course be a no. But then suddenly, the splitting image of Gu Ya desperately pleading for help and crying with sadness ripped at his old heart once again. Whatever hesitation or softening of his heart swept away in that second, replaced only by the cold hardness of a murderer. If you two don't die, then how can Milady become the monarch's wife? Back then it was Elder Sky who gossiped to the monarch's ear and ruined it all. If not for that, she would have long become the mistress of the monarch manor. There never would have been the opportunity for her to be hurt by the likes of you or those rotten outsiders. Gritting her teeth with erupting anger after what she heard, Butterfly stopping trying to stop the sword with both her palms and instead directly grabbed hold of the blade with her fingers to stop it from moving 1 inch closer. His monarchness hates it when someone tries to control him. The fact that he didn't choose Gu Ya proves that he didn't like her. Whose heavenly flame? A man that could seal the other domains away using his own strength alone. Why would he be swayed by some simple gossip? No one could dictate what that man does. Nonsense. Gu Lao's eyes flared with anger. It's the fault of you all, you're the all hindering their love, it's all your fault. Losing all sense of his sanity, the old bastard flexes his muscle even hard and attempts to cut off those hands directly to reach Butterfly's head. As hard as the female elder tried to repel the blade with her own flesh and bone there, she's no match for this drug-induced Gu Lao. His strength has exceeded her own using that pill. It would just be a matter of time before it's over at this rate. Batty, you let go of Auntie Butterfly. It's unknown when, but the pipsqueak had ran over to the old scumbag's leg by then and opened her mouth to take one huge bite at that arm. Path to escape 8. The little girl's teeth were very sharp, so it easily pierced through Gu Lao's skin and caused his blood to flow down the child's mouth. Ah! Originally this bite did not have much strength to it, so he would normally make a frown at the annoyance, but for some reason, those teeth were searing hot. It's burning his skin, and that's what made the old guy flinch and loosen the grip. In his rage, Gu Lao ruthlessly tosses the child's side with a fling. Clang! The long sword in his also fell to the ground after being let go, thus causing a metallic sound on contact. As bloodied as her hands were, Butterfly did not have the time to worry about her own injuries right now and quickly ran over to check up on Ling Yan, who fell head first to the ground. She's extremely worried for the pipsqueak's health. Miss Ling Yan, how are you? Are you hurt anywhere? Coming out of her daze, Ling Yan slowly shook her head and got up under the woman's help, glaring fiercely at the bastard. Don't bully Auntie Butterfly, and don't bully my mother and grandmother. If you do, I will bite you to death. Baring her teeth, she attempts to act all ferocious to only end up all the more cuter. Under such an appearance, no one would have ever imagined she's a little witch who had just bitten someone's arm. Who exactly are you? Gu Lao's sight finally shifted from Butterfly to Ling Yan. There's a scorched color on his arm, which was clearly not bitten but burned out. In all the years he's lived, this was the first time he encountered such sharp teeth and a girl that can heat up like a pyre. I'm my mother's daughter, don't you know? Ling Yan pats away the dust from her dress, those eyes still very much irate. I don't care why you are looking to make trouble for Mother and me, but you won't be allowed to hurt Mother or her people. If you do, I will set them on fire and burn them. When Big Brother is around, it's he who protects Mother. Since Big Brother isn't around, then it's up to me to guard her. Humph! Nothing but an inexperienced baby. Gu Lao shouts this aloud with an ironic sneer. Even your mother may not necessarily be my opponent, let alone you who can only heat up? As long as I keep my distance, then you can't do a thing. The old man raised his hand and instantly the long sword which he held before flew right back into his palm from the ground. With a swing he aims it directly at the pipsqueak for the kill. Ling Yan didn't move and simply gawked her eyes there. She only knows how to bite people and then set them on fire. No one ever told her what to do in this situation. If Big Brother is here, he will definitely know what to do, he will find a way. Suddenly, the pipsqueak's eyes shrank due to what occurred in front of herself. Standing in her way was Butterfly with her long blue dress. That outfit was a beautiful gown to begin with, but right now, the blossoming spectacle of blood gave it an even more dazzling look of a flowery pattern on her chest. Likewise, Gu Lao also didn't expect this and showed an incredulous look as he pulled the sword out of the female elder's body. The senior was equally as startled by this outcome. Why? Butterfly, who is always cold and disregarding of things around herself, would throw her own life away for a little child she just met? Why? Auntie Butterfly? Still taken aback by the outcome, Ling Yan did the only thing that came to mind and quickly ran over to help support that crumbling figure. Sadly, with her small arms and stature, the pipsqueak could hardly hold the woman up despite all her efforts. Admiration 1. Falling into the pipsqueak's arm, Butterfly's bleeding blood quickly stained the child's snowy white dress as well. Once they're on the ground together, Auntie Butterfly, without hesitation, Ling Yan promptly pulled out a dagger from her waist and placed the blade against her wrist and cut it. Blood trickled down her tender little hand, allowing the drops of red fluid to fall onto the female elder's open chest wound. As hard as it was to keep her eyes open, Butterfly did manage to take in a glimpse of the situation. She saw the kid cutting herself for some unknown reason. However, the woman quickly understood why once the warm current flowed into her chest following the powerful life force entering her soul. Auntie Butterfly, don't sleep. Ling Yan will save you, you must not sleep. Red in the eye, the underlying tears refused to come out of the corner of the eye due to that stubbornness. Gu Lao felt a huge punch to his own guts when seeing that despised child going this far. He never expected a villainous character to use their own blood to save another. As such, His original attack of slashing down at the pipsqueak stalled in midair and held it there. For the second time in this fight, the old bastard fell into a loss. He's swaying in his decision to continue this, for he knows how cruel and vile his own actions are right now. However, like the previous relapse, his mind soon imagined the helpless and poor image of Guya pleading to him to, like some sort of whisper, telling him to do it, just do it and everything would be finished. Whatever guilt or sanity he had got swept away in that instant, transforming into a ruthless and murderous gaze that locked onto the child once more. He's truly fallen. No matter what this little girl does, she's the one who broke Milady's heart, she must die. Acting like she couldn't see the person already behind herself with that weapon, Ling Yin continues to let her blood run down onto Butterfly's wound. At the rate she's going, that visible wound would soon recover. This scene caused Gu Lao to squint in his eyes due to the surprise of her blood's ability. Despite this, the surprise only lasted for a second before his lips evoked into a sneer. Miss Ling Yan, don't move, I'll let you die in the least painful way. But if you resist, I'm afraid I won't be able to hold my hand properly and might slip. The pipsqueak did not respond. She's invested all her heart into saving the severely injured Butterfly. Whatever the old bastard wants to do was of no importance to herself. Seeing Ling Yan did not speak, Gu Lao figured any talks were over. Snorting coldly, he promptly stabs down with his long sword at the child's body. But his sword had not yet fallen when a burst of flame suddenly gushed forward from that tiny figure. The flame acted like a barrier, protecting the little girl's body from all outside attacks. This? Gu Lao became stunned, his eyes deep with shock. What is going on here? Suddenly, he recalled back to the moment where the girl bit his arm. The temperature was already mad hot to the point where even he had to flinch due to the heat. This little girl, what's her origin? The more he thought about it, the more unsettled he became. Growing firmer than ever without any hint of hesitation from the hearts down, the old bastard knew he must do this without fail. Otherwise, a great disaster would befall Guya afterwards. Understanding this, he wields his sword and draws an arc in the air, creating a violent current with the momentum and slashed down with fury. This strike carried his all. In this lifetime he's never exhausted so much power in one slash, so he's confident it would work. Sure enough, the flaming barrier could not withstand the blow. Ling Yan shot out like a bullet and fell several meters away from the impact, leaving the child ragged like a broken doll. She's simply laying there helplessly on the dirt without movement. Admiration, too. Ancient ruins. Under the gray ominous sky, Bai Yan's heart suddenly soared with pain, causing her hand to instinctively clench the chest as her face turned palish white. Yin. Heavenly's quickly got ugly after noticing her daughter's chance. First blocking the sharp claw from the monster attacking himself, he flew away to come before the woman. He's very worried and tense in the eyes, for he knows something bad must have happened to make this proud daughter of his to behave this way. What's wrong? Are you hurt anywhere? Giving a shake of her head. I don't know what's going on, father. We have to get out of this place as soon as possible. I feel like something very bad is happening in which we can't see. Something bad? The man wanted to ask for more details to get to the bottom of this, but quickly tossed the idea aside. He could see they don't have the spare time since the hordes of monsters were already attacking again. What's more, the crack in the sky was letting more and more of these things through, which only emphasized the dangerous situation they are in. Biting his teeth. Sweetie, you leave first, I will draw the attention of these monsters. Originally he wanted to kill the leading creature that's on equal footing to his own first, but now it's apparent the plan needs to change. Naturally, the Demon Queen wouldn't just leave her own father behind to deal with this horde. But right now the ominous sensation was killing her inside. She's certain something must have happened to Ling Yan, perhaps something terrible. Just imagining that possibility was enough to drive her insane. Father, I will definitely come back and help you. When she finds Ling Yan, she would definitely return. Go with confidence, I'll be all right. Heavenly wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth as he raised his palm towards the sky. In a roaring boom, a wall of earth promptly rose from the ground and cut the horde off from Bai Yan's spot. As someone who used the earthen wall, the guy naturally stayed on the other side to act as a shield. What are you waiting for? Seeing how Bai Yan was not moving, the man wrinkled his brow and yelled. As painful as it was, the demon queen finally relented and began to rise into the air for the crack. The mood only got more oppressive the closer she got to the crack. Then suddenly, right before she could make it through the monsters blocking her way, a pillar of fire shot out at her from above. In her haste, the demon queen only knew to dodge to one side and narrowly avoided the fire. But she couldn't catch her breath though. More and more flames were coming at her in sequence. Whip after whip, blast after blast. This was no better than fighting the monsters on the ground. Ling Yan is still waiting for me. I have to leave this place right now. Growing firm in the face, she ignores the danger of taking a direct hit and plowed right through it all with a giant release of her full might. She could see it now once she's inside that crack. There's darkness, but there's also a brightness at the end. Hope, that was the word she thought of at the whiteness. Whatever worry she had swiftly evaporated, for she knew she's guessed right. Without incident, she was back, directly standing atop of the wooden bridge like she was never gone in the first place. It's a strange feeling. One second she's flying through a dark void inside the crack, the next she's simply standing here like she's come out of a daze. I'm out? Did I really leave that place? What's going on here? Did I just get teleported back, or was it all a dream? It's so calm here, like the time I spent fighting with father is a dream I made up. Admiration 3. Yin Yin. A voice of joy came from behind. Bai Yin instantly swung herself around and saw that familiar face. There's pure excitement that's akin to someone recovering their lost treasure. However, right as the demon queen wanted to open her mouth and say something, she got cut off by a tense hug from the other person. She could tell right away due to that trembling arm. Her mother Bai Ning was scared. It didn't help either that her should have become soaked with tears a few seconds later. Thank goodness you're back. Yun Feng is already in danger. I don't want to lose my only daughter too. Such pain, I can't bear it. Mother, were you here the entire time after I left? Bai Yin asks with pressed lips. Too fearful to let go of those hands, Bai Ning nods profusely like a panicking mother. You suddenly disappeared, so I've been looking for you in the ruins. It's been 3 months since you were gone. 3 months? A trance took over the demon queen's mind at those 2 words. It's been 3 months. Then how long did me and father spend inside that place? Mother, we don't have time to talk. Something might have happened to Ling Yan. We must leave this ruin immediately. Furthermore, she also needs to return to save her own father, so time was imperative here. What did you say? Bai Ning's face suddenly changed for the worse, her hand openly shaking as the grandmother gasped with horror. You said something happened to Ling Yan? How could that have happened? Didn't you entrust her to that elder Sky? Ji Sky's personality or way of handling things didn't sit well with either lady, but there's no question about the old senior's strength. There are unlikely anyone capable of getting past that old man unless he wills it. I don't know, I only got this sinking feeling that it's bad. My intuition has always been strong, so I can't ignore this. That said, the demon queen reached back with a hand towards her own chest on where the heart lies. Mother, we need to leave now. The ominous sensation has grown to the point she could barely stay put anymore. She's seriously afraid she might be too late. Yet instead of moving right away, Bai Ning's face got extremely white as she stood there, noticing this strangeness. Mother, what's wrong? Perhaps the voice of her own precious daughter finally brought the grandmother back to reality. First making a distraught face, Bai Ning spoke with a stuttering. Yin Yen, after you were gone, I began to panic and searched high and low for you. Then I recalled it was Ditsong who sent me here, so I was certain he could somehow locate you. But when I wanted to go outside and find a way to contact him, the ruins suddenly started to collapse. The exit, it was sealed off at that time. Ditsong sent my mother here to the heavenly domain? Bai Yin became shocked by this detail. Those enemies which attacked the demon realm still hasn't been eradicated, so there's no way Ditsong could leave unless he hands their sons off to someone reliable. Since there's no one at that caliber, Bai Yin understood her husband wouldn't be able to help. But what's the deal with sending Bai Ning over? When did that guy have such an ability? Of course, these problems weren't the main issue right now, saving Ling Yan was. Does that mean I can't get out of the ruins? Bai Ning smiled bitterly. That might be the case. Yin Yen, there's a likely chance we won't be able to leave. Impossible. Bai Yin punched a stone pillar nearby out of frustration. I refuse to believe that. I must leave right now. Ling Yin is waiting for me to go save her. Looking at the borderline crazy look in her own daughter, Bai Ning wanted to say something but swallowed the words back down at the end. She knows her consoling words were pointless and would only make it worse. Admiration for. Alright, then I'll keep looking for a way out with you. Bai Ning firmly says this, her eyes determined and bright. If Ling Yan wasn't in danger then they wouldn't be so urgent, but that's not the case. They must locate the exit as soon as possible. Mother, we're going further inside. There must be another passage to the outside world here somewhere. Pulling her punch off the stone pillar, Bai Yin begins to walk towards the inner depths of this ancient structure. As for the poor stone pillar that's been left in their rear, the entire thing instantly crumbled into rubble once they were gone, leaving only a mass of dust in the air. Despite their determination, Bai Ning believes the path up ahead leads only to a dead end. She's already searched this part and most of the areas. There's nothing ahead aside from a big wall. Similarly, the grandmother also understood that even if she had told Bai Yin this stubborn child of hers wouldn't listen unless she sees it in person anyways. As expected, it didn't take long for a wall to block their way forward. Crunching her fist in frustration, Bai Yan's expression didn't show any emotions as she spoke. Since this is an ancient ruin, there must be other passageways we're not aware of. The ones who built this wouldn't have constructed the layout like that. Let's search the place. Okay. Bai Ning silently began to touch the floor and walls with her ears pressed in against them for sounds of abnormality. When Bai Yin disappeared in those months, she also searched for a long time in this manner since she didn't believe there to be only one exit. The issue was, she couldn't find the supposed passageways and fell into despair until her daughter suddenly returned. Suddenly, the Demon Queen's sight fell upon a certain painting hanging on one of the walls in front. The depicted female in this painting was not unfamiliar to Bai Yin. In fact, she's seen this person countless times already. Specifically, it's the same one from the ancient diary in her possession. Of the most impressionable feature regarding this individual would be the countless demons prostrating themselves before the woman in the painting. Though that time they were sculptures only instead of a painting, but the air and temperament were identical, where a single fox remains defiant by now bowing its head. It's just that the woman in this picture appeared a little different. Of course, the temperament and details were the exact same, but the vibe from the background accompanying the woman was totally different. Instead of a throne and mighty air, there's a peach blossom tree growing all over the mountain landscape. It's as if this painting was done by a third party which depicted their own version of this person. Yin, I've already examined this painting before. There's nothing special about it. Bai Ning did not want to waste too much time, so her examination was mainly restricted to a few minutes of physical assessment on her part. Bai Yin did not respond to that comment though. As if attracted by something inside that painting, she slowly strode towards the item. Alarmed by this odd behavior, the grandmother naturally wanted to pull at the woman's sleeve out of reflex. However, she suddenly realized something and held off her gesture. Mother, put it this way, the woman in this painting can be counted as half my Shifu. I honestly didn't expect her to be related to this ancient ruin though. Bai Yin explains with a mild smile. Without a doubt, the knowledge she gained from the ancient diary has propelled her alchemy and abilities by leaps and bounds. If she didn't have that, getting to this point might have required a much longer period, perhaps even a lifetime. So, I want to put this portrait away. That way I can honor her at a later date. Making a bow of her head, the Demon Queen immediately attempts to store the painting away by raising her hand. Admiration 5. Let's go. Bai Yin took down the portrait and was ready to leave then. However, something unexpected occurred when the blood from her earlier battle with the monster horde came into contact with the canvas. The painting suddenly started to make a faint light after coming into contact with that red liquid. Since there's nothing special about this spot, we should go look elsewhere then. Bai Yan's eyes were more and more solemn as she said that, thus causing her to miss the strangeness in her hands. Yin. Bai Ning originally wanted to speak when she noticed the bright light shooting out of the painting and into her daughter's temple. This change came too soon and so fast that the grandmother could not react. Yin, are you alright? Do you feel unwell? The woman's eyes were full of worry as those hands clenched the Demon Queen's shoulder in urgency. Bai Yin did not respond to the questions from her own mother there. going unresponsive in the eyes, she's looking all dull and phased out. What is this place? Like a wonderland. This place in which Bai Yin came to was blooming with countless peach blossom trees. Groaning as she touched her forehead, she begins to recall what had happened. If I remember correctly, I was with Mother inside that ruin. Then that light hit me in the head. That's right, it swallowed up my consciousness and now I'm here in this place. But why does this place look so much like the background in that painting? It can't be I'm inside the painting itself? Narrowing her eyes in, Bai Yin scans the area with vigilance for any signs of danger. Yet there was nothing. Silence and the sound of wind blowing against the grass to make a rustling sound of calm greenery. That's all there was. I didn't find a way out of the ruins after searching for so long. Perhaps the way out lies here within this painting. That thought in mind, she collected her head and moved forward. Very soon, the demon queen came ahead with a tombstone ordained by several peach trees. Mu gorgeous tombstone. These were the words engraved on the rock slab. Mu gorgeous? Rubbing her chin at the name, Bai Yin began to muse over the indication of this. So that person is called Mu Gorgeous, eh? But why did someone make a gravestone for her in such a place? And how in the world did I end up getting in here? Thinking up to here, she once again fell into silence to organize her train of thought. Then suddenly she seems to recall something crucial. Specifically, it's the speck of blood that came into contact with the painting when she was removing it from the wall. Could it be at that moment? In that case, the one who created the ruins outside must be the same one who created this world within the painting. Presumably someone who admires this Mu Gorgeous. She mutters out her theory to make sense of it all. So where is the exit? If I can come in, then that means I can also leave. What is the key here though? Looking around, the demon queen could see there's nothing but peach blossom trees growing here on the mountain. If there's anything worthy of note, it's the tombstone in front. No matter, I'll figure it out. First I need to pay homage since I'm already in front of her grave. She did after all leave behind the diary in my possession. Admiration 6. Mu Gorgeous was technically half her Shifu from a certain perspective, so showing respect wasn't strange. Taking to the knee, she makes 3 full kowtows like one should at a worshipping ceremony. Bump! Then at the final hit of her head against the ground, the tombstone slid to one side to reveal a hidden passageway. Quite frankly, Bai Yin did have a momentary thought about this happening like all those drama shows she used to see as a child on Earth, but to have actually happen like in the script still left her dumbfounded. This is real. It's that easy? Making a gobsmacking face, she did not know how to react to this stroke of luck aside from jumping up with glee. Quickly gathering herself, the demon queen didn't hesitate for a second and dived right into the hidden tunnel. The passageway was bright once she got inside. The steps long and drawn out as she headed further downwards to God knows where. Despite the unknown, she knew it's better than staying idle. After a long while, Bai Yin finally came to the end of the stairs and hit a wall like before, this time with a long message engraved onto the surface. This life, gorgeous, is the one whom I cannot make mine. Years of war caused her to hate demons to the bone, and at the same time caused her to hate me to the bone. I, the great king, truly never thought the day would come where I would fall heads over heels for such an arrogant and overbearing lass. I do not know why I would love someone like her either, why her existence can occupy my heart to such a degree. I only know that in the moment where she stood under that peach blossom tree, that's when this lass ensnared my heart. She wasn't that clawing and feisty kitty anymore, but a quiet and enchanting butterfly in my soul. Sadly, I never realized this until it's too late. She's gone now, completely disappeared from my reach. If only my pride didn't get the best of me back then, perhaps I would have given her my all, even the entire demon race as a gift if must, I'm willing. But this girl, she's truly a stubborn one. I know her soul is avoiding me in the afterlife. I tried finding her to no avail. Maybe she thinks I would destroy her completely? I do not know, maybe that's why I never got to meet her again. To think I would fall so low as to want to beg a female to return to me. So, knowing she wouldn't come back, I built this mausoleum and erected her tombstone at its center. I also transplanted the peach blossom trees she loved so much, hoping she would return someday and come here to see what I created in her name. Perhaps then she would understand my feelings. My time is coming to an end soon. If there is another life, I swear I will never let her go again. I will cling to her like vine until the end of time. The handwriting on the wall was clear and visible, causing Bai Yan's heart to fluster with emotion. Demons? This writer must be the ruler of the demon race back in the old ages. To think this individual would have such strong regrets in the realm of love. I wonder if this Mu Gorgeous really went into the wheel of life and death? Or did she simply disappear out of existence? Bai Yan slightly lowered her eyes due to this thought. I remember Mu Gorgeous mentioned something about going into the rebirth cycle, but did she really do that? Furthermore, the time from now has been so long. Would her soul remain the same? Or did she get reborn anew so many times that her existence has been erased completely? If the former were true and she remains, I would really like to meet such an incredible woman. However, casting another glance at the inscriptions along the wall, Bai Yan's eyes locked onto a certain phrase. I hope that if the last does return someday return? Why did the leader of the demons use the word return? Is it a coincidence that I ended up here, or is it fate? Why do I get the suspicion the reason I'm able to come here is because of the inheritance from the diary? He doesn't deserve to live, one. She slowly reached out with her hand, allowing the slender fingers to gently caress the handwriting on the wall. Brrr. Suddenly, the whole ground started to shake from out of the blue. Looking up, Bai Yan discovered a dark door appearing along the wall like it's there to welcome her arrival. Without any hesitation, she pushed it open and walked through where a warm lady's chamber welcomed her view. It's very comfortable merely from looking at the layout. Somehow, Bai Yan got this strange sensation that she's lived here before. Unable to help it, the demon queen came closer to the big bed at the center. I don't know why I was able to come to this place and open so many secret doors, but I know you have a way to get me out of this ruin. My daughter. She's waiting for me outside, so. From the moment she came back out from where her father was trapped, Bai Yan's always felt a gaze overseeing herself from the dark. It's not ominous or coming at her with ill intent. It's more of the curious kind, so she didn't make a big deal out of it. But she's here now, where the sensation was at its strongest. It's time she got to the bottom of that spying. Don't think you can hide from me just because you won't talk. I know you're behind everything that's happened thus far. I don't know why you did this, but why don't you come out and talk? I know you're not doing it out of malicious intent. I cannot stay here. Bai Yan lightly frowns, her eyes revealing a strange light. Chirp chirp. A chirping sound came from ahead after that statement. Locking onto the source, Bai Yan immediately saw a golden little sheikling gingerly protruding its head from the other side of the bed. Its gaze was curiously eyeing the lady who came into its territory. A golden chicklet? Bai Yan blinks in surprise, staring down at the little fella. Did you bring me to this place? The golden chicklet shook its head profusely. He's not lying. There's nothing wrong about him opening that dark door, but it doesn't explain why this woman was able to come inside here. Not you. Bai Yan wrinkled her brow. Ever since she laid eyes upon this little golden fluff feather, Bai Yan's certain that spying sensation hailed from the tiny thing since it disappeared in that very second they locked eyes. Then is there any way you can get me out of here? Moving closer, the demon queen reaches out to lift the chicklet off the bed to speak. Based on her speculation, this chicklet likely broke out of its shell not too long ago. The hair on its body was very small still, so it's very cute and adorable. Chirp chirp. The tiny fella struggled under those fingers and made a sad and wronged face. It wants Bai Yan to let him down. Only if you answer my question first. Is there a way to get me out of here? Bai Yan's voice got a little heavier as she asked again. Ling Yan was waiting outside. It's bad enough she's wasted all this time going through that passageway. It's only going to get worse if she has to spend more time in this bedchamber, even if she does feel a sense of familiarity here. The chicken fell silent, its expression looking like it's thinking. After a long while it finally nodded its head. Growing happy at the nod, Bai Yan swiftly continued. So what's the plan to let me leave? The chicklet struggled some more and broke free from that hand before heading further into the bedchamber. He doesn't deserve to live, too. See this? Bai Yan did not hesitate and followed from behind. The chicklet did not stop after leaving the bedchamber, but instead went towards the staircases. Twisting its buttock, he climbs the steps with much struggle. Luckily, the little fella's physical strength was quite good, so he didn't tire out during the climb. However, He did promptly plop down to the ground after seeing the peach blossom trees once they were on the surface. Where is the way out? Stopping right behind, Bai Yen gazes down at the panting golden fluff bird and asked. As if signaled, the chicklet climbs up again and led the way forward. There are countless numbers of peach trees here in this mountainous forest, but this was no problem for the golden chicklet. With every several trees they passed, the tiny guy would leave a mark on the earth to indicate their location. Finally, when the chicklet reached a certain one, he stopped and began to repeatedly peck at the bark to gnaw away at the inner fiber. This continued until the whole tree was entirely devoured by the tiny fella. Satisfied by his own deed, the tiny chicklet sat down due to its bulging belly and made a big burp. He didn't do this out for nothing, of course. In the past, that person told him the peach forest wouldn't need to exist anymore if someone enters from the outside. By then he could eat this specific tree that he's been conniving after for so long. Bai Yen took no action through all of this. She didn't know what's going on, but she's got this strange feeling that the tiny bird just grew by a notch in size. In fact, those fluffy furs also got more beautiful, like someone just painted an extra sheen of light on the surface. Just then, Bai Yen felt a whirlwind around herself as the world spun. The golden chick became extremely frightened as well. In his haste, he squealed and jumped up to Bai Yan's shoulder for shelter, its gaze carefully scanning for any movement around themselves. Due to how adorably cute the tiny fellow was behaving, especially that exploding fur face it's making due to the shock, Bai Yen wanted to say something to help calm the bird. However, she quickly discovered the trees in the surroundings disappearing right before her very eyes. First it was the trees, then the earth beneath their feet, then even the ruins. They're all gone. Right now, Bai Yen had found herself floating in the void where there's nothing but an endless abyss. Back outside in the real world, dark clouds circled around the sky as thunder roared above. Ling Yan's body remains unmoving like a broken doll after being hit, her blood slowly seeping out of her little mouth due to the injury. Butterfly felt utter despair at the sight. Despite her own life-threatening wound, this female elder stands ready to defend the little one after pulling herself up. Gu Lao, you must stop this insane madness, otherwise you won't know how you will die once the monarch returns. Throwing her bluff, the woman sneers sarcastically in an attempt to scare the other guy off. Unfazed and expressionless, Gu Lao's sword was already aimed at her chest. Butterfly, you are not my opponent, so move. What's the point of putting up a strong front? Is it worth it for such a tiny child? Wiping some of the blood from the corner of her mouth. I refuse. You're not my equal. The reason you are this strong now is because of the drug you used. Without it, you wouldn't even stand a fiddle to me. Unfortunately, a momentary boost was still a boost. Unless that drug wears off, she wouldn't be able to stop this bastard. Anti-Butterfly. Ling Yan had regained her consciousness and gradually climbed up from the ground, her hands tightly clinging onto the female's leg. He doesn't deserve to live. 3. You go back. The pipsqueak barely manages to smile there. I don't want anyone to lose their life for my sake. If you or anyone else does, I will live the rest of my life out in guilt. Please leave Anti-Butterfly. He won't necessarily kill you if you do. Growing heavy in the eyes, the female elder did not respond to the pipsqueak's plea. You're so old already, Gu Lao. Why must you bully such a young child? Don't you have any consciousness at all? Miss Ling Yan is so well behaved. Everyone in the manor adores her. How come it's only you and Guya who dislikes her as so? Gu Lao casts a cold hard glance at the baby girl before calmly replying to that series of questioning. Because she doesn't deserve to live. None of the people who takes away the lady's happiness deserves to live. Even if it's a 2-year-old child, they are no different. In this very second, when the air felt ominously heavy, a loud explosive noise suddenly rocked the ground as a huge crevice began to open from the direction of the ruins. Gu Lao turned his head in surprise, apparently not understanding what had happened again. However, Ling Yan did as she caught onto the familiar whiff of smell hitting her nose. Without hesitation, she stopped crying and toddled towards the direction of that huge crack. Mother. I knew Mother would return. Mother always keep her promises to me. This? Butterfly's eyes were equally as shocked as the old bastard's. Not so long ago, the ruins had already sunk and caused everyone to lose hope, and now there's a huge crevice forming on the ground from out of the blue? No matter how experienced she was, the female elder still had trouble making sense of all these changes. Within a moment, a red light flew out of the huge crevice and came before the pipsqueak's view. Bai Yan's expected things were bad based on her intuition, but she never expected things to be this bad. Her daughter was covered in blood. For that, her heart wanted to explode as her lungs suffocated due to the extreme anger swelling out from within. Ling Yan. In a flash, the demon queen lunged towards her own baby and pulled her into a protective hug. This reunion was heartwarming, of course, but for the golden chiclet on the woman's shoulder, this meeting wasn't so nice as he got blown right off due to the blasted speed. If not for those tiny wings, he might have fallen heads over heels from the incident. Who did this? Bai Yan's voice trembled as she asked, the murderous intent all apparent along her eyes. Answering this was Butterfly, who made a regretful face. Mrs. D, I'm sorry, I couldn't protect your daughter properly. Mother. Growing tense due to how the conversation was evolving, the pipsqueak promptly spoke in Butterfly's defense. It's not Auntie Butterfly's fault, it's that bad old man over there. She did everything to keep me safe. Also, it's not as bad as it looks. My blood has healing properties, see? The cut on my hand isn't so bad, it's only a light scratch, it doesn't hurt. Despite the tears trickling down the baby's cheek, she continues to smile to act tough when in fact the dagger she used hurts a whole ton. He doesn't deserve to live for. Without uttering a word as a stream of salty fluid trickled down onto her mouth from above, the demon queen gradually locks onto the mentioned old bastard after making sure this was real. Did you hurt my Ling Yan? She asks with the most menacing glare. Gu Lao didn't get frightened by that eerie glare though, sneering in his voice. That's right. Why? My Ling Yan did nothing, why hurt her? I've already explained this to Elder Butterfly before, and I have no reason for it aside from that she doesn't deserve to live. Holding himself high and mighty, Gu Lao doesn't even flinch when spouting that crap. This girl is just someone who wants to climb up to the monarch's bed. Why should I be afraid of anything? Loosening her protective grip around Ling Yan's body, Bai Yan suddenly bursts out laughing. It grew wilder and wilder until her very voice echoed across the entire valley, sending all of the nearby critters fleeing due to the creepiness. Good. What a good way of saying one doesn't deserve to live. Bai Yan's eyes pinned onto the old bastard as she began to trudge forward at him in a very scary manner. Since you are willing to spout such things, then I'm sure you won't mind paying the price for your own words. And you think you can make me pay by yourself? Gu Lao grew derisive in his smirk, dismissing any possibility of this woman being a threat. That's right, by myself. Bai Yan's voice now sounded chilling to the bone. However, before either party could make a move against one another, another third voice that was harsh and cold cuts in from the front. Who did you say doesn't deserve to live? Without a question, this voice was all too familiar to everyone present, so they didn't require a single moment to recognize it. Gu Lao's body froze as a result. Stiffly swinging his head at the source, that old figure started to shake as his vision landed on the sword-like man casting his shadow over the group from the sky. Ease back. Gu Lao's eyes shrank once he took a better glance and realized there's another woman standing beside the monarch. That woman, isn't that Mrs. D's mother? Why is she with the monarch? Monarch. Butterfly became ecstatic at the sight of her liege returning. Her mood's been thrown up and down lately, so it's taking a heavy toll on this female elder who nearly died today. The monarch is back. He's finally back. That's great. With his monarchness here, Gu Lao won't be able to make waves anymore. And Miss Ling Yan is safe now. Perhaps it's the easing of her tenseness coming too abruptly, but Butterfly's legs quickly gave way once she got those thoughts into her head. Without much of a struggle, the woman collapsed to the ground and started to laugh hysterically. Grandpapa. Ling Yan's eyes got all teary and red once she recognized who has come. However, the pipsqueak did not let those tears roll due to her own stubbornness. She wants to appear strong before Bai Yan. You're back. Seeing that Ling Yan's clothes were covered in blood, Heavenly's mood didn't fare so well despite the welcoming words. You hurt, Ling Yan? The grandfather turns to the old bastard and asks after getting a grasp of the situation. Looking ugly in his face, Gu Lao grinds his teeth in frustration. Monarch, I only. Grandma. Before that reply could be finished, Di Ling Yan had broken free from her own mother's hold and quickly ran for the two newcomers' spot after they landed. Bai Ning's heart almost stopped beating there once she saw the blood-ridden clothes on the child. Without fail, the grandmother also ran forward and caught that tiny body. Quick Ling Yan, show me where you're hurt. Grandmother here will have a look. Giggling as she shook her little head. It's okay, grandmother, I'm fine. The wounds have already healed. He doesn't deserve to live. 5. Grandpapa. The pipsqueak's smile was bright and joyous as she spoke. This is my grandmother and mother. They are here to pick me up, so I'll be going home with them afterwards. The entire body of the man had gone stiff as a rock there. Slowly turning his head like a utter robot, he makes a cringy face like he's eaten a lemon. Is this girl your daughter? Answering with a blank face, Bai Yin replies in a dismissive voice. Yep. Why didn't you mention it to me at the time while we were inside the ruin? I remember mentioning the name to you at least 3 or 5 times. Why don't you say she's your daughter? Due to the excitement of this grand news, Heavenly's entire face was changing color now. Still bland in her voice, Bai Yin doesn't sound so motivated in her explanation. That's because I was afraid you might get overexcited like you're doing right now. I had intended to tell you after we leave the ruins. Not like you are getting any younger, you know. It's not good to get too much stimulation at your age. Gu Lao and Butterfly did not expect Bai Yin to use this sort of a tone to speak to Heavenly. As a result, they're both staring at the Demon Queen in a weird way. Of course, the former being that of joy, since if the woman offends the monarch, then it would be equivalent to a death sentence, thus removing Gu Ye's love rival. And the latter, well, it's obviously full of worry. Butterfly opened her mouth then and wanted to persuade Bai Yin to change her attitude. Unfortunately, it's at this exact moment that her injury had a relapse like fate destined it. The female elder found her words stuck in the throat, forcing her to only use those eyes as a pleading sign to the pipsqueak to stop this demon queen. Ling Yan naturally saw Butterfly's expression, but she did not care too much in light of this. In her view, whatever her mother does was right, that's why she had no reason to stop it. You! Heavenly huffs a long breath to gather himself before shaking his own head helplessly at that childish behavior. Only you would be so worrisome about me, thinking I will do something risky for Ling Yan's sake. I may not have raised you during your childhood, but don't think I don't know your personality and character. If Bai Yin had really told him about it in the ruins, he probably would have done something stupid and hurt himself out of impulse. By then nothing good would have come of it. So, it's the right choice to keep it a secret from himself. Wanting to give her old man a cheeky smile after that comment, Bai Yin was halfway into that when her eyes fell upon the pipsqueak's dress again. Immediately, her half-formed smile flipped upside and transformed back into that of anger. You and mother step aside first. I'll deal with this situation first. And when we go back, I'll apologize for keeping things a secret from you. At this moment, Gu Lao's brain was undoubtedly not working properly. All over his mind was the words Heavenly used. Although I never raised you since you were a child. Raised you? What does that mean? Can't be, this woman is supposed to be growing up around the monarch? Otherwise, why else would he say something like that in an apologetic tone? Not waiting for him to understand the dilemma, Bai Yan's figure had already come before the old bastard. In his haste, Gu Lao hurriedly drew his blade upwards to meet the sword coming down at his head. Sparks flew at the metallic contact of the two swords. When, stepping back several steps at the force, the old bastard found his arm going numb despite being able to repel the first strike. The strength of this woman. She's likely above that of elder butterflies. Even among the various ranks of the demi-divine lord level, which Gu Lao and Butterfly was at, there are still the strong ones and the weak ones. For example, Butterfly would be somewhere at the middle area while Gu Lao hit the higher barrier of the same level due to the drug. Right now, based on the old bastard's assumption, Bai Yan's strength should be equal to Elder Sky's, the second strongest in this domain. For that reason, his complexion had gone a little whiter as he continued to retreat under the onslaught of the Demon Queen's blade. You took a drug? He doesn't deserve to live. 6. Bai Yin narrowed her eyes in as she accessed the old bastard's condition. This old thing should have taken some sort of drug to gain this much power. He did not have this much strength before. Pity. Bai Yin smirked with frosted delight. Did you forget I'm an alchemist who cured Jisong's illness? What? Gu Lao appeared dismayed as he looked up to that gorgeous yet frightening face. Out of reflex, The color literally drained from his own as he watched what the woman was doing next. First, Bai Yan pulled out a bottle from her storage ring and removed the cork to let a round green pill to slide out onto her palm. With a pinch, the object promptly turned to powder and drifted into the air like gas. Already ugly in the face to begin with, Gu Lao's expression grew even worse when he realized what was happening to his own body when he felt the effects. Whatever boost he had from the forbidden drug was diminishing rapidly. How is this possible? Gu Lao's heart got smashed in as the panic settled into those old eyes. Although he came ready to die today, but he did not expect that he would be killed by just anyone, let alone a woman whom he considers beneath himself. Monarch, Gu Lao hurriedly turned to Heavenly. Me and the Miss went to the main world to bring you back. Out of that debt, can you help me this one time? If without me, you wouldn't have been able to return to the heavenly domain so smoothly. If Ling Yan had died, then perhaps he wouldn't have the courage to ask, but that's not the case, was it? That lass was perfectly fine still, so he still has a chance. Heavenly's sight fell upon the old bastard, those eyes sharp and daggering. Before I answer you, I want you to answer me this first. Let's assume I have a daughter, how do you think I would treat her? Of course that didn't go down the old bastard's head properly since he didn't want to think in that direction. That's an easy answer. You would cherish the daughter as the ultimate treasure. Based on how much love Heavenly gave to the pipsqueak, it's obvious the monarch would also love his daughter to the bone. Spoiling such a daughter would be the least of it. That being the case, Heavenly sneered and bared his teeth. What makes you think I would help you fight my own daughter? Besides, you also harmed my granddaughter. Boom! Darkening a sunny day with that detail, Gu Lao felt his world collapsing in on himself. Perhaps if the day wasn't so tense and dire then, he would perhaps connect the dots already by the first comment from Heavenly. However, his mind has already been warped, propelled into a state of radicalization. Whatever clue he was given, he's turned a deaf ear to it until now we're got a firm confirmation. So that's how it is. The monarch already married and had a child of his own. No wonder that's why he made that face when I asked him. Slowly closing his eyes, the old bastard finally accepts his own fate knowing what lies ahead. The power boost he got had already faded, so any hope was lost. Monarch, this is all my own work. It has nothing to do with the miss. She doesn't know anything. I hope you can spare her since she's not related to this. Bang! Bai Yan's sword cut down again after giving her father space to speak there. She's done with this person now that he knows why he's going to die and the reason behind it. PFFF. Spewing blood from his mouth from the blow, Gu Lao smashes into the ground in despair. Gu Lao's death, 1. I will decide upon Guya's fate once I investigate her involvement. You do not get to dictate my decision. Heavenly's daggering glare now got menacing as the threatening aura seeped forward. If I find out she's the one behind all this, she will not be spared regardless of what she's done for me. Gu Lao's body shook, his old face going ghostly white as he crumbled to the floor in a paralyzed state. If Milady really did make a mistake, the monarch wouldn't let her go for sure based on his character. Yen, let me carry out his execution. Heavenly went over and pats his daughter on the shoulder, that voice no longer violent and cruel. I don't want his filthy blood dirtying your hands. Facing that gaze beside herself, Bai Yan slightly nods her head in understanding. She understood this was her father's way of trying to redeem himself. All right. Swish. The moment Heavenly raised his hand, a random longsword promptly flew into his hands from the ground. Power gushed forward from his body, causing all of the greenery and trees to sway under his might. He's a true death god right now. Even the air around him was starting to distort due to the strength he released. Gu Lao's did not get to utter another word afterwards. Right when the old bastard opened his mouth, the sword had already pierced through his chest and into his heart, causing the blood to spray outwards like a fountain. Looking back at this moment, the old fanatic truly regretted his own decisions. If he had known things would turn out this way, he never would have chosen this route. It's one thing if he died alone, but it's very likely Guya would be dragged into the mess too. For that reason, he couldn't close his eyes even in death. Worst of all, that blasted pipsqueak still lives. If only I had moved a bit faster, then I would have taken her head and achieved my goal at least. Second Elder, I will remember your efforts in protecting my granddaughter. Heavenly says after pulling the blade out of the now-dead perpetrator's flesh. He didn't forget the dreadful state Butterfly was in when he came out. Monarch, this is what I'm supposed to do. There's nothing to remember for. Whether it's right or not, I'll remember regardless. Caressing the little pipsqueak's hair, Heavenly's face was all smiles. As for you, sweetie, you can't call me grandpapa anymore. You got to start calling me grandfather instead, understand? The pipsqueak appears all dull in her expression due to not figuring out the reasoning for that request. How did grandpapa become grandfather? And become mother's father too? You're really my grandfather? Tilting her head, the pipsqueak still didn't quite believe it. But if he's not grandfather, then why would mother be so anxious that day? She even entrusted me to the elders in order to go into the ruins to save him. As authentic as ever. Heavenly grins with those pampering eyes. And this little lass really is fated. No wonder the first time I saw her I would feel so close and want to kidnap her home. Turns out she's my actual granddaughter. Funny part was that he had intended to get Xiachen the steam bun to come kidnap her home if he couldn't. Turns out they're siblings. Gulao's death too. Now I don't need to kidnap her and she's already mine. Haha. Just thinking of that was enough to make Heavenly laugh inside, causing him to feel elated from the feet up to his head. Ninger. Heavenly now turns his sight onto Bai Ning after collecting himself. If his tone before towards Bai Yan and Ling Yan were that of gentle loving care, then this beloved woman that was his wife would be that of pure tenderness. I'm sorry for being so late in meeting you. Bai Ning smiled. It's I who should be saying sorry. I shouldn't have forgotten you, otherwise we wouldn't be apart for so many years. And I've caused my own daughter to suffer so much. Lan Yu's foster mother for Bai Yan. Temperament was good, so she was able to entrust her own daughter to that friend. What Bai Ning didn't expect though was Lan Yu's husband being a scumbag, who would torture his own supposed daughter. Now just thinking back to her own mistake in the past was enough to make the grandmother clench her fist in frustration. This girl. It's her and Yun Feng's daughter, their essence of love. Chi-Chi, dissatisfied at being ignored for so long, the golden chicklet squeaked several times before jumping up to Bai Yan's shoulder to announce his presence. Mother, there's a little chicken. Di Ling Yan beamed with delight as she reached out with her hand in an attempt to catch the little fell. She's all sparkling in the eyes at such a cute fluff feather. Chi-Chi. There's anger in the chicklet's eye at the maltreatment. I am not a chicken, okay? I am an ancient golden phoenix. How can you compare me to a chicken? These humans, they're all so blind. Oh, I'm so frustrated. Chi-Chi. Mother, I have always been envious of Big Brother having little Rice accompanying him. Can I have this little chicken as my companion? The chicklet nearly fell off the bonkers at the request and shrieked in protest. Out of reflex, he also wanted to jump over and peck the little rascal for treating him as a toy. However, after seeing the lovely little face of the baby girl, the golden chicken found himself unable to move. He's a male, and a male that likes pretty things at that. Since Di Ling Yan was such an adorable little girl, there's no reason he couldn't turn a blind eye to that insult. Okay. Bai Yan plucked the tiny chicklet off her shoulder and handed it over to her daughter. From now on he's your partner. Due to his small stature, the golden fluff feather fitted perfectly onto the pipsqueak's palm as she held him with both hands. It's like they're made for one another. Since you're always making that Chi-Chi sound, I will name you Chi-Chi. You will be Chi-Chi from now on. Ling Yan giggled with delight as she eyed the fluff feather. Chi-Chi disgruntled at the vulgar name. The golden chicklet protests by repeatedly squeaking. I refuse. Mother, Chi-Chi will grow older, right? Subconsciously and out of the blue, Di Ling Yan suddenly made a gulping sound. I wonder if he will taste good when he's bigger. Still protesting on 1 second, Chi-Chi abruptly stopped in the next after hearing that remark. Immediately he shrank into a tight ball to erase his own existence. Smirking as she glanced downwards, Bai Yan found this quite amusing. He's probably not delicious. This chicken helped her, so it's only right she showed some gratitude. Sure enough, Chi-Chi sighed a breather at the help. He honestly thought for a second they might roast him for dinner. Oh, the pipsqueak makes a splendid smile in light of the disappointing answer. Chi-Chi, you don't need to be afraid. I won't eat you since you are my partner. But if you meet my second brother Jean Tian, then he will eat you though. It doesn't matter if you don't taste good, so you need to watch out. Gu Lao's death 3. Chi-Chi's eyes were full of horror to the point where he's ready to cry. This girl is comforting me. Or is she intimidating me? Father. Bai Yan rubs her daughter's hair before turning to Heavenly. How did you two leave the ruins? The Demon Queen's really starting to worry. Chi-Chi would openly wet himself if she allows Ling Yan to continue. That's why she wanted to change the topic. There was a flicker of doubt in the man's eye. I don't know what's going on either. One moment I was fighting that monster horde. The next I'm being dragged away by a strange force and out I came. Bai Ning gently pursed her lips and explained her part. I don't know the specific details either. Yin Yen, weren't you the one who caused the ruins to disappear by doing something? Did something? Out of reflex, Bai Yen casts a glance at the shriveled up Chi-Chi. Turns out he didn't just send me out. This little guy actually made the entire ruin disappear altogether. Monarch. Butterfly seems to have recalled something and grew urgent in her voice. During this period while you were away, the other domains have invaded. Elder Sky is currently dealing with the invaders, but I fear he might not be enough. Heavenly's gaze promptly grew heavy, his voice cold and hard. How did the news of my disappearance spread to the other domains? I don't know. Butterfly hung her head in apology, those eyes ashamed for her own incompetence. When Heavenly first returned, they had vanquished the spies that might have hidden themselves in the domain. The fact that the news still leaked meant there's a traitor among their ranks. Narrowing his eyes in, the man didn't speak for a good moment before loosening them again. Ninger Yin Yen Ling Yen. We're going home. We're going home. Bai Yin did not speak as her eyes fell upon Gu Lao's now lifeless corpse. There's something weird going on in the sort of face she's making, like she's thought of something. The Monarch Manor. The sky had grown dark as countless individuals floated above the estate while gazing down at its defenders. Your monarchs can't come, so they sent you rabbles here instead? Sharp like a sword, Elder Sky confronts the enemy with a strong presence of his own. Ha 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 ha. A roar of laughter breaks through the empty space over that comment. Your own monarch is now missing and we all know it. I advise you and the rest to surrender now in order to avoid further deaths. Otherwise, do not blame us for not showing mercy. Speaking was a senior donning a flax-colored robe. His smirk contemptuous and arrogant. Going slightly pale in the face, Elder Sky forces down his inner panic. Who told you that our monarch is missing? He's merely in closed-door training. He will come out later when called upon. This may be their home ground, but the other monarchs have sent their strongest fighting force for this invasion. No matter how the battle proceeds, it's going to be ugly even if they do come out on top. Furthermore, it's extremely strange that all the other monarchs would unite together. In the past, they only attacked on their own, never as allies. Ho ho, the same senior sneered with sarcastic note. We naturally have our way of finding out the details. But from my view, Heavenly is nowhere close to being a true celestial. If he was back then, he wouldn't have simply sealed the monarchs in and left a hole for the likes of us to transverse through at will. Rush back to the Monarch Manor 1. Thousands of years ago, Heavenly sealed the channels linking the domains using his own power. It's just that, tried as he might, the man lacked the necessary strength to completely cut off the link in its entirety. Therefore, it has now set up this twisted arrangement where the strong and mighty monarchs could not travel while their weaker subordinates could at will aside from entering the main world. Now we only want to know one thing. Heavenly Flame, is he alive? The most senior foe stares down at the defenders, his voice arrogant and brazen. J.I. Sky's eyes grew heavy. Our monarch is of course alive. If that's the reason you and the rest is here, then that's enough, you can leave now. The heavenly domain does not welcome the likes of you here. Ha ha ha. The senior bursts out laughing. Gee Sky, you think we will believe that? I cannot sense an ounce of Heavenly Flame's energy signature. Since you won't tell the truth, then don't blame us for being impolite. His eyes gradually filled up with killing intent as he raised a hand to give the signal. Kill them. The order given, the battle has begun as the thunder roared and the howling cry for blood rained down at the defenders. G-Sky's strength was indeed very strong to the point where his name reigns supreme even among the other faction's followers. However, that doesn't mean he's unbeatable. With no time to think, Elder Sky promptly drew his sword to meet the oncoming attackers with his fellow defenders. Do not fear, our liege may not be at the manor right now, but he's going to return sooner or later. Until then, we must defend the estate. Unlike other powers, those living in the monarch manor are relatively united. And if they aren't, well, those people had long perished during the previous invasion by the other domains. That's why the Elder Council sought Heavenly's return. They needed a powerful anchor for the fresh and surviving blood. Unaware to most defenders, there's a particular woman hiding behind the masses of black dots which comprised of the invaders. Miss Yoon, this location is unsafe, we should go back. A maid accompanying the masked female spoke with crisp, clear voice. Yoon Ruoshi, old witch, coldly huffs a grunt at the nosy service maid. Quit annoying me. It was not easy for me to get permission from the monarch to watch this battle. It's fine as long as I'm not back at the celestial realm or demon realm. Still hesitant, the maid didn't sound so sure. But the monarch tasked me to ensure Milady's safety. Right now I believe it's unsafe to continue watching from this distance. I implore you to leave immediately for a safer position. Is this how you're supposed to speak to your superior? Yoon Ruoshi's expression darkened into a menacing glare due to the way she's being addressed. She's always been held in high prestige at the Celestial Palace, so this attitude insulted her ego. Know that none in the Dust Frost domain dares to speak to me in such a manner. You are nothing but a servant to the monarch, so watch your tongue. Pinning the maid with her glare, Yoon Ruoshi was deliberating on how to punish this servant after she gets back. This vile old witch has never been one to let others go. Now, who doesn't know that I'm the most beloved woman of the monarch? The maid looked stiff despite not agreeing. Nevertheless, she bowed her head to avoid further conflict. Rush back to the monarch manor too. The monarch ordered you to serve me. That means you only need to follow me and do as I say. Know that any woman who goes up against me ends up miserable or in a ditch. Do you want to give it a try? Yoon Ruoshi began to cackle like a true old witch. She's seriously falling into madness now that the restraints are off. Fortunately for this vile being, the wind around her were extremely loud, coupling with the constant yelling from the battle beneath. None were able to pick up her voice. The maid's face went as white as one would expect though. She's not happy about Yoon Ruoshi's style of being pompous and rude to everyone around herself. Besides, someone that hasn't even received a proper title from the monarch doesn't deserve such fine indulgences. Yet it's quite true, any female that got in the way of this old witch did find themselves in the gutters at a later fate. Yoon Ruoshi saw the face the maid made there. For that, she's very pleased and grinned with baring teeth underneath that mask. That's the benefit of power. Now I don't even need to hide my real self anymore. Like now, it's so pleasing to see the horror on their faces when I start making threats. And just you wait, Bai Yan, I have already reached a height you can never achieve. Once the Dust Frost domain attacks the main world, not even the demons can protect you anymore. Now stay quiet while I watch this show. Yoon Ruoshi was done and turns her attention back to Ji Sky and the others. This war is not something one comes across easily. Perhaps there won't be a second chance in a lifetime. What a shame. I've long heard of Heavenly Flame's name from those at the Dust Frost domain. He's supposed to be a rare genius that stands at the very peak. Too bad he's too blinding and doesn't know how to hide his brilliance. Now he's offended too many and will perish at the hands of those he deems beneath himself. In this old witch's view, even if the guy remains missing for now, he's going to die sooner or later. It's just a matter of time before the monarchs of the other domains break free. By then, the new rulers would come forward and she would stand by their side as the queen of all. Beneath the sky where the main fighting ensued, Ji Sky could see several of his peers in the Elder Council was starting to wane in their ability to fight. In his urgency, the old elder cried out, "Do not give up. We must hold on until the monarch returns, understand? If we fall now, then only death awaits us all." Sure enough, Ji Sky's words had the added effect of revitalizing the fighting spirit of those who are ready to give up due to the fatigue and pressure. They understood that if they are going to die anyways, then it's better off fighting. They are no cowards, otherwise they wouldn't have been chose to be here in the monarch manor. Before anyone knew it, the darkened sky of gloom and oppression had dispersed to reveal the bright red sunset. The scene felt like the world's been stained with human blood due to that crimson shade. For this, the scent of death hovered in the air like an indispensable fog while warriors fell from both sides. Ji Sky found his heart bleeding inside after he saw the newest causality among his fellow defenders. It was an elder like him, a good friend and a good comrade. Now the person was dead. laying there lifelessly with his eyes shot wide open in resentment. In a burst of rage, the mighty Elder Sky flew into a violent rampage with his sword. One strike to reap a head, a second sweep to decapacitate a foe across the waist. He became a walking death reaper on the battlefield. He wants revenge. Revenge for his fellow comrades. Behind the crowd of remaining defenders who was in charge of protecting the weak inside the manor, Guya stayed hidden behind a big oak tree as she watched the ensuing battle. She too didn't feel well as she cussed her mouth in horror at the bloodshed. How could this be? Why is this happening? It's not what I wanted to see. I only wanted to bring Elder Sky back by leaking the news. I only wanted to use them as a distraction so I can sneak away to where Heavenly is. Since that day where Elder Sky left with Bai Yan, she's been placed under house arrest pretty much. Rush back to the Monarch Manor 3. When the foreign enemy attacked, all the people sent to watch over the Gu estate were transferred over, thus allowing herself to sneak out. In a way, she succeeded in her plan. However, she could not find Gu Lao though before departing. Out of fear for her trusted attendant's safety, Guya reluctantly came to the Monarch Manor to seek the old man. But why is this happening? Haven't all the enemies who came to attack in the past not been blocked by the elders? She thought that when Elder Sky returned from the ruins the situation would dissolve on its own. But that's not happening. Some of the elders are dead in front of her already. No, this is not what I wanted. I didn't mean to hurt anyone. I only wanted to confirm Heavenly's safety. That's why I wanted to go find him. Did you reveal the monarch's absence? A light voice from the side then that caught the guilty woman off guard. In a flash, Guya's complexion became a ghostly white as she hurried to check who's speaking. Is it you? The young girl asked again with those unfriendly eyes. Miss Ji-song, please don't talk such nonsense at a time like this. Guya's face barely made a change when she smiled in retort. How can I sell out the monarch? Guya understood full well the consequences of admitting. That's why she must never tell the truth. Ji-song did not smile or frown, only staring deeply like she could gaze into the darkest secret of this woman. If you did it, the monarch and my grandfather will not let you go for this. Despite the voice not being intimidating or threatening, those words alone were enough to make Guya freeze up. Out of reflex, she began to sweat as a gulp took hold in the throat. Miss Ji-song is too funny. I would never go behind the Monarch Manor to do such a thing. Ji-song didn't buy it one bit and continued to glare at her. You know better than anyone if you could do such a thing or not. Guya wanted to refute such an accusation right there and then. Unfortunately, her voice disappeared as she opened that mouth to deny because those dead bodies had come into her sight once again. With the monarch's influence, he's bound to discover the truth that I did it. If there wasn't any casualty then it's one thing, but even some of the elders are dead. He won't let me go for this even if I didn't mean to do it. Miss Ji-song, I'm only here to look for Gu Lao. Have you seen him? Guya presses down her inner panic and barely managed to smile as she asked. Ji-song didn't give a reply to that right away. Instead, she slowly looked upwards at the invaders. Probably dead by now. Elder 6 and Elder 7 is already dead at the hands of these evil men. He should be no different. Her little heart has been set on Guya being the perpetrator of instigating this invasion, so her mood wasn't very up. What's more, she could see the flash of panic when she called out the woman. She may not be intelligent and sharp like her elders, but she's not oblivious to those who lie. Guya's figure appeared very stiff after that comment, pulling her lips into a frown. In that case, I will go look for him elsewhere. This matter was done at her own decision while concealing it from Gu Lao. That's why she must locate her attendant to discuss the issue because only he could protect herself. Rush back to the Monarch Manor 4. After a long stretched-out battle, G-Sky was gradually feeling the strain on his old self after deflecting the last blow. He hasn't given up, but strong will doesn't equal to physical strength in this case. Bang! Attacking from the rear in his moment of weakness, G-Sky did not dodge in time and took the blow bluntly. Dropping his sword, this old man could no longer carry his weapon and flew many meters off before plunging into the cold hard ground with that fall. Elder Sky! Those on the Monarch Manor side exclaims in great fright at the sight. Grandfather! Ji-song's heart jumped, her head a blank state as she ran towards her only family member. Little Song! After spitting out blood from due to the injury, The poor grandfather only saw the painful image of his granddaughter crying and running over. For that, his old face crumbled into horror. "Don't come over." Back over in the sky, the leading foe took notice and waved his men to dive down for intercept. Immediately, Ji-song was caught between several attackers with her in the middle. PFF. Ji-sky once again spewed blood from his mouth at the situation, those eyes a reckoning of red. "Don't any of you touch her. Whoever dares to touch so much as a hair on her will have their soul crushed under my fist. I will take you all to hell with me if I must." The enemy leader did not seem to hear the threat though, and instead reached down to bring the child into a choking hold with his hand. Ji-song. All of the elders are very much frantic now as they attempted to break through the blockade for a rescue. Sadly, the enemy forces were many and they too little to resist. In retrospect, Ji-song didn't appear frightened in the slightest despite being in such a predicament. "You let her go, let go of my granddaughter." Pulling himself up, Ji-sky wanted to run over to be blocked by countless swords from the front. "Old man, your granddaughter is in our hands now. If you tell us where Heavenly Flame is, then we'll let your granddaughter go, how about that?" Saying this was a woman dressed in blue. Her sarcastic eyes fell upon Ji-sky when saying that. They've been stalking the Monarch Manor for several days already, and the reason they didn't attack earlier was because they wanted more information regarding Heavenly's existence. If the guy was around, he would have come out by now. And as they all see, clearly the guy was either in great danger or seriously injured. Regardless, it's the time to press their advantage. Furthermore, imagine they managed to capture the infamous Heavenly Flame alive? That would be a merit worthy of going into the history books. "My grandfather won't ever tell you anything." Ji-song coldly met the blue-dressed woman, her head held high in proud proclamation. "He is absolutely loyal to the monarch. Even if you kill me, he won't say a thing." "Is that right?" The woman slowly strolled forward and grabbed over Ji-song from the guy. With slight flecks of her slender finger, a huge pinch of red promptly shone through the child's cheek after the act. Who doesn't know Elder Sky of the Heavenly Domain is extremely fond of his own granddaughter? "I like to see if you are more important today or that Heavenly Flame is more important." Rush back to the Monarch Manor 5. The woman in blue doesn't believe that this old guy would let his granddaughter die like this, hence the confidence her speech. "Ji-song." Ji-sky's voice sounded a heart-wrenching battle cry as he crushed the blades into dust with his bare hands. "All of you get out of my way." His momentum exploded, and those close to him stumbled backwards due to the effect. However, they soon stabilized their pace and again surrounded the old grandfather in the middle. "Grandfather." Ji-song swings her gaze over and spoke with a cool, calm voice. "I am not afraid of anything, so you do not have to worry about me. You have to remember that you are the first elder of the Heavenly Domain. Some things are more important than me." Aching in the heart over his granddaughter's maturity, Ji-sky spews another mouthful of blood as his momentum deflated. "I told you all to let go of my granddaughter. Are you deaf? What skill do you bastards have in harming a child? If you got the balls, then come at me instead. Song, she's just a child, and my only concern in the world. But betraying the monarch is not possible. Even if I don't know if he's able to get out of the ruins, that doesn't matter. What's more, next to the ruins, there is still Ling Yin waiting for her mother. How can I ever put that little one in danger after her mother entrusted that child to me? But if I don't say anything, then Song is bound to lose her life. Do I really have to let me one and only granddaughter die?" Ji-sky slowly closed those pained eyes, his mind returning back to the picture of how Heavenly single-handedly paid the price of sealing off the domains due to that righteous determination. Then after that scene, another image appeared with Bai Yan entering the ruins with the same type of determination. Gradually, the old elder shot open eyes again. With the hesitation gone, he returns his sight upon the young girl with the loving gaze of a grandfather. "Little Song, are you really not afraid of anything?" Ji-song's sight fixes onto her grandfather with the same type of determination in those memories. "I am not afraid. As long as we're together, then I fear nothing." "Ha ha ha." Ji-sky breaks out into a hysterical laugh at that. He continued this until tears gradually flowed out of those old eyes. "How can I turn my back on the Monarch Manor when your parents died for the Heavenly Domain? My little Song, I promise you afterwards I will definitely get revenge on these people for you. Then, Then I will accompany you to the afterlife so we can all be a family again." The other elders all stared at their leader with surprise. No one knows better than they do regarding the level of love Ji-sky had for this child. She's his life. Without this granddaughter, he would be without a purpose. By then, what other reason does he have to live? "Grandfather." Ji-song softly formed a smile as her eyes beamed with pride. "You are my hero." In comparison to saving a granddaughter, giving one up requires even more courage. Rush back to the monarch manor 6. This way, the monarch would not die once he returns, and her grandfather wouldn't become a sinner. He would have succeeded in preserving his values and his name. The woman in blue had a slight change in her expression after that. Flexing her muscle as she pinched the child's hand, everyone could hear the sound of brittle bones snapping. In light of the excruciating pain though, Ji-song didn't dare utter a single cry. She's afraid her voice would make her grandfather regret and change his decision. "Ji-sky, I'll give you one last chance. If you don't say where Heavenly Flame is, then I'll strangle your granddaughter." The vile woman's eyes were cold and sinister as a snake. "Song!" Ji-sky issued a despairing roar. Grabbing the nearest weapon he could find, the old grandfather slashed into the air with an arc at anyone who blocked his path. "Come after me if you want to kill me, don't touch my granddaughter." The other elders shared a glance with each and got a mutual understanding to enter the fray again. They want to break through the layers of obstacles to come to Ji-song's aid, otherwise, it would be too late afterwards. Ji-song's breathing has grown increasingly more difficult as she choked under that grip. Knowing her end was near, the child wanted to give one last look at her grandfather before dying. Just another look. Tears flowed from the corner of the girl's eyes at that thought. There's so much yearning and sadness in there that it's heartbreaking. Despite showing no fear earlier, she's just a child after all. How could she really not be afraid of death? No. Ji-sky desperately rushed towards his granddaughter's location, but there's simply too many foes ahead blockading his route. At this moment, he could feel his heart shattering into a million pieces after he noticed the speck of blood slowly dripping out of the child's mouth. It's the obvious sign she's going to give in at any second. "Song!" Deafening in his cry, the old man also starts spewing blood from his throat at the hopeless situation. The enemy saw this opening and most definitely took advantage of this. In their haste, they shot forward and pierced countless swords into the old elder's body. Song wanted to plead for her grandfather to stop after that. Sadly, her mouth could not find a voice as the last light slowly drifted away from those eyes at this despairing scene. This time, she reckons she won't be able to escape. Grandfather will die too. But she wants Grandpa to live well. The monarch can't be without Grandfather. Ji-song gently closed her eyes in regretful resentment at these invaders. Now the woman in blue only needs to give one tiny tug to end her life due to how weak she has become. And sure enough, that grip gradually began to tighten around the neck since the woman in blue figured this child was no longer of use. "Stop! You stop this right now!" Fifth elder and the others also roared in absolute anger. "Come after us instead, don't hurt an innocent child. Song is only 10 years old. Do you not have any consciousness?" "Child!" Back over in the sky, the flax-colored robed senior who's in charge of this invasion force sneered with delight. "You are mistaken about something here. Regardless of you being a child or an old senile, you're all going to die. Everyone in the heavenly domain will die today. Rush back to the monarch manor 7. Do it." Pulling his sight back, the flax-robed senior coldly commands. Smirking as well over the approval, the woman in blue did not hold back anymore in attempts to finish off her hostage with a snap of her thumb on the child's neck. Boom! However, it's at this crucial moment that a light sword suddenly cuts down from the heavens and lopped the female villain in two. This attack proceeded to slice through the hearth beneath as well, thus creating a long chasm through the earth. Already unconscious due to the lack of air, Ji-song began to crash down towards the ground from midair. Thankfully a hand had caught her little body part way, otherwise she would most certainly make a huge splat at the impact with her frail health. "You!" Ji-sky's eyes shrank in realization at this sudden interjection. Having his heart jump out, this old grandfather would never forget that dazzling face of the woman whom he misunderstood. He feared for the worst during this entire battle, but now all he felt was ecstasy of joy. She's back. Does that mean the monarch is back too? Thinking up to here, Elder Sky and the rest of the Monarch Manor's defenders were looking around with excitement until they locked onto a certain figure in the sky. It's true. Monarch. The monarch is back, he's really back. At this very moment, the elders are full of joy on their faces as a warm current surged from within their once despairing heart. As long as the monarch is here, none of the people who came today can leave. We will avenge our comrades on the battlefield. Bai Yan did not pay attention to these people in light of the messy scene. Rather, she's preoccupied with feeding a medicine to her little friend whom she caught. Cool to the touch, Ji Song's eyelash flutters as she slowly regained consciousness. Murmuring in the voice, Mrs. D. Not uttering a word in light of her own innards churning with anger at what has transpired, Bai Yan hands the patient over to her own mother Bai Ning. Mother, help me look after her and Ling Yan. I need to deal with this first. Okay. The grandfather happily nodded. She has no doubt her proud daughter could deal with these fools. What's more, there's also her husband Yun Feng here. There's no way her man would let their daughter get hurt. Go mother. Di Ling Yin gleefully shouts in support. She could already see these poor people crying for mercy. Isn't living a good thing? Why do these people always like to go up against mother? Heavenly Flame. The most senior leader of the invasion force bypassed Bai Yan's figure with his sight and locked onto the man behind her. Instantly, his breath stopped in tense agitation. Didn't that person send news that Heavenly Flame is missing? Why is he back now? I only want to know who told you lot about my disappearance? Heavenly coldly demands. It's a secret that is only known to those within my estate. Monarch. Ji Song pants and coughs as she spoke with those weak frail voice. I probably know who it is. Who? He swings around to ask the child. Rush back to the Monarch Manor 8. It should be Guya. Speaking of the name, Ji Song's found her body emptying out as the sweat poured out of the forehead. Guya. These two words smashed into everyone's heart like a hammer. Fortunately for the woman herself, Guya had snuck away earlier. Otherwise, she would most certainly faint away due to the fright of being exposed. Song. Ji Sky had just come back to his senses after hearing the name. Going pale, this old grandfather hurriedly spoke. You are absolutely certain? Guya was known to love the monarch, so they never did anything about her obsession before. Now it's become known she's the one responsible for this tragedy? Without question, it's shocking to the defenders. I bumped into Guya when I was coming over. She was sneaking around and watching in the back. I found her behavior very strange, so I got suspicious and asked her if she's the one who leaked the news of the monarch's disappearance. She got very nervous and frantic when I did. That's why I believes it's her. Ji Song then shifts her sight upon Heavenly, that voice weak but clear. Monarch, you need to investigate this. I do not know the specifics and can only provide this much information. Sure enough, the man's gaze narrowed into a dangerous slit. No one knows how much anger he has in his heart. Because of Guya, the victims of today's battle are numerous. And because of that woman, Ji Sky and his granddaughter were also nearly killed. Such a crime cannot go unanswered. If true, he would never let her go. I understand. I will send others to investigate this matter. If it's proven true that she's responsible, I will have her pay for everything. The death of the brothers and sisters of the Monarch Manor will not be in vain. Heavenly's voice was firm and without question. Now, I must deal with these bastards from the other domains first, then I will handle the internal affairs. No matter who it is, if they had a hand in leaking the detail of my disappearance, they too will die like these attackers. The hearts of the elders were also in full swing. Compared with Guya, they are more likely to believe in the words of Ji Song, whom they watched grow from a baby. Sure, they don't have the exact evidence yet, but that's not an issue once the battle here clears up. If that woman was responsible, there's going to be a trail to follow. You don't need to get your hands dirty. I alone am enough to deal with this lot. Bai Yan cuts in then and slowly presented herself before the enemy army with that contemptible smirk. She still has a bone to pick with these people from the other domains. Bai Yan hasn't forgotten it was they who attacked the demon realm and caused state teacher's death, so murdering them as payback was the least she could do as an interest before the main show. Yin Yin. Heavenly sounded surprised by the way his daughter acted. If he's not wrong, there's an intense murderous aura coming off of Bai Yan's body. Can't be, they provoked her in some way that I'm not aware of? Father, before I came to the heavenly domain, the demon realm was attacked by people like them. In order to eradicate those assailants, my husband could not accompany me here. If my guess is not wrong, those who attacked that day are hailing from the same domain as this bunch. Father. Elder Sky looked up in shock, his face in disbelief at the two speaking bodies. Did I just hear it wrong? Mrs. D called the monarch father? The demon realm? Not letting Elder Sky ask the question, the leading senior of the invading force spoke first. Demon realm? You're the queen of the demons? The queen of the demon realm, she's Heavenly's daughter? This is not good for the rest of the domains. Rush back to the Monarch Manor 9. Yes, I'm the queen of the demon realm and likewise I'm Heavenly's daughter. Bai Yan's faint smile gradually turned cold and menacing, spreading her killing intent across the battlefield and stirring up a cyclone around the air. Ji Sky's expression changed instantly over that confirmation. Looking back and forth between the parent and child, this most senior member of the elders wanted to say something only to discover he's lost his voice. This was especially true when he saw Bai Ning to the sky, causing that shock to magnify by several folds. This girl is the monarch's daughter. In other words, her mother is the monarch's wife? And what did I do before? I harmed the monarch's wife by mistake. This time I won't be forgiven for sure. Nothing will be able to atone for that sin. The night has become increasingly more intense by this point, thus shrouding Yun Ruoshi's presence behind the main invasion force. This old witch was currently clenching her fist until the nails had pierced into her palm due to jealousy. Why is Bai Yan appearing here of all places, and how did she become Heavenly's daughter? I had to go through great lengths before becoming the mistress of the Dust Frost domain, yet she gets everything without lifting a finger. Why is it always her? I refuse to accept this. I refuse. Miss Ruoshi? The maid turned her head and saw the blazing glare coming off of the old witch then. By following the line of sight, she too took notice to Bai Yan's existence and began to have thoughts. It seems that Miss Ruoshi and that woman have some sort of deep grudge between them. Let's go. Yun Ruoshi orders with a low whisper due to her fear of Bai Yan taking notice to themselves. The maid sneered but her face remained unchanging. Miss Ruoshi, don't you want to continue watching this show? No, if we stay any longer then we won't be leaving at all. If Bai Yan finds out I'm here, she will chase me to the end of this world. I need to sneak away before it's too late. Besides, it's never too late for me to exact my revenge. She will pay for her crime against me in due time. Giving one last look at the center of this battlefield, Yun Ruoshi doesn't linger and disappeared into the night. If it was Heavenly who said this then it would cause a panic. But you think you can kill us based on your strength alone? The old man knew that he could not escape today so he doesn't flee. But what he didn't expect though was the man's own daughter coming forward for a fight. In that case, he might as well drag this woman down with him to act as a cushion. Bai Yan ignored that statement though by drawing her Godslayer. Whether or not I have the skill isn't for you to decide. Once you try it then you will know. She doesn't need to use too much power for anyone with this ancient artifact in hand. Anyone under the Divine Lord level of a monarch stands no chance. Boom! The sword slashed down from above after she raised it, causing a huge rift in the air like she's slashing through a mountain itself. The sonic boom alone from the force had deafened the surroundings and some of those too late to dodge were instantly turned to mush by the power alone. A shame G Sky. Forget about the enemies here today. Even the defenders of the manor were stunned by this display of sheer brute force. Out of fear, they had taken steps back in order to avoid being caught up in the mess. Now, do you believe I have the strength? The corners of Bai Yan's lips gradually stirred up a smirk in contempt of the old man who questioned her ability. You're also half a step into the Divine Lord level? The leader clenched his fist in frustration as it trembled in uncertainty over his own resolve. The reason why Gu Lao was considered strong was because he had half a foot into the realm of being a monarch, and this woman, she's obviously stronger than Gu Lao. How in the world did Heavenly's daughter that came out of nowhere have such an incredible ability? Feeling his heart drop into a chill over this truth, the leader of the invasion force dreaded for what the future holds in regards to the other domains. They came to deal with the forces of the heavenly domain because they believe these defenders are at their weakest. Turns out that's a lie and that they are at a new whole level. But running away was too late even if the old senior wanted to by this point. Why was that? Because Bai Yan had already appeared behind his back with the Godslayer and slashed down. Fortunately for this old man, he managed to react in time and used his own blade to deflect the first strike. Of course, he still suffered incredible damage from the impact and got blown away several meters due to the sheer force. And as if that wasn't enough, Bai Yan quickly followed up with a second strike with her leg. It hit him and hit him hard in the stomach, causing him to gasp as the air left him. Shooting out like an arrow, the old man found himself unable to speak when he wanted to plead for mercy after a series of incessant coughs. In his horrified state, he looked up to discover the one gazing down at himself was not the demon queen, but none other than Heavenly himself, the master of this domain who showed no emotions in those eyes. Heavenly, you don't need to live anymore. Boom! Without so much as a chance, Heavenly pressed down with his hand against the senior's head and crushed his brains out with an energy grip. Retracting his hand after flinging off the whitish brain materials from his palm, Heavenly turns back to his daughter with a guilty smile. Yin Yin, you wouldn't be angry that I killed this guy, right? He came up to me first, it's not my fault. I couldn't resist, so. Bai Yin simply stood there and smiled at her father. Then turning to the others present with her dominating gaze. I presume the rest of the invaders can be dealt with by the elders? Just now that sword strike from above not only killed off a good chunk of the invasion force, she also wiped out the strongest of them. That meant the only ones remaining are the small fries with the occasional stronger ones. However, they are nowhere close to their leader whom Bai Yan just killed. Yin Yin. Bai Ning happily came up to her daughter's side and grasped onto those hands. When did you reach the peak stage of the demi-divine lord level? Not too long ago, Bai Yan shrugged. It's during the time I spent inside the ruins. I touched upon the threshold of the divine lord level, and is only a step away from breaking through to it. That was to say, aside from an actual monarch, there are no others stronger than herself. Perhaps G-Sky might be a match in some areas, but in terms of sheer brute strength, the old grandpa definitely didn't hold a fiddle to the demon queen who controlled the Godslayer. G-Sky felt ashamed and didn't dare to meet Bai Yan's line of sight after she said that. Though the woman referred to the elders handling the cleanup, but those in the know already figured out she's actually pointing to Elder Sky. Sinner 1. Monarch. A sound of joy came from the front then that caused everyone to look over to the source. Heavenly wrinkled his brow as he did so because he recognized that voice. Sure enough, it's a familiar face of a woman whom he didn't like that caused him to make an annoyed face. Guya did not notice the strange atmosphere around that has gotten very cold and continued to show excitement in those eyes. Just now, she was going out to look for Gu Lao but stopped after she got wind of the monarch's return. Without caring for anything else, she hurried back and thus created this scene. Tender and graceful in her face. Monarch, I'm so glad you are safe. Heavenly's sight locked onto Guya, but instead of returning that warmth with his own, he only had cold sharpness. Going rigid at that intense glare, Guya did not know how to read this. Monarch, why are you looking at me with such eyes? She has known the man for many years. Strong, handsome, and at the same time indifferent to those close to himself. However, she's never been the subject of such glares before. It's making her heart quiver due to the unknown. Guya, you know better than anyone on what you've done. Why do you need me to remind you? Heavenly spoke with such indifference that it hurts the recipient like he's cutting her soul with a blade. What do you mean by that, monarch? Guya's complexion got ghostly white, her lips a thin line. Everything I've done is for your sake and only for you. I would never think of being a burden for you. In her mind, the invaders are of no consequence as long as Heavenly returns, thus removing her of any sin she's committed. Heavenly did not comment on that, only examining the woman like a judge. I will give you one last chance to admit your crimes. Guya's face didn't simply look white anymore. She's downright green at the inner panic. Forcing that swelling emotion down, she attempts to change the subject and away from her crime of leaking the news out. Are you referring to the matter of Mrs. D? It must be because of Ling Yan. Heavenly loves the child so much. He must be upset I tried to expose the girl's mother for being a vile and scheming villain. Yes, that must be it. That idea in mind, Guya's gaze quickly swept over Bai Yan and Bai Ning's body and grew sour inside. She's very jealous of those two for being able to stand beside her absolute love, while she could only watch from afar. Really? Like daughter like mother. Both of them are vixens who only knows how to trick their way into a man's bed. Ling Yan needs to get away from such a mother and grandmother lest she be taught wrong. I will see to it that she get a proper education when I'm in charge. Monarch, I know you are referring to Mrs. D treating of Ji Song. As for what Ji Song said before, Guya did not take it to heart. First of all, Ji Song has no evidence, only speculation and guesswork that it's related to herself. With only that, there's no way that child would bring it to the forefront. Moreover, the monarch wasn't stupid in this lady's mind. Why should Heavenly believe a child's word, right? Sinner, too. Heavenly frowns and turned to the surviving elders. Yin Yin cured Song's illness? This matter. Why didn't anyone mention to me? Guya saw that Heavenly did not respond to herself and grew a bit more panicky. I accidentally overheard Ji Song and Miss Ling Yan's conversation. That's how I knew about their plan to have Mrs. D treat Song's condition. It's a huge risk and that caused me to worry exponentially. So I went to the elders. Who could have thought she would really cure Song? Ji Song also felt quite nervous at the attention being on herself. Biting her lips, she worriedly watched the man for his judgment. That day her grandfather harmed the monarch's wife, that's a fact. Whether it's for an understandable reason or not, it's of no matter. Someone must be made accountable for the crime. Heavenly didn't want to spend another moment on Guya, and turned over to Ji Sky instead. Calm in his cold voice. What exactly happened? Speak. Shaking all over at the holler, the old grandfather showed intense regret and guilt on that face. Let's ignore the fact that Bai Ning was the monarch's wife. If he had known Bai Yan really had the ability to cure his granddaughter, Ji Sky never would have done what he did. Pity. Panic got the better of his head, and he had done something unforgivable. Monarch, it was Guya who came here that day to find me, she told me. He subconsciously glanced towards Bai Yan. Mrs. D wanted to become the mistress of the Monarch Manor. That's why she risked Song's health by attempting the procedure. She also told me Mrs. D doesn't have the ability, and is putting my granddaughter at risk, so The surrounding air was getting colder and colder until the oppressive air made it difficult to breathe around the old man. Monarch, you also know that Song's condition is very serious, and that any careless treatment would cause her to lose her life. I won't speak on Mrs. D's medical ability, but as a grandfather, how could I let a stranger treat my only family member? I fear she would have really died that day. Ji Sky hung his head in shame, those eyes full of sadness. So I summoned everyone to stop Mrs. D. Heavenly stayed quiet after hearing the details, but the violent surge of air coming off around his body made the whole area dangerously hair-raising. So that's it. In my own house, my daughter was subjected to such maltreatment. Instead of treating her with respect and absolute loyalty, they saw her as a criminal and a liar. What qualifications do they have to question her intent? How much more harm will everyone cause my sweet child until they are satisfied? Bai Ning's expression got all icy, her sight landing on the elder. My daughter don't need to be no mistress. If there's anything she wants, she will get directly from your monarch. If I had known about your suspicions and misdeeds, I would never have allowed my daughter to save your people. Guya shot up her face in shock at the very speaking woman. What does this woman mean? Is that how she exposes her own greed? How dare she dismiss the position of being the mistress of this estate? Is she not afraid of being kicked out by the monarch? Moreover, these elders would never allow such a greedy person enter the Monarch Manor. However, only silence hung in the air. Not one person willing to default on Bai Ning's claim. They are already aware of Bai Ning's status based on Bai Yan's identity. Based on their liege's personality, forget about a simple request. The man would even pluck the moon for this daughter of his if she requests. Sinner 3. But Guya on the other hand doesn't know anything, hence her inability to grasp why someone who schemes to get into the man's bed would openly expose her own character. Wouldn't that be the equivalent of pushing the monarch away by shooting her own foot? Afterwards, Heavenly acted like he didn't see Guya's shocked gaze and continued to ask. Ji Sky's heart quivered. I injured the madam. If your monarchness wishes to punish me, then I fully accept my fault. I only ask that I not be casted away and driven out of the Monarch Manor. The frown on Heavenly's face grew deeper and deeper until his brain seemingly exploded over that statement. He hurt my wife Ninger? The woman I loved for most of my life. She got hurt by the hands of my own men? Tightly clenching his fist, the man's energy surged and wrapped around the hand as he shot it over to G-Sky's chest. No one stopped the monarch there. Nor did they plead for the elder's case. He's got to take this punch. Whether it was for his impulses of that day, or for him hurting the monarch's wife, he must take this in order to repent. And if he didn't endure this punch, well, the consequences may be the expulsion from the monarch manor. Being driven out was far worse than taking a hit. That proves G-Sky wouldn't be driven out already and be forced to leave. Do you believe you should suffer this punch? Heavenly's voice sounded harsh and serious as he lashed out. Climbing up from the ground, Elder Sky wipes the blood from the corner of his mouth. I deserved this. I want you to remember that no one is to be believed without evidence. Such a mistake will not be tolerated again. Regardless of what they say, a judgment must be made only after a proper investigation. Out of Song's case and the fact that you did out of worry for her, plus your long years of service to the Monarch Manor, I will overlook this one time. If there's a second, I won't show the same mercy. If it hadn't been for Di Lingyan tugging at his sleeve next to himself, plus Song's pleading gaze, maybe this punch wouldn't have been so light. But since he had no intention of evicting the elder, G-Sky had to bear the punch for the reason of hurting his beloved wife. Yes, G-Sky sighed a breath of relief as he knelt in respect. Thank you, Monarch. That punch was indeed not very heavy, only causing the senior a few minor injuries on the organ. A mere healing pill would suffice. The corners of Guya's mouth were a little stiff then. She didn't miss the part where G-Sky called Bai Ning the madam of the manor. When did this woman become the mistress of the Monarch Manor? In just a few months, and the monarch already accepted her? Monarch! Guya panicked, causing her elegant face to turn colorless. You really want this woman as your wife? Do you know who she is? Know her past? And she's a married woman. How can she be fit for the position of being the mistress of the Monarch Manor? Heavenly's attention slowly receded from Elder Sky's figure and shifted over to Guya after that outcry. Elders, you have all heard it for yourself on this woman's ambition. She and her daughter are both coming with ill intent, do you not see that? The two of them intends to share a single husband. Would that arrangement turn the entire Monarch Manor upside down? By this point, Heavenly's gaze wasn't that of indifference anymore. It's that of a storm ready to blow. Sinner for. None of the elders responded to Guya then. It's just that their original look had transformed into sympathy at this stage. Outrageous. Boom. Guya felt a blow to the chest at that word, causing her figure to shoot out into the crowd and become a sorry mess. All tearful as she looks up at the man of her life. Monarch, I desire nothing in this life. I merely want to follow by your side. Heavenly sneered over that plea, his voice intense and piercing like a sword. You said Yen Yen wants to become the mistress of the Monarch Manor? Where and how did you hear such a thing? Guya's heart became uneasy over the cold gaze coming down at herself, but the woman also knew this was her only opportunity to turn this around. Otherwise, the one to die would be herself today. That's because I overheard Mrs. D speaking with Ling Yan in secret one day. She said that only by becoming your woman can she become the ruling mistress of the Monarch Manor. I followed you for so many years. Do you not trust my character? Everything I do is for yours and the Monarch Manor's sake. Growing red in the eye like she's about to cry, the level of grievance would make one believe she's suffered great harm to the soul by the mere accusation. Heavenly growled a laugh in retort. I ordered you to confess to Song's accusation and nothing else. However, it surprises me that I could hear so much more directly from your mouth. Guya's expression instantly froze into a popsicle. What? Song actually accused me of those speculations? That's merely her guess. How dare she tell a story without evidence? Do you know what her identity is in the first place? Heavenly points to Bai Yen, his voice a frosty note. What? Guya appears lost and confused. Smirking at the reaction, the man continues. I presume you know the level of strength in the world I lived in before coming back here. She is from that world. Crawling up from the very bottom, she never once relied on anyone to reach this stage of her life. Guya's face became more and more ugly, not cluing in on why he's telling her this. However, the detail about Bai Yan hailing from the leading world did bring unease to her heart. Why is this woman from the same world as the monarch? Can it be they're related in some way? You said she wants to become a phoenix by using the opposite sex to her advantage? I'll tell you now that even a phoenix must bow before her. So why would she need to become one when she's so much superior? Bai Yan didn't interrupt this and stood quietly to one side. From the very beginning, the Demon Queen had known this Guya had motives towards the owner of this domain. It's just that before, she didn't realize Heavenly was Yunfeng himself. But now that she knows, there's no way Bai Yan would ignore the fact that a third party wants to steal her father from right under her mother's nose. Ha! Ji Sky suddenly snickered a laugh from his spot after that last comment. This old elder actually found the outcome to be just deserved for Guya. After all, her behavior cost the Monarch Manor many lives today, some being Ji Sky's own brothers and close friends on the Elder Council. There's no way his heart wouldn't be angry. And then there's that incident with his granddaughter Song. If it wasn't for Bai Ning stopping him, he might have confronted Bai Yan during the vital procedure. By then, the girl wouldn't be cured, and he might have done something far worse that night in which he would regret for the rest of his old life. Sinner 5. Miss Guya, Mrs. D may be young at 20 years old, but she's already gotten her foot into the Divine Lord's level. The same as the monarch, so even I may not be her opponent if we fight. Why would she need others to climb higher if that's the case? Ji Sky's laughter was full of sarcasm. At the same time, it also hit the woman's heart like a stick, causing that soul to tremble in shock. Elder Sky is not the woman's opponent. Her strength. Is that powerful? Today I will again announce. The man coldly and sternly scans his surrounding to make sure they're all focused on his words. The ones in control of the Monarch Manor after me is my wife Bai Ning, followed by my biological daughter Bai Yan. She is also the young miss of my home. Therefore, whoever goes up against them will be immediately expelled from the estate and never permitted to return. My biological daughter, Bai Yan, is also the young miss of the Monarch Manor real daughter? A thunderstreak promptly blew across Guya's mind, blasting her head to oblivion. She looked up in dismay, those eyes horrid at what this indicated. A real daughter? This woman is his daughter, that is to say, the monarch has long since married and has a wife and child? Quivering as she closed her eyes, the woman could sense this was the end of her love, for no woman could endure this level of humiliation. Not even her. She's in love with Heavenly, but she hasn't fallen so low to demand a spot after being rejected in this manner. What's more, if she had known her patience in waiting for thousands of years would end in futility, then perhaps her choice wouldn't be like this and endure so much hurt. Why? Why is this happening? Tears began to roll down the cheeks of this fragile woman, thus blurring her vision. Heavenly, you are not the type to easily take a wife. You always kept everyone at a distance. Not caring for that remark, the man went ahead to wrap his hands around Bai Ning's shoulder. Then, smiling brilliantly instead of his usual cold version, that is because I didn't meet the right person yet, and my behavior was for awaiting her arrival. If my previous life did leave behind a wife and child, then how would I be able to have her in this life? For him, it has always been a matter of wanting or not. If he hadn't met the right one yet, then why should he lower his standard for an inferior person? Such an affectionate confession stung Guya's heart, causing those tears to pour out like a waterfall. She's laughing hysterically like she's lost it. Thousands of years in waiting to earn this farce upon myself. I am such a fool. He even has a granddaughter now, and I was blind to all of it. Where is Gu Lao? She numbly asks this from out of the blue. She doesn't want to stay here anymore as that love has been crushed into dust. I couldn't find him anywhere. He's dead. The two words from Heavenly shattered the last bit of delusion inside the woman, trembling all over as she stumbled backward in disbelief. You're deceiving me. How could Gu Lao have died? He only left for a bit to conduct some business. Why would he die? It's not like he went out to do something terrible. Sinner 6. Heavenly's voice turned chilling when explaining. He went to kill my granddaughter, so do you believe he should die or not? Ji Sky shot his head up in shock regarding that statement. He's exceptionally flustered upon locking onto the tiny milk bun at the center of this family. Gu Lao wanted to hurt Miss Ling Yin after I left? That guy. How dare he do such a thing? The little young miss is merely a child. How can he bear to harm a baby? That's not all. Elder Butterfly cuts in with a grin. That old thing somehow got his hands on a drug that strengthened his powers to the limit. Even I wasn't his opponent when he nearly murdered the little young miss. If it weren't for the miss returning in the nick of time, perhaps Miss Ling Yan and I would have died back there together. Such a bastard doesn't deserve to live. Doesn't deserve to live? The crowd fell into stunned shock. Does that old thing believe he's a true celestial or something? Even a true celestial wouldn't arbitrarily determine a person's worth of living. So what right does someone like that have in determining a child's fate? Guya's face was white as a ghost with a panic-stricken look in those eyes. What did you say? I don't believe this, and I refuse to believe that Gu Lao went to make trouble for Ling Yan. I specifically told him not to harm her, so why would he do such a thing? Guya's heart ached uncontrollably. For thousands of years she has been without family. Yet, it was Gu Lao who kept her company through thick and thin. Losing such an essential member in her life felt like someone ripped a part of her soul away. It's all my fault. Guya tightly clasped her head in agony as the sobbing tears caused her voice to be an incoherent mess. All my fault. Gu Lai died because of me. I caused his death. I hurt the people closest to me. Oh. At last, she bursts out crying for all to hear until the whole battlefield could listen to this noise. Unfazed by this scene, Heavenly's gaze remains cold and harsh towards this woman. If you're done crying, then answer my question. Are you the one who leaked the news of my disappearance? Almost instantaneously, Guya's mourning cry stuttered for a brief second and transformed into a fluster. She may be grieving, but she also knew that admitting to this situation would cause her to face a fate worse than death. Pursing her lips as she responded, I admit I framed Mrs. D, but I didn't betray everyone. Monarch, if you are angry with me then you can kill me, but I won't admit such a crime that I didn't do. This battle has caused too many losses towards the Monarch Manor. Clearly it's you. Jisong tightly clenched her. You're the one who leaked the news. I can tell from the first time I asked you this question. The panic you showed back then was too obvious. Guya quivered. What evidence do you have that I did it? Song became speechless for a moment. That's right, she's able to determine it's Guya but had no evidence. Without proof, it's the same as making a fruitless accusation. Monarch, the former morbid child turns to Heavenly, her eyes solid and persuasive. Although I don't have evidence, but I am certain it's her. Guya continues to force herself to be calm because she knows that's the key to her survival. Any panic would be seen through and thus exposing herself. The monarch himself said so that one needs evidence. Without evidence, it can't prove I did it. Sinner 7. Evidence. Suddenly, a soft chuckle broke through the air and into everyone's ear. Guya hurriedly looked up towards the night and focused on the source. With her rosy red dress whistling against the wind, Bai Yan's smirking grin doesn't go unnoticed. My father does indeed do things by the evidence, but too bad. I never go by the evidence. If I say you did it, then you are guilty. Who dares to tell me otherwise? Guya popped her eyes out in disbelief. She's never met such a bold person before, so out of reflex, she turned to Heavenly for help. Monarch, I have always loved this daughter the most. Whatever she desires is what she will get. Shrugging his shoulder, Heavenly makes a face of a helpless father that overly dotes on his child. This was a total 180 to his usual demeanor. Grinning deviously, Bai Yan slowly encroaches upon Guya like a judge. Guya, you think you can hide your guilt from me because you won't admit it? I am confident in Song's honesty and that this child won't lie. Also, I am a person of my word. So if you tell me the truth, then I will give you a painless death. You! Guya choked, seemingly trying to think of a proper way out of this situation. Sure enough, this woman once again turned towards Heavenly for help. Yet the man didn't bother to return her pleading gaze like she's a dead person already. Stung inside over how little she meant to this man, she closed her eyes and submitted to fate. Yes, it was my doing. Silent tears gradually rolled down those cheeks. I did it out of fear for the monarch's safety. I wanted to go look for you in the ruins, but the elders placed me under house arrest inside my Gu manor. That's why I came up with the plan of making diversion so I can come out. I was merely doing it for his sake. I never intended to make things spiral out of control. Monarch, what came afterward was never my intent. I honestly believed Elder Sky would be able to cope with anything that came. I never intended for 6th Elder and 7th Elder to die. Crumbling to the ground as she wept, Guya finally let loose the guilt that's within herself. 6th Elder and 7th Elder treated me well. How can I ever bear to harm them? I didn't mean for any of this. 3rd Elder, you exploded at that last comment. Not intentional? Do you think a single word like not intentional can erase your crime? Do you know what you've done? The damage you've done? Your selfishness killed them and everyone today. Elder Butterfly didn't yell like her peer but pursed her lips in anger as well. Since her return, she's seen the corpses of her fellow peers on the ground after their demise. They may not be the closest of the bunch, but they've worked together for many years. There's no way her mood wouldn't be affected. This was especially true when the reasoning behind their death came under the reason of a selfish woman only out to think for herself. Guya, I originally thought you were a girl with a conscience, but an animal had apparently devoured your consciousness. Your actions are an utter betrayal to the Monarch Manor. I can't wait to break your body to avenge 6th and 7th Elder. Kill this woman and avenge the 2 deceased elders. And this time, if not the Monarch's return in the nick of time, our entire force would have been decimated. Miss Jisong would have also lost her life. All this is because of Guya's betray. I request she be hanged for her crimes. Several of the defenders cried in outrage. Guya's doomsday won. Criminal? Guya looked blankly around the clamoring around who wants to see her hung. She's confused by their vigor. How could I be a criminal? I merely wanted to find the monarch at the ruins. I never intended to kill the elders. It's not my intention. Why do all these people want to destroy me? I am not wrong. I don't deserve this. Monarch, we must avenge our dead brothers and sisters. Elder, you got all red in the eyes when glaring at the one responsible. She caused so many deaths today, both on our side and the enemy's. For the sake of everyone who suffered under her ploy, we mustn't let her die too easily. She must suffer as much as we all did. Guya gasped in shock. She thought death was scary before, but that demand sent her quivering uncontrollably. You promised me you would give me a swift death. You can't let them do this to me. Bai Yen smiled at that. I promised I would give you a clean death, but unfortunately, I never said I would control what the others would do. In other words, she won't torture her but won't stop them from tormenting her either. The mood of the elders rose with those words. At first they worried about the promise made of not making it painful for Guya. However, this twist of words left them hopeful for what was to come. How can you not keep your promise as a demi-divine lord? Climbing up from the ground, Guya yells out in frustration at being played. She's furious and wants to devour this deceitful woman. If eyes could kill, then Bai Yen would be butchered by this point. When did my words not count? Bai Yen bared her teeth as she grinned. I only said I wouldn't make it painful. Never did I say a word about others. You are the one who didn't listen to my words properly. Father, mother, I am tired now, so I'm leaving this matter in your hands. Without caring for the gazes coming her way over that remark, Bai Yen swings around with Ling Yan in tow. No! A sharp cry pierces through the night as Guya watched those whom she considered allies until now slowly closed in on herself. There's no room for retreat with a wall behind her back, only endless pain for what she's done. Guya, we've treated you well for all these years and this is the way you repay our kindness? Shaking his head in disappointment, Elder Sky never thought the day would come where Guya betrays the Monarch Manor. And she also killed 2 of the elders. Elder Sky, I did not mean for any of this, wooer. I did not know this would happen. If you hadn't stopped me from going out to look for the monarch, then I wouldn't have come up with such a plan either. Please let me die a quick death, please. She cried and knelt before G Sky with her arms clinging to that leg. She's hardly the elegant maiden from way past, only a pitiful woman who betrayed everyone for her selfish greed. Guya's doomsday too. A selfish person like you still want to die a quick death? If we let you off the hook, then how can we ever face our deceased brothers and sisters? G Sky's gaze grew sharp and deadly, pinning Guya like prey ready to be slaughtered. You eavesdropped on our conversation and used our method to bring back the monarch. Fine, we can ignore that. As long as the monarch returns, then we don't mind who carries out the mission. However, I never would have thought you would sacrifice so many people for your selfishness. Guya, how do you expect us to forgive you? What right do you have to request this of us? Guya's hand slowly loosened as her body collapsed against the dirt. She's never felt so helpless and weak in her entire life, for it dawns on her. These people aren't going to let her die quickly regardless of what she did. I won't go like this. If I die, then I will die by my own hands. At the thought, Guya's palm quietly gathered strength and attempted to strike down against her forehead. She's determined to meet her maker by her own means and not by the torture of others. Bang! Elder Butterfly, who's been paying close attention to anything out of the ordinary, naturally caught on to this. As such, the elder's foot moved quicker than Guya and kicked her several meters away. Want to die? Not so easy, Guya. I will make sure you regret ever betraying us in this lifetime. The female elder sneers in contempt. Due to the injury, Guya slowly turned towards Heavenly out of reflex and spat blood from the mouth. In her eyes there's affection, yearning and regret. But there's no hatred. No matter how this man treats her, she's unable to hate him. After all, if it weren't for this godlike person intervening thousands of years ago, Guya would have died already. She wouldn't exist to this day and died of despair in the past. Monarch, if given the same chance, I will continue to love you and not regret my choice. Guya began to laugh in a low, huffing voice of bitter flavor. But you never once looked at me. No matter how long I waited, I was never in your view. My only desire is to be by your side. You did not need to marry me. That's fine with me. However, I never thought you would take a wife and have a child as well. She wholeheartedly believed this man would never take a woman. That's why she's able to endure the long years of loneliness. But the arrival of Bai Yan and Bai Ning shattered her illusion. Now that I know that the elders would not let me go, I only want to ask one question. She looks up in hopeful anticipation. If this didn't happen today, would I have been able to become your consort? Spend my life by your side? Despite finally gazing down at the person, Heavenly's expression didn't show attachment. Of course, it didn't help either that his hand was wound around Bai Ning's waist. I've been alone for years, but that's only because I was waiting for my wife to appear. Without her, I wouldn't take anyone else. That was to say, he wouldn't marry Guya regardless of Bai Ning's arrival. Therefore, there's no chance of them being together from the very beginning, and that her love was one-sided. Unable to accept this shock, Guya spews another mouthful of blood from her throat and loses all strength in her muscles. The last string of support has now been destroyed, and so goes her will to live. Guya's Doomsday 3. This sight would generally be insufferable at how pitiful a single lady was being treated. However, this was Guya in question. Not a single soul bothered to help her. Not even the remaining enemy forces, since they've also been conned into this mess. I see. Guya trembled as she closed her eyes in silence. She had nothing more to say anymore. Gee Sky, Heavenly glances over to his right-hand man. Take her away. I won't get involved with how you guys want to punish her. I'm leaving that decision up to you. Yes, Monarch. The old elder respectfully complies by cusping his hand. Ninger. Heavenly didn't look back and turned back to his wife. You must be tired. Let me accompany you back to the bedchamber. Once you're rested, we will immediately leave this place. Bai Ning faintly nodded in agreement. Monarch, are you leaving? Ji Sky appeared all shocked and quickly pursued the detail. Why are you leaving the heavenly domain? If you leave, what should we do then? Faintly smiling. My son-in-law and grandson are still waiting for us, so it's inevitable for us to leave for a while. As for the heavenly domain, I'm leaving you in charge until my return. After the wrapping of the battle today, the Monarch Manor once again returns to peace and tranquility tonight. Guest room. As the evening wind blew against the windowsill, Bai Yin laid comfortably against her bed with a milky peach girl in her arms. She's pleased with this arrangement because this mother was finally able to play with her daughter. Ling Yan, we are going to have to leave this heavenly domain soon now that everything is wrapped up here. Your father is still waiting for us at home. The little milky peach bun lifts her head. Mother, when are we leaving? I miss father too. I also miss big brother and second brother. And there's Auntie. She must be grieving so much during our absence. I feel the same way, sweetie. But before leaving, we must also bring your grandfather back with us. We can't leave him here alone. That said, the demon queen moves her finger to caress the peachy bun's hair. Ling Yan, do you know how long we've been gone? Placing a finger on her little lip, Ling Yan had to take a good moment to answer. Should be a long time already. That's right. It's been quite long, hasn't it? Bai Yan nestles the baby girl into her arms for a hug. I wonder if your father has finished off those people yet. He should have come to us by now if he did. Guya's Doomsday 4. Throwing herself into Bai Yan's breast, Ling Yan cuddles that little head in there for warmth. Does mother miss father? Yes. Bai Yan's focus fell into a trance at the mention of Song. Your father, he did too much for me. I can only use the rest of my life to repay him for that. Ling Yan does not understand why her parents would owe each other anything. After all, in her view, they are all family, so why does a family need to owe each other anything? You're still young, so you don't understand. When you meet someone who really cares about you, you will naturally get it then. Giving her daughter's head a rub, she smiles warmly as she speaks in a cooing voice. If you meet a man as good as your father, you must never give him up, understand? I kept refusing your father in the past. Fortunately, he was so insistent and eventually won me over. Father and mother weren't family before? A look of confusion sparkled in the pipsqueak's intelligent eye. Even though the baby had the smarts of a genius, Ling Yan was still young and immature to the wonders of this world. So naturally, it doesn't occur to her families must be formed by a union and through the efforts of two individuals. No, Ling Yan, we were merely two individuals who managed to find each other in a vast sea of people. Remember, sweetie, mother will always stand behind you and support your decision. And if someone hurts you, whether physically or mentally, mother will make them pay regardless of where they are. Bai Yan has a lot of confidence in her daughter's ability to cope with the dangers of this world once she's older. But when it comes to love, that's an emotion no woman could say they're confident with. Don't worry, mother. I will not give others the chance to hurt me. Ling Yan meets her mother's gaze with the most brilliant smile. And I will always stay by mother's side and never separate. Silly girl. Bai Yan chuckled helplessly as her vision shifted to the little chicklet next to her pillow head. Chi-Chi, seeing the demon queen, has finally noticed his existence. The golden phoenix chirps excitedly. Come. Bai Yan waves for the bird to get closer. The gesture was a kind one. However, the meaning didn't exactly mean the same thing between human and bird. Right as Chi-Chi wanted to twaddle over to rub his head against the woman's cheek like the baby girl, Bai Yan suddenly plucked him off the bed right before the intimate act could be carried out. Chi-Chi, you will stay by Ling Yan's side from now on, understand? First turning to stare at the pipsqueak, then back at the demon queen, the golden chicklet phoenix shivered out of reflex at the thought of being eaten. Chi-Chi! Chi-Chi cries and jumps in a panic, desperately shaking his tiny head in order to convey his meaning. I don't want to follow this girl. She said I looked tasty before and it's not safe. Bai Yan naturally got the meaning and started to stroke her chin, gazing down at the bird's golden fluffy fur. Your fur looks very good. Shrieking in horror at the last comment, Chi-Chi got all fearful and shrank into a ball, thus causing him to nearly roll off of Bai Yan's hand altogether. Guya's Doomsday 5. So, Bai Yan suddenly gets all threatening with that oh-so-sweet smile. I'm considering using your fur feather to make a dress for my daughter. Almost immediately, you could see the beaming light of desire shooting out of Ling Yan's eyes right there and then. She's already imagining the picture of herself wearing a cute little dress made of golden fur feathers. Chi-Chi, neither mother nor daughter is a good person. How could I have ever trusted this woman? Wanting to cry foul, Chi-Chi the golden sheikling suddenly found himself in a wolf's den, unable to escape for the life of him. Chi-Chi-Chi. He chirped and chirped with all his might to make himself look more substantial than he appears for some protection. Sadly, Chi-Chi's tiny stature and squeaky little chirping only made him all the cuter. Cocking her brow in amusement, Bai Yan almost couldn't hold herself back and laughed. It doesn't matter, does it? Your fur feathers will grow back eventually. I can wait until we get together the numbers to make a dress. Chirping much harder and frightened fear plastered across those eyes. Chi-Chi found his heart thumping hard like a drum being pounded away. If he weren't so brave and manly for his miniature size, the poor thing would have rolled over and dropped dead over those ideas by now. Without hesitation at the dreadful future, he promptly turned tail and attempted to escape from this pair of evil villains who wanted to use him as a stuffer. It's just that size matters in this case. Regardless of how much the poor guy wanted to run, he ran hard as he could. In fact, Chi-Chi had already been caught between a pair of fingers around his head like a toy. Realizing this, he stiffly swings his head around to meet that horrific woman directly in the eye. Chi-Chi, crying for real instead of simply sobbing. A drop of crystal tear that glistened with golden light trickled down the chicklet's eye and made a sparkling impact on the bed. Unlike ordinary birds, phoenix tears are a rarity and are highly prized materials for a range of professional fields. Since Chi-Chi was an ancient golden phoenix, his tears would of course create a magical scene. Ling Yin sounded surprised. Chi-Chi actually knows how to cry. I thought chickens don't shed tear but only get wet in the eye. If not, I don't need his feathers anymore. Her little face appears troubled. Make no mistake, the pipsqueak absolutely would love to have those golden fur feathers as material for her dress. But how could she ever make someone else cry for her personal gain? That wouldn't be within her character. Therefore, she decides to go against her own desire and deny the idea. Letting go of the golden fluff feather, Bai Yin leans against the bed like a true queen. Now are you willing to stay by Ling Yan's side? Still didn't quite get it yet. Chi-Chi simply stares into that gorgeous face of the demon queen. What? She was using that to scare me the entire time? So that I would know the girl wouldn't harm me? I know you're smart and you've lived a long time, but if I hadn't shown up, I'd believe you would still be stuck inside that ruin. Ticking her lips into a smirk, Bai Yin grins with her teeth showing since she's got him. Sure enough, Chi-Chi got all quiet. Indeed, when his previous master left and put him inside that egg, his only hope was another person appearing inside the ruins and activating the release seal. Chi-Chi gradually, the initial fear from before dissipated at the thought. Slowly standing up, Bai Yin gets serious after seeing her idea has gone through. I cannot accompany my daughter at all times of the day. Therefore, I will need someone I trust watching over her for people that wants to harm her and the like, especially those misbehaving men. Do not let any of that type near her, understand? When reaching the last part of her sentence, the demon queen made sure to narrow her eyes in to get the point through. She won't prevent her daughter from finding a husband in the future, but that doesn't mean she won't vet for scums that might have ideas about the pipsqueak. It would be a utter failure on her part as a mother if she allowed such a thing to happen. Chi-Chi. Guya's Doomsday 6. Nodding in understanding, Chi-Chi, I will protect the little young mistress from now on. Pouncing over excitedly, Ling Yin suddenly grabbed the little furry feather and kept rubbing him against her face. As a result of that act, Chi-Chi nearly puked blood from the pressure of those fingers and kept squeaking in pain. Realizing her strength was too big, the pipsqueak promptly loosened up and made an apologetic face by spitting out her tongue. I'm sorry, Chi-Chi, I hurt you by accident. I promise to be more careful from now on. I'm just so happy. Big brother got little rice and now I got little Chi-Chi, little Chi-Chi. As soon the fluff feather heard that name, he immediately exploded. You are the little Chi-Chi, your whole family is the little Chi-Chi. Is it my fault that I can only make a Chi-Chi chirp? Why are you giving me such a vulgar name? Mother, why is little Chi-Chi looking at me like that? Ling Yin blinks her big blue eyes in confusion. Is he sick? Mother, can you check if little Chi-Chi is sick? If he is, I will feel awful if we don't help him. Bai Yin merely stared in awe at her own daughter's thought pattern. Sure, she gave Chi-Chi the name in the first place, but to call this bird little Chi-Chi like little rice was simply baffling. Looks like my children are all evil when it comes to naming. It's either little this or little that. Suddenly, Bai Yin got all sympathetic to this little fellow to have this name planted on him. He's fine. Bai Yin withdrew her gaze and smiled in pity. I'm relieved then. Ling Yin excitedly flailed her legs around in the air as her face got all cherry red. Mother, who do you think is more powerful? Little Rice or little Chi-Chi? Hearing this, Bai Yin shot another look at the bird. Now that's a good question. I wonder who is stronger when Chi-Chi grows older. At least right now little Rice will turn him into mincemeat with a single swipe. There's no question about that though. In the future, little Rice and little Chi-Chi will be good partners. It's best we don't let them fight. Bai Yin says a bit of musing. Nodding his little head in agreement, the pipsqueak likes the idea as well. I think so too. No matter if it's little Rice or little Chi-Chi, if either of them gets hurt then I will be very sad. It's good that you're able to understand that point. Rubbing her daughter's head in doting fashion, the demon queen smiles brilliantly at how smart her daughter is. Oh right, mother, little Rice is a boy, but what about little Chi-Chi? Is he a boy or is she a girl? Plopping her head against both her hands, she asks with all levels of cuteness as she leaned back down to Bai Yan's chest. I think he is a boy since he's little Chi-Chi. Almost instantaneous, little Chi-Chi began to weep at the indignation. Didn't you give me the Chi-Chi name? When did the name become the main gender distinction factor? And I'm a girl. Bai Yan naturally caught onto the aggrieved face coming out of the tiny gold bird, smiling right up to the eye at the evil plan forming in her head. Now that you mention it, I think he is a boy. I have no way to confirm his gender anyways. If he turns out to be a girl in the future then we can always change it back. But by then no one will care anyway. Oh, I wonder if cross-dressing will look good on this little guy. Merely at the thought of being able to play dress-up with golden fur death when he takes on a human form, Bai Yan would grin uncontrollably. Oh, nodding but not getting it, Ling Yan doesn't dwell on the issue. I bet Chi-Chi will be a handsome boy like little Rice when he grows older. I wonder if he's going to be a glutton like second brother. If he is, I need to watch out for my snacks then. Guya's Doomsday 7. Bai Yan breaks out laughing. Why are you exactly like your big brother in the way you see things? Because big brother is unique. There's no other like him in this world. But second brother is different. He eats everything that he gets his hands on. Mother, do you not see little Chi-Chi's appearance? He's bigger than before when we first met. He's probably sneaking a lot of food in secret. That's why I think he's a boy like second brother. They're both big gluttons. With all the happiness in the world, the pipsqueak explains her reasoning for thinking this golden fur feather was a male. Without surprise, Bai Yan examined the chicklet and discovered something she's been overlooking. This little thing, he really did grow a notch bigger after leaving the ruins. Suddenly, it's then the demon queen thought of something and caused her expression to make a subtle change. The peach blossom trees in the ruins are all fake. They're illusions created by pure spiritual energy. That's to say Chi-Chi is able to directly consume that energy source and grow unlike everyone else that needs time to absorb it through their skin by meditating. I understand now. Since the ruins depleted all of the spiritual particles in the air before to form that peach blossom garden, Chi-Chi couldn't grow despite being in there for thousands of years. Sure enough, Chi-Chi showed a sad face over their remarks. I've been going hungry for so long. Why must I get another nickname of being a glutton? Is it my fault for wanting to feel full? Little Chi-Chi, it's no use making that face at me. Ling Yan makes a grave expression. Otherwise, you will get a big belly like my second brother and feel sick afterwards. Chi-Chi protests by chirping some more. But I'm starving. It's okay, Ling Yan. Bai Yan reaches over to set this daughter on her lap before shifting back to the bird. He won't overstuff himself even if he eats more. I will tell the kitchen to prepare the food for him later. Really? Only then does the pipsqueak feel relieved. Then I won't worry anymore. The kid's always of the opinion her mother was always right. So whatever Bai Yan says, she would not doubt it. Someone come. Bai Yan calls out to the attendant waiting outside. Miss, is there anything you wish of me? A maid hurried inside after hearing the summon. You take my bird here to the kitchen and let him eat whatever he likes. She orders with a stern voice. Yes, milady. The maid complies by carefully coming forward and plucking the tiny fur feather up for the kitchen. Ling Yan, it's getting late now, so let's rest first. We will need to come up with a way to leave this domain tomorrow. Rubbing her daughter's hair after they are alone, this mother starts cooing her daughter to sleep. Okay, mother. Ling Yan nods and attaches her head against the woman's chest to use as a pillow. She's become accustomed to taking over the space where Bai Xiachen used to monopolize. Guya's Doomsday 8. Kitchen. A scene of total chaos reigns supreme here that shocked the working staff in charge of this department. What's going on here? Butterfly had just run into the kitchen where she came across this scene of carnage. She's shocked and blown away like the others present. This little guy is just a chicken with a tiny body. How does he fit all that food in there? At this moment, Everyone felt that the stomach of Chi-Chi was like a bottomless hole that could never be satisfied. Finally, all the food in the kitchen was swept away by little Chi-Chi. In light of this, it doesn't look like the bird satiated yet because he kept looking around for more. It couldn't be helped. Imagine you being trapped inside a certain ruin for thousands of years without any food to enjoy. Naturally, your stomach would be empty and hungry. Now all of a sudden he's blasted with these delicious dishes. How could the little fella ever restrain himself? Second elder, what should we do? If this little fella keeps eating, wouldn't he get sick? One of the maids present cried and turned to the female elder for guidance. Butterfly's gaze fell upon the chicklet and began to contemplate the possibility of that theory. However, her eyes gradually lifted and a smile formed on those lips. It's fine from my assessment, he's likely going to be okay. He's already eaten so much and showed no sign of throwing up. Keep preparing the food he wants until he's satisfied. Yes, second elder. All of the kitchen staff promptly breathed a sigh of relief. They wouldn't want to be responsible for the death of this chicklet if they overfed him. Dustfrost domain. The monarch's study room. Sitting on the master chair, the owner of this estate with his stern and cold expression gradually eased up after scrolling open a painting depicting a young woman. He's all gentle and loving when staring at this picture. Froster. The man caresses the portrait in the gentle manner of a lover. You are the color in my life, the soul of my world. Such a pure and kind woman like you deserves nothing but the best. Yet those vile villains refused to leave you alone. They murdered you for their selfish desire. Closing his eyes, the man began to replay the memories of the long past that had kept him going. Brother Dust. He could hear the faint echo of that feminine voice again whenever he does this. That's how powerful the past affected this person. Seeing the woman he loved fall and die under a pool of her own blood, how could he ever forget his own failure of saving her? Deet Song. Dust clenches his fist and shot open those eyes to reveal the piercing gaze underneath. I will not let you go for killing my Froster. I will never let you go. Guya's Doomsday 9. I want those people to be buried alive and burned in hell as an apology to my Froster. The ever-burning hatred in the man's eyes glowed through that iris, causing him to manifest an ominous aura that sent chills down to anyone unfortunate enough to draw close. Your monarchness. A voice suddenly came from the outside and interrupted his train of thought. Miss Roshi is back. Do you wish to meet her? Dust huffs a cold grunt before replying. Let her in. As you wish, my lord. The sound outside the study disappeared, followed by the sound of light footsteps quickly drawing closer. To speak the truth, Monarch Dust had to admit this Yun Ruoshi was quite the beauty after her scars were healed. This only reinforced his opinion upon seeing the woman again after she pushed open the door and walked inside his study. However, it doesn't mean she's the most beautiful female he'd ever seen. It's only average compared to the ones in his harem. What's the matter? Dust's voice sounded unsympathetic. Towards that cold indifference, Yun Ruoshi had become accustomed to this and didn't appear fazed by the attitude. After all, this man treated everyone the same way, including those concubines inside the harem. Monarch Dust, I went to the heavenly domain. Making a faint giggle, this old witch plays the delicate fair maiden card despite her age, holding back his inner disgust. And then, by coincidence, I encountered my greatest nemesis there. I saw Bai Yen, the queen of the demon realm. In that moment, Dust's usual cold indifference vanished and was replaced by a tense harshness as he stood up. Who did you say you saw? The demon queen. Yes, I saw her, and she's Monarch Heavenly Flame's very own daughter. Yun Ruoshi didn't expect such a strong reaction, so her confidence diminished significantly there. I knew before that Deetsong had married a human woman. His focus locks onto the old witch like he's ready to pounce. What else do you know about that woman? What type of person is this demon queen? Is she like Deetsong or the opposite? I want to know everything. Taken aback there by the endless demands, Yun Ruoshi got all quiet to collect herself. Bai Yin is a beautiful woman. She may not like to admit it, but Yun Ruoshi had to concede that her rival was at a different level to her own beauty. Beautiful. Dust snickers with disdain at the very notion. Deetsong is not someone that cares about one's appearance. Even Froster's beauty cannot captivate him. What other woman can? Froster? Being a sensitive and insecure female, Yun Ruoshi immediately focused in on that word and started making connections. Dust and frost, so that's how it is. But what kind of relationship does this woman have with the monarch? I don't know much about Bai Yin, but her character is more on the nasty side. Even back when I was on good terms with her, I would refrain from interacting with her. The old witch bites down on the lip to make a sad face. And I know Bai Yin has a lot of men circling around herself at all times. She doesn't have any female friends, that's why. If I had to speculate, it's likely due to her using her own body to seduce the opposite sex, considering the sort of personality she has. Monarch Dust narrows in his eyes to reveal an inspecting light from within. Out of reflex, Yun Ruoshi subconsciously took a step back under that piercing gaze. She didn't want to say anything good or bad about Bai Yin, right now out of fear for raising attention to her rival's existence. However, it appears her plan had derailed, for even a slight mention of Bai Yin being a flirt had backfired. Guya's Doomsday 10. You can go back now. Dust waves in a dismissive manner. He's clearly lost interest by this point. As if he wouldn't know Yun Ruoshi's character, right? There's not a single thing from her mouth he believed there. What seducing men? If Bai Yin was such a character, then Ditsong wouldn't have taken such a woman as his wife. That tyrannical man wouldn't fall that low. Yes, monarch. Not sure if her story was seen through or offending in some way, the old witch wanted to say something again. However, the second her sight met with the man's, her heart trembled at the intensity and promptly shut up. After walking out of the study, the repressed aura dissipated, so her unease also disappeared. Bai Yin. Bai Yin again. Isn't it enough that you seduced the Demon King? Now you're also Monarch Heavenly Flame's daughter? The glaring hate in the old witches I could kill if that's a thing. I will not let her succeed. I will destroy her and retake what belongs to me. She had given up on Chui God by this stage and only hoped to cling to Monarch Dust for protection. However, that doesn't mean she won't exact revenge on those who hurt and abandoned her. Muttering up to here, Yun Ruoshi quickly controls herself after realizing she's acting out of place. But right before she could head back to her own room, a cynical voice caught her attention from the wall over. That Yun Ruoshi thinks too highly of herself. If the monarch really did favor her, then he would have given her a title by now. Oh right. Let me tell you a secret. Our monarch fell in love with a woman many years ago. And as it so happens, I came across the woman's portrait while cleaning the study room. What a true beauty. I have never seen anyone at that level, far superior to that Yun Ruoshi. And her name is Willow Frost, from what I gathered. I always found the monarch to be a cold person, but I didn't know he would be so affectionate and name the entire domain after a woman. Yun Ruoshi, who originally intended to leave, stopped right on the spot. So it's like this. Monarch Dust already has a woman he loves to the point where he named the entire domain after her. And he's also willing to exact revenge on the demon realm for a single woman. Biting her lips, the old witch felt resentful and unfair as the conversation of those two maids echoed in her head. Why do the good things always happen to others and not me? First it's Bai Yin getting the love of the Celestial Lord and the Demon King. Now it's Monarch Dust smitten by that Willow Frost. Even a dead person is coming to rob me. The more she thought about it, the more her chest began to huff and puff from anger. She's practically grinding her teeth in rage. These days, this liar and vile old witch have tasted and enjoyed the benefits of power she never had in the Celestial Palace. What pristine facade of generosity! What kind and loving angel! She didn't need any of that here in the Dust Frost domain. She could be herself. An evil and ruthless old witch that destroys anyone that crosses her path. That's her true character. And she didn't need to hide it here. Suddenly, Yun Ruoshi shot open her eyes in a maddening manner and stared into the sky. Humph! Monarch Dust treats me differently, I can tell. Perhaps I can be a replacement for that Willow Frost. Others may not be able to achieve that, but I am different. I am superior to all of them. It's just a dead woman anyways. The dead will remain the dead. How can a corpse compete with the living? Departure 1. Heavenly Domain. With a beautiful lake and mountain landscape, the pond water faintly ripples with the light breeze bristling against the surface. Bai Yin very much enjoyed this serene scene as she sat on the edge. However, her moment of peace quickly came to an end after a voice spoke up. "Milady." Glancing over to the source from the rear, the Demon Queen slightly frowns at the sight of Elder Sky. You're looking for me? A bit taken aback for a second, the old grandpa decides to speak his mind after some thought. There is something I like to tell you, it's just that I don't know if I should say it. What's the matter? After a muse, Bai Yin figured this must be important for this old man to come at this timing. That day when I gathered everyone to stop you from healing Song, I ordered one of the guards to catch Miss Ling Yan. When saying this, Ji Sky never once left eye contact with Bai Yan's face due to fear of offending the lady. And sure enough, the demon queen's expression darkened. Thankfully the lady didn't lash out there, thus calming the old elder somewhat for continuing. Later, according to the reports of the guards, Miss Ling Yan's body felt like it was on fire when they grabbed her. I believe this knowledge should be passed on to you in case something is wrong. Ji Sky's eyes were full of worry when explaining. He could guess that there must be a flame burning from within that body. It's not causing any major issue for now, but with time and age, that flame would grow and eventually harm those around. That's not a good thing unless placed under control. Getting up with a sinking feeling, Bai Yan's mood no longer felt good. I understand. Thank you for informing me about her condition. Do not let my parents know about Ling Yan's condition. I don't want them to worry about their granddaughter. Yes, milady. Ji Sky exhaled a heavy breath that somehow lifted his shoulder up a notch. With the lady's ability, she will definitely figure out the little young Mrs.'s condition. It's no big deal if I don't inform the monarch and mistress. Bai Yin didn't say much more and strolled towards the backyard where her daughter played with the tiny phoenix. Mother. Di Ling Yan bloomed with delight the second she noticed the oncoming figure. Running over with excitement plastered across that face, the baby threw herself into her mother's embrace and planted that head into Bai Yan's chest. Though unintentional, her sweat was not smothered onto the demon queen's dress due to her playfulness. Mother, I love hugs. The pipsqueak murmurs in content. Not going to disappoint, Bai Yin did the only thing she would do for any of her children and happily wrapped her arms around that tiny soft bun for a warm hearty hug of her own. Departure 2. Ling Yan, I have something to ask you. Bai Yin did not notice the mood of Ji Song, who was making an envious face to one side. She's too preoccupied with what Elder Sky said earlier, so she's pretty worried. Looking up with her little tiny face. What is it, mother? If I know I will tell you. Sweetie, have you been feeling unwell? Bai Yin asks after a brief muse. Tilting her head in contemplation, the little pipsqueak wonders why her mother would ask such a question. But mother, I'm perfectly fine, see? Jumping in a circle to show she's alright. The pipsqueak doesn't appear sick at all and was very healthy. Is that so? Bai Yin still felt uneasy. Do you feel anything like a burning sensation inside your body? Shaking her head. No. In light of the denial, Bai Yan's heart didn't relax in the slightest and grew more worried by the moment. Half a ring later, she decides to probe her daughter's entire body instead to make sure. According to common practice, one wouldn't use their spiritual feelers on a commoner without power since it would leave the patient somewhat unstable from the mental intrusion. However, if the user was careful, then it's doable as a last resort. For example, let's say a person was severely sick and needed medical treatment. That wouldn't cause harm since the patient was already unwell and couldn't resist the outside force. And then there are the occasions where one had a unique condition that made it more beneficial to perform the procedure versus ignoring the problem. Like in this case, Di Ling Yan fell into the second option where it's better to make sure versus ignoring the issue. Letting her aura spread into the child's skin, Bai Yin closes her eyes to focus on any oddity from within. It's then that the demon queen got all white in the face. Specifically, in the heart area where she could see a bead lying at the center with a flame coating the tiny object. Thankfully the fire wasn't harming the host. Otherwise, Bai Yin wouldn't know what to do then due to the panic. Ling Yan, do you feel any pain coming from the heart? Quickly drawing her senses back out, Bai Yan's expression became a morbid white of horror, blinking those big blue eyes like a clueless baby. Why would mother ask such a thing? I don't feel any discomfort at all. The woman got all silent again. A few moments later. Can you tell me about the flaming bead in your heart then? Who put it there? Whoever it is. If they hurt my precious darling, I won't let them go. The desire to kill has emerged from within those eyes, setting the mood for what's to come if it's known who the perpetrator was. I don't remember. Biting her finger, the pipsqueak timidly answers. forcing her spiraling emotions back down. Bai Yin doesn't want to upset her child by keep her voice down. Think Ling Yan, think some more. Revealing a doubt in those eyes, Ling Yan tilts her head in deep thought only to smack her own head after coming up with an answer. Mother, do you remember when I said there's a cave in the Demon Mountain? There was a man inside that cave. Huh. Bai Yan's face instantly formed a frown, pouting her cheeks up like a cherry. I remember that day he gave me something, maybe it's the bead? He told me to keep something for him until he comes get it. Departure 3. Sky said so already. Whenever Ling Yan is in danger, the bead will burn up and repel anyone that touches her. It's clear the bead is powerful in its own right. Since it's here, then there's no reason to return it. Bai Yan sneered. Whatever his purpose for doing this, it's still the same as putting a bomb in your body. It's dangerous. Whether it's out of spite or revenge, we're keeping it after we pry it out from inside you. Want it back? Dream on. Not only will we not give it back, we're going to be settling the debt of putting such a bomb inside my darling without permission. The pipsqueak hung her head in thought. Mother, that big brother. Doesn't seem like a bad guy though. Although at first he's a bit mean, but he didn't really hurt me at the end. He's probably not that bad and only has a big mouth. I can't forgive him for the very fact that he would dare risk your well-being. Bai Yan sounds irked by her own words. Ling Yan, we must get back to the demon realm as soon as possible. Your father will know a way to help you. Okay. Ling Yan nods in compliance. She also misses her father and 2 brothers. Ji-song never uttered a peep during this entire time despite also being there. However, her silence finally caught the attention of the Demon Queen, who somehow found the time to glance around. Song, do you have something to say to me? You look like you got a lot on your mind. The girl pursed her lips. Can I leave with you? She's hopeful for a yes, so the girl didn't blink at all. Smiling at the nervous appearance, Bai Yan understood why she would ask that. Of course, I saved you, so the price is you following Ling Yan. Even though Ling Yan is still young, but she will eventually grow up. The sooner she has some followers, the better. Song here will be a perfect candidate. Song's eyes lit up at the confirmation and caused her to smile brilliantly. It's expected since she's got her wish. Sister Song, Ling Yan crisply called out and grabbed her friend's hand. Your smile is so beautiful, I like it so much. Blushing at the praise, the once morbid girl never had someone call her beautiful before. The feeling felt new, and it's wonderful. Ling Yan, you stay and play with your sister Song. I need to go discuss something with your grandfather. Teehee, the pipsqueak giggles with delight at the order. I will, mother, I will be very good while you go see grandfather. Pleased by the obedience, Bai Yan leans down and gives her daughter a peck on the cheek to seal the deal. However, she was surprised by the envious gaze coming off of Song's eye once she straightened up. It seems she's been careless and hit a sore spot on the girl's mind. They died in order to protect their baby, so Song never got to meet her parents. Softening up at the thought, Bai Yan knew she had to do something. She may not be her real parents, but she could be a substitute as a guiding elder. Reaching out with a hand, she rubs that little head as she spoke. Song, I'll be leaving Ling Yan in your care. Her hands were warm and gentle, causing the girl to stiffen up out of reflex. This would be the first time she's physically touched another person outside of her grandfather in this fashion. Everyone else was either an attendant or maid. They served her out of respect and command, not on emotions or love. Departure forth, therefore. Under the warmth of Bai Yan's palm, Ji-song's nose got a little sour like she wanted to weep. Miss, I will. Don't call me miss if you don't mind, call me an auntie instead. Your father and mother both lost their lives defending the heavenly domain. It's only proper we treat each other as family. Bai Yan's soft cooing voice was spot on, hitting the knot that's been plaguing the child's heart. Hurrying to wipe the tears from the corner of her eye, Song forms a smile to show her current emotions. However, unlike the awkward and weird one she made at their first encounter, this former morbid child had on a more relaxed and smooth expression. It goes to show one only needs the practice to become their true self after recovery. Auntie, don't blame me? Taken aback by that statement, Bai Yan raises an eyebrow. Did you do something wrong? Ji-song grips her dress in unease. My grandfather hurt your mother, the mistress, and he wanted to catch Ling Yan. Your grandfather is your grandfather, you are you, I will not put you two together. Bai Yin shakes her head to dismiss the heavy mood as she smiles. Not to mention Ling Yan has spoken up for your grandfather. I do not blame him. Truth was, she could relate to Ji Sky's impulse. If her own precious darling had encountered such a thing, the Demon Queen would undoubtedly do the same thing and not trust a stranger. But understanding was one thing, allowing it to happen was another. She couldn't turn a blind eye to Bai Ning's injury. If it were not for the praises Ling Yan said about the care provided by Ji Sky during her period inside the ruins, the matter definitely wouldn't be settled so quickly. Thank you, Auntie. Ji Song smiled in relief. Bai Yin never noticed it before. But the girl's smile actually looked pretty good after gaining some weight in recent days. If this continues, she's bound to become quite the beauty in her own right. The two of you go play, I'll be back soon. Retracting her eyes, the Demon Queen started to head towards her father's study room. Study. Rubbing his temple with a finger, Heavenly made a troubled expression due to what's plaguing his mind. She looking up at the sound, the man felt annoyed since he ordered none to disturb him. However, his frown quickly relaxed at who it was. Yin Yan, how come you are here? Stopping before her father. Father, have you found a way to break the seal? Hearing her words, the monarch stumbled for a reply first before smiling bitterly. Then shaking his head. The Great Seal was created using my physical body as a price. Removing is not an easy feat even for myself. I've thought about it. If I break it, then the other domains will certainly band together. By then, things will become chaotic. Once the domain war breaks out, the influence would extend to every corner of the worlds. Whether it be the human planes, the demon world, or the celestial world, all would be dragged into the fight. That's why he created the seal in the first place. It's to stop all the carnage and bloodbath. Father, so you're not leaving with us? Bai Yin got where this was headed and sounded tired. You've been away from home for so long. Everyone misses you so much. Covering the pain in his eyes by lowering them, the man shakes his head once more. There's no other option. Yin Yan, I will have to bother you to give them my message. In reality, he never actually thought about breaking the seal to begin with, even if there were a way. He's someone that willingly sacrificed himself for the well-being of all. Such a man would never put his own selfishness before the populace. That's not within his character. Departure 5. I need to take Ling Yan back for a while. Deetsong must be worried about me. Bai Yin flickers with light in those eyes as she speaks. Do you know a way to send me out of the domain? Those not at the same level of a monarch could leave the domains. However, she had tried before and didn't find a way, hence her visit today to ask. Yin Yan, I'll send you and your mother out first. This heavenly domain is too dangerous. He shakes his head and sighs, pricking her brow. You think she would leave just because I advise her to go? If mother finds out you're staying, then she will stay with you. But, father, I'm going back to seek help. If my husband can send mother over here, then that proves he has a way of leaving without breaking the seal. That finally moved the man's determination. He's highly reluctant to admit that Deetsong had abducted his precious daughter, but now he's going to have to admit this son-in-law of his had the ability to be a good husband if this plan works out. Okay. He nods, agreeing with this method. Suddenly, the man recalled the picture of the adorable grandchild that's also going to leave him. Daughter, after you take Ling Yan away, be sure to pay attention to those who come close to her. Don't let those stinking boys take my granddaughter away. I think my granddaughter is fine all on her own and doesn't need those underserving men. After all, there was only one man like Deetsong. How could those other insects be worthy of her precious granddaughter? Bai Yin nearly lost it and burst out laughing. Father, if my memory serves me right, what you told Ling Yan before is quite different. From what I heard, you urged her to not listen to Deetsong and Xiachen, that she must pursue her own happiness and not miss it. Freezing into a statue at being called out, Heavenly makes an awkward cough to clear his throat. That is only because I didn't know she is my own granddaughter. If I had known the truth, I would be on Deetsong and Xiachen's side and not let those filthy brats steal my precious granddaughter's innocence. But don't you want to see a great-grandchild sometime into the future? That. Heavenly had to think it over before continuing. Isn't there already Xiachen? How can a girl of our family be abducted by an outsider? Just have Xiachen bring a girl home. That will get me a good great-grandchild. I'm sure that boy won't let me down. In other words, It's okay for the men of their family to abduct girls from different families over and not vice versa. Bai Yin was at a loss for wording after that, so she didn't rebuttal that logic. Yin Yan, you must look after Ling Yan. If a brat dares to come after her, you are to break his leg for me. When saying this, the man looked very serious with no hint of joking around. Like always, this poor demon queen started to worry for her own daughter again, and her future husband-to-be. It's going to be a complicated process with men like these in her family. You don't have to worry about it. Song and Xiachen already got that area covered. She shrugs without much care. If anyone tries to pursue Ling Yan, then you can believe those two are on top of the matter. Besides, if someone outstanding does want my daughter's hand, I'm sure Ling Yan is capable of choosing her own partner. I have full confidence in my daughter. Softening up in his voice, Heavenly felt reassured after that. In that case, I'm relieved. When you are ready, let me know and I will escort you out of the domain myself. What better time is there than now? Bai Yin doesn't delay and went ahead with the plan. She already knows something was wrong with her daughter's body. The sooner she got back, the better.